Te tai au, te tai tangata. Hoki atu ki ngā motu o ngā waka a Hawaii ko tai kōrea ka hutara o koki. Whakawhitia te kawaroa ki puki āriki i reira te pūtanga o te tinoranga tiratanga o te whiti o rongo mai tuatai. Titiro ki Uta, ki te wai nui o wai waka iho, me te wai iti o here kawe. Aua rere ngā mai te pūtake o te maunga. E rongo whakiria ki runga tuturu whakamaua ka ita ka u ka tina, tina, huia rangi, huia papa, huie. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Kai Karanga and the Kai Mihi, mai a Ngāti Te Whiti, a Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura, me te atiawa. Nau mai hara mai, ki tēnei hui, wānanga. This Offshore Renewable Energy Forum is very important for this area. Because of our conditions, our human conditions are requiring more energy. But this energy has been around since the time of the birth of this planet. And it's time to utilize that energy. So to you all the best, because it's very important, this type of forum, to put together what needs to be required. And those conditions are already here. Therefore, on behalf to you all, have a very good morning and a very good day tomorrow. Therefore, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. He mihi hoki ki a koutou o ara ake, arawa ko te puna umanga. I te tauheke taranake e kākahu tonu ana I te kuro wai hukapapa, ka uru ngā hau o ngā tai e whā, kia puri ai tēnei kaupapa me ngā whakapapa, a nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. He mihi ki a koutou katoa.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai, haere mai. Nā mihi nui ki ngā tangata whenua o tēnei rohe, he Chief Executive o I Ara Ake, ko Cristiano Morantes aho, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātua katoa. Good morning, everyone, and I guess most importantly, happy International Women's Day. What an amazing turnout we've got here today. We've got more than 180 people here in person, and I've been told just around 20 online. So welcome. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Offshore Renewable Energy Forum 2023. I'd like to acknowledge Ngāti Te Whāti, Ngā iwi o Taranaki, our co-hosts Te Puna Umanga Venture Taranaki, and those who have travelled from afar to be here today. And I know that some people came all the way from Denmark. So thank you very much for coming all the way to New Zealand. A big thank you as well to our key sponsors, Taranaki Offshore Partnership between New Zealand Super Fund and Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, Elemental Group, Blue Float Energy, Parkwinds, RPS, Wheat Te Pukenga, and Becker. Your support is truly appreciated, and it has allowed us to create a platform, an environment for the community, industry leaders, and experts, and the wider community, I guess, to come together to discuss the challenges and opportunities that offshore renewable energy solutions can offer across the moto. Araake is New Zealand's future energy centre. We were established in 2020 to accelerate the deployment and commercialisation of low emissions energy solutions. And we're really, really proud to be hosting the Offshore Renewable Energy Forum alongside Venture Taranaki for the third year in a row. And the move towards a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient energy future has put undoubtedly a spotlight on the offshore renewable energy sector. And the scale of investment and deployments of offshore renewable projects globally is truly unprecedented. And sure, we'll share those numbers and figures with us. In this forum, we'll hear from international experts who will provide valuable insights into the offshore renewable energy industry globally. By learning from other countries' experiences and best practices, we can expedite, we can accelerate our own journey. It's almost like those insights can act as a tailwind to New Zealand's offshore renewable energy journey. Following that, we'll focus on New Zealand's specific opportunities and challenges and explore ways in which we can collectively maximize those opportunities and overcome the challenges, and the importance of engagement and collaboration across the whole ecosystem. And these discussions, the discussions we'll have in the forum, are important as they will provide insights into what needs to happen now, if we want offshore renewable energy to play a pivotal role in creating a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient energy future for Aotearoa New Zealand. So thank you again for being here today. I look forward to the 2 days of productive discussions and meaningful interactions, and I do hope you all enjoy the forum. I will now hand over to John Hancock, who's our MC for the forum. Thanks, John, and nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Ngā mihi, Cristiano. Welcome, everyone. We've had an awful lot of welcomes, so I won't do yet another one. It's always a bit of a tough act here. We've got this really exciting agenda, and now I have to get up here and do admin with you for about 10 minutes, but it's a thing we all have to get through. Anyway, I'm John Hancock. I'm a Wellington-based sector consultant, so I've been sort of working in the sector here and overseas for about 35 years. Somebody pointed out to me the other day, which is a bit embarrassing, but there you go. But I'm very, very flattered to be involved in this event. When I was going through the program with the team who pulled it together, I said to them, this is extraordinary. There's an awful lot of very fresh topics. There are a lot of very fresh presenters. There are quite a lot of stale presenters involved in doing things like this around the industry. But I was very excited, and I said to Cara, I don't think we've got enough people coming. So she had a bit of a last-minute blitz. And they've nearly doubled the number of people who are here in person from when we talked about it 2 weeks ago. So I think that's a great testament to just how much interest there is in offshore renewable energy, both in Taranaki, but also in New Zealand more generally, and obviously worldwide. So I'm very, very much looking forward to the next 2 days. So having said the really uplifting thing about context, I'm now going to talk about housekeeping. So the first thing we need to get clear on are our emergency procedures. So if anything serious happens, there'll be a siren, and the siren is your signal to get out of the building. So what you need to do is go follow all the green signs with a picture of a little person running. If you look at the door over there, there is an example of this sign. And our assembly point is on Courtney Street or in the car park in front of the hotel. However, if it's an earthquake, what do, people? We do, and we don't go out of the building until we're told to, because we might have things dropping on top of us, so that's not desirable. The other thing is, if you're around and about and you come across an emergency, then the first thing to do is to hit a little red call point. These are sort of dotted around the building, so if you're the first one there. There's a first aid kit at reception if anyone needs it, but hopefully no one will. Less emergency related, but in a controlled fashion it could be. The toilets are along the conference corridor, so you turn right by the Rocks Lounge, and there are accessible toilets towards reception on the left. It tells me to tell you about car parking. I'm assuming most of you have solved that problem, because otherwise you probably wouldn't be here. And the smoking and stuff like that. So it doesn't say don't smoke, but that might be a better thing. Now, on your tables, you have a little thing like this. So that tells you about the Wi-Fi. And it also tells you about Slido. So for a few of you, it's been a while since you've been to a conference. So we're just going to do a little bit of group prep here. So does everyone in the room know about Slido? Deafening silence. Right, so Slido is a little app and a web page which allows you, our participants, both in the room, and actually welcome all of our attendees online. I think we've got sort of 50-odd people tuning in from other parts of New Zealand, so that's great. So if everybody can log into Slido, then you have the ability to do two things. So the first thing you can do is you can ask questions of our speakers, and it's very, very simple. You just type in your question and press enter. Once you've done that and it's been moderated, so don't do anything too shocking or rude, everyone else will be able to see it as well. And if you like the look of someone's question, then you can vote for it. And the more people who vote for a question, it sort of gets shoved up to the top of the list. So when I pick up my iPad, when we come to the Q&A session, the things at the top of the list will be the things that most of you have voted for. It doesn't work if you're not using Slido, though, people. So that's the first thing we're going to do. So we're going to get online, and we're going to get online by using the Wi-Fi code that's on this card in the middle of the table. And then if you've got a mobile phone, you can just snap the QR code, and that'll take you through to the program, actually, which is less useful. You just go to slido.com. If you're very sophisticated, there is actually a Slido app, if you feel like it, but I wouldn't bother. And then when you're on the Slido landing page, you have to enter a magic code, and the magic code is 6542808. Now, how are we doing with that, people? This is very primary school. I can wait all day. I've got all the time in the world, people. So I need every single person to be online. Right, has everybody got Slido up, and has everyone logged in? Am I being timed out? It's really important. So you should all be able to see something that looks a bit like that. So once you've done that, then we can start interacting as a group. And it's a great collaboration tool. It does actually make my job running the Q&A much easier as well. So what I'll do is I'll usually pick the most popular questions, but I might pick the spiciest question. That's the other option. And if they're all boring, I might just go to the room anyway. So there's still the chance for a roving mic. We'll just see how we go with that. So I think that's probably enough on the admin front. So as Cristiano said, the the sort of arc of the day today is that we're starting with some updates on the renewable offshore energy scene, and we're starting internationally, and then we're moving in domestically before we bring the focus to some of the more sort of pressing tactical issues in the afternoon. So our first speaker is Stuart Mullin. So Stuart's the Chief Operating Officer for the Global Wind Energy Council, and GWEC, it's quite a good acronym, is a member-based organisation that represents the entire wind energy sector worldwide. So its role is to work internationally at a political level, really trying to create a sort of facilitative, supportive policy environment for wind power. So they've got members all over the world, educating local and national governments, that's rather nice, and international agencies about the wind power. So superb way of starting the day, and maybe I could just welcome Stuart to the stage. And you could all give him a nice round of applause. Beautiful. Welcome.
Thanks, John. Thank you, everyone, and thanks, John, for that, and thank you for the warm welcome. I'm not sure if I'm one of the stale or fresh presenters. I'm probably stale in an industry perspective, but fresh as this is the first time I've presented in New Zealand. But I'd like to thank Cristiano and Carolyn Gunn and Matt Lamb for extending the invitation for GWEC to come and present here today. I'll just make sure I've got the presentation happening. Is there a key to the... do I have to turn this on? Hi, I'm Stuart. So, do you come here often? When I tell you go to the next slide, I've got about 100 slides in 25 minutes, so it's going to be next slide, next slide, next slide. So, there we go. Thanks very much. Oh, now I'm going too far. Okay. So, as I said, Stuart Mullin from the Global Wind Energy Council. We are a member-based association, so we represent the entire value chain of wind companies, from the biggest developers down to the tiniest component manufacturers on a global basis. That's half of the association. The other half is we work with associations around the globe. So our role is to bring the lessons learnt from the big associations around the globe, like Wind Europe and Renewables UK and Aviolica in Brazil. We work with these associations to bring in the lessons learnt from those associations, to marinate them in an international environment, and to spread the best practices of what's working and what's we can use and adopt from other markets. We do four things. We do political advocacy. So the first thing that we talk about doing is we want to advocate for the uptake of more renewable energy, and particularly wind energy. So we work with governments on a global basis to increase the scale of ambition. Once we get that ambition in place, we then work with governments in a more nuanced way to accelerate the uptake of that ambition. We do thought leadership and business leadership, so we work in many international forums. So we're very active with the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, the International Energy Agency, the IEA. We work with the UNFCCC in the COP process. We have convened the wind industry's efforts for COP for the last couple of years. You will find us in all of the big international forums that relate to climate and particularly the uptake of wind energy. We're always, from the day one, GWEC was founded in 2005, and from day one we've always been about opening up new markets. And so in the early days that was very much in the onshore space, where we worked in the onshore, particularly in Latin America, where we helped unlock the market in Brazil, which then spread to the rest of Latin America. Of more recent times, we've seen a renaissance of interest in GWEC activities, particularly in the APAC area and particularly in and around offshore wind. As more and more countries see, or as offshore wind becomes more affordable, and more countries actually with a coastline are saying, hey, this is something that could be for us. we've been getting engagement, or we've been getting engaged with a lot more countries. And so recently we've done a lot of work in Australia. We're working with the Philippines, Japan, Korea, Vietnam. So we're really doing a whole lot of engagement. The other thing that we do is we produce market intelligence, and we also do like information and education campaigns through conferences and events. And so it's the information part, or the market intel part, that I'd like to run through. The presentation that I'm about to give is structured in 3 parts. It looks at, first I want to show you the big picture, like what's happened over the last year. Actually, it was the 2021 figures, because our 2022 Global Wind Report is being launched in Brazil at the end of the month. So I've got the 2021 figures, and where we actually have, our final figures haven't been audited yet, but I've put in some of the figures that we're pretty confident will be the 2022 figures, just by way of for your information. So, just to give you a bit of context about what we are seeing around the globe. So the International Energy Agency and IRENA had looked at the challenge of global warming, and they've said, okay, if we want to avoid a climate catastrophe, what do we have to do? And so the idea was that they set out this goal of having 2,000 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2050, and that's fantastic. It'd be great if we could get there, but we need to have like a roadmap, and we need to have some sort of accountability on the way to make sure we're on track. So they said that we would be looking for 380 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. This next part of the presentation looks at where we are today, and will break down a little bit of the regional analysis. And while you're looking at these figures, I'd really like you to think about the New Zealand context to these, and where you see, like when you look at the years and what's happening in those years that we'll look at, what are we expected to be seeing in New Zealand at this time, and how should we be acting as an industry here locally to make sure that when it comes time for New Zealand to be actually installing offshore wind turbines, that we have all of the elements and all of the factors lined up, from the right policy regulations through to the right supply chain engagement, so when it comes time to pull the trigger, there's actually capacity there to fill it in. So 2021 was a big year for offshore wind. We did 21 gigawatts in 21, which was a nice, easy number for someone on stage to remember. You look at where that market was installed, and you can see that the bulk of that comes from China. So the red, the little pink red colour at the bottom of the graph is the rest of world. Then the green is China, and then the blue is Europe. And again, looking at this context, it's pretty amazing to think that we had so much wind power developed in 2021. Unfortunately, the 2022 figures show that it's a definite fall off in that and we're still more than 2020 figures, but GWEC is expecting the offshore installation base and connected, offshore installed and connected, which is how we assess our numbers, to be about 8.8 gigawatts next year, to report, or for last year. Bloomberg New Energy Finance has said that it's about 9.4 gigawatts, so it's somewhere between the 8.8 and 9.4 that we would expect the market to land for last year. So if we look at some of the markets that were active in 2021, so you can see that the left-hand side of the graph shows that, again, China is dominant. Then we have the UK, Vietnam, Denmark, Netherlands, Taiwan and Norway. So you can see that amongst that mix there's a mix of new markets and a traditional mix. If you look at what happened this year, we can see that, again, China dominated the market. Of that 8.8 gigawatts, there was almost 5 gigawatts in China and 2.5 in Europe. And again, if you look at the countries in Europe, we have the UK, France finally starting to get its act together after many years of being involved and not involved and messing around on the sidelines. Germany, the Netherlands, Poland, Italy and Japan. And what I think is really interesting about that is that you can see that there's a change in the constellation and configuration of which markets are actually active in offshore wind in any given year. And so when we start to talk about supply chain and start to talk about building up a supply chain, and we start to talk about consistency in market and what's it going to take to support a supply chain, you can see that if markets are falling in and out of the picture all the time, that it becomes very difficult for OEMs and other people to invest in a supply chain when things are consistently changing. So when we start to talk about scale, we really need to ramp up the scale to make sure that our supply chain can follow. If we look at the cumulative offshore installation, so since 2021, China has been the leading market in the world, and last year in 2021, Europe was just marginally ahead in terms of our offshore installation base. This year, with the amount of work going on in China versus Europe, China or the APAC area will take the mantle of being the world's largest offshore area, which is incredible to think about it. You know, you think about how offshore wind started for the North Sea back in 1991 with, and they've had so many years of experience, and yet in a very short space of time, China can come in and actually dominate the market to a point where it's now, based on the back of the stuff that came out of China, the largest region in the world. So this shows you the pathway up until 2021, and so you can see that from our figures last year that we actually had predicted that this year would be a more quieter year. We could see that there were some sunsetting tariffs in China that was going to cause the market to drop off there. Again, Europe didn't do quite as much as what was to be expected. But if you look at the lead up to 2031, you can see that things start to pick up again on the other side. Well, they pick up from this year. We'll start to see a continuous growth pattern again, which is great. But we're nowhere near the 50 gigawatts year on year that we need to install to get to this 380 gigawatts by 2030. And so when we look at this, and if you're thinking about, I've heard some discussions about New Zealand and when we would be installing offshore wind in New Zealand, and it's probably most likely after 2030. And there's not even like a space that New Zealand and also Australia, which is maybe a couple of years ahead, these markets don't even figure in these calculations yet. So there are upsides in these markets, but again, we're talking about these markets are all fighting for the same capacity, the same vessels, and all of the other things. So it's really, I think it's a really interesting picture, and it also shows the reason why we have to start now here. But you can see that by the time we get to 2031, we'll be starting to hit our strides, and we believe that we can actually, we won't be that far behind. I think that our figures show that we will hit the 370 gigawatts in 2031, which is still behind, but we're at least starting to get into the right track and starting to get the right volume that's going to support us moving forward. If you look at what's going to happen from a market perspective, we expect to see that the market will become more diversified, that we'll see the emergence of more markets on a global, within each region. There'll be more and more players. Europe will be pretty much consistent. We'll see still the North Sea still leading this. We'll see a little bit more activity in the Baltics and maybe a little bit more in the Mediterranean Sea. Again, in the APAC area, we'll expect to see China still dominating, but there'll be more and more countries coming online. And again, unfortunately for countries like New Zealand and Australia, we don't even see these countries starting to register yet. And again, if you look at the top of that graph, we can see that that's the rest of the world, or the other market, and that includes like the US. And so, Biden's 30 gigawatts by 2030, it's not sort of really registering here yet because we don't see the clear pathway for that. So there's still a whole lot of work to be done. If we look at the floating offshore wind space now, again, we can see that there's been 3 phases of development in the floating offshore wind space. So up until now, the market's been characterised quite a lot by the demo and test. So we've seen a lot of demo and test in the offshore space. We're starting to see the pre-commercialisation. So the auctions like in the west coast of the US, the ScotWind auctions, we're starting to see a bit more volume and starting to drive a bit more scale into the floating offshore wind market. And I know that a lot of people in New Zealand in particular are going to be really interested in this, and I think that there's a huge opportunity. You can see that as we move into 2031, there's a huge opportunity for more and more countries to come online. It's a really interesting space, I think, the floating offshore wind space. We still see a lot of different models for floating offshore wind foundations, and so we don't really have a clear winner of what that looks like yet and how that's going to evolve over time. So I think that there's opportunity here, particularly from a supply chain perspective. There's no real country that's leading this at the moment, and so there's opportunity for countries that are looking to have volume to still be an early adapter in this space. And so as we drive more scale, I think that we'll start to see more markets, even more markets come onto this graph. The final point that I'd like to talk about in relation to the market breakdown is I wanted to show what wind power is going to look like in Asia over the course of the next decade. And again, when we're starting to look about where capacity is coming from, and I'll show you, we'll talk about the supply chain challenges in just a sec. When you start to talk about capacity, you can see that China is driving volume and quite secure in capacity. But if you look at what's left, there's not a huge lot of volume coming outside of China in the market. So we've got a big region that's geographically dispersed, and we're seeing a market that's not driving a lot of volume there. So it's going to be interesting times. And if you look at the years that you would expect new and emerging markets to come online, like Australia and New Zealand, we're talking about the rest of Asia, and I don't know how good your eyesight is, but I can't even see it on the graph that I'm looking at down there. So, I mean, this is a sort of tiny little bit of piece of the pie that we're talking about. And yet we're going to be in a market where we're going to be speaking with politicians and speaking with regulators about establishing supply chain and establishing regional collaboration. And so we need to set the context for those discussions as well and what that looks like in a broader context. I'd like to show you or talk about some of the supply chain challenges now. Or maybe I wouldn't. Yes, I would. So this shows you that, oh, no it doesn't. I'm just rapidly running through the slide presentation. Sorry about this. Maybe I'm a fresh presenter. I haven't quite learned how to master a clicker yet. So the next slide is how wind turbines have evolved since the first wind turbine was installed in Vindeby in Denmark in 1991. It was a 500 kilowatt machine. And if you look at what's happened, the first, up until the 2 megawatt machines, those were onshore machines that had just been repurposed for the offshore environment. So they were pretty much the same onshore machine that was being installed all around the globe. And they were, of course, they might have had some modifications to make them suitable for the maritime environment, but it's pretty much the same turbine. When we hit the 4 megawatt or the 3.6 megawatt machine, back in the mid-2000s, then we're starting to get to a turbine that's actually been specifically designed for offshore. It was considered too big for onshore spaces. Of course, we're seeing bigger turbines than that in the onshore space now, but at the time it was considered too big for the onshore spaces. As we move up and you look at the complexity and size of the turbines and look at the scope of how big these wind turbines have become, it's actually pretty amazing, and it presents real challenges here. One, the size of the turbines, which I'll talk to you in terms of manufacturing and how we deal with that from a manufacturing perspective in a sec, but just things like, the infrastructure that you had for these turbines in the start of offshore, like the port infrastructure, is significantly different today and will be significantly different tomorrow than what it was back in the early 2000s. If you look at the vessel infrastructure, the vessels that were built in the early days to do offshore wind are no longer fit for purpose, or maybe need to be remodified to actually be able to cope with the new supply chain. So what does that mean in terms of our manufacturing? So one of the things, so I used to work for the turbine manufacturers. I spent 7 years with Siemens Wind Power and then 7 years with MHI Vestas Offshore Wind Power. And everywhere we used to go, I was responsible for setting up supply chains in Taiwan and the US. And whenever you spoke with a politician, they always said, how much volume do I need to make a market or to bring a factory to our market? And it was a really difficult question to answer because there's a lot of factors that go into it, but a very simplified formula that we used to talk about, it's not so much the volume, but for us it's about utilisation of a factory. And so if we say, for argument's sake, we need 100 units to have a factory that's at a utilisation capacity that makes it viable. In the early days, back in the 2000s, we were talking about a 2 megawatt machine, and so a 2 megawatt machine only needs 200 megawatts in the market to be able to be a viable investment. And there's lots of markets, particularly if you can help offset some of the capacity with onshore demand. There's a lot of markets that can handle a 2 megawatt machine. As you start to ramp up, like 600 or 6 megawatt needs 600 megawatts, a 9.5 almost a gigawatt, a 15 megawatt turbine needs a 1.5 gig of capacity. And if we're talking about 3 manufacturers that we want to be present in our market, that's 4.5 gigawatts in each market to supply year on year, otherwise to avoid these boom and bust cycles in, within the markets. I think it was really interesting, the top photos, it shows the last 3 prime ministers in Denmark over a 10-year period. And so one of the other things we talk about that's really a key to establishing market is political stability. And so each time you have a change of government, there is a chance, not always, there is a chance that the new government is either all in on renewables or maybe not so much, or there's different priorities within governments. So each of these represents a change of these. And you can see that despite the change in government, the turbine manufacturers have been on this have stayed the course and kept investing in development, kept investing in R&D and kept driving these turbines. Also if you have a look at, like I just put for reference, the iPhone, the relevant iPhones at those particular times. So just have a look at those, and when you look at the next slide, so this next slide shows the iterations of new turbines coming onto the market. So when we've introduced new turbines to the market. So I think that we're actually iterating new offshore wind turbines more than iPhones. Like there's more iterations of offshore wind turbines than iPhones. So, you know, I'm a communication person, so math is not my strongest suit, but I still wonder how we can amateurize all of these investments in new turbines and start to get the volume back when we're not seeing that volume, and how do we actually amateurize these markets or these turbines in these new markets. But it does show that I think that the turbine manufacturers and the industry in general has seen its role in it being able to continually innovate and continually bring more energy to continually drive the AEP value to make sure that we can have the offshore wind is becoming one of the more affordable forces of renewables. I wanted to look at some of the challenges that we saw in 2021 and that we've seen a little bit this year. So of course, there's the increased material costs. We saw that steel prices went through the roof, and then because of, I guess, the war in Ukraine, we've seen that also have a huge impact. We've also seen copper challenges as well, and also rare earth materials. So you can see that, again, all of these components that go to make up a wind turbine are on the increase, yet again, a lot of those components, or a lot of these components that we actually work with, and a lot of the contracts that turbine manufacturers enter into with developments are fixed prices long before these fluctuations in materials happen. I see I need to speed up here. Okay, of course we've got increased logistical costs. That's starting to ease a little bit now, so hopefully we'll start to see that that these increased the costs of freight containers. It was exorbitant during the first days of the pandemic and also the Ukraine war. We're starting to see those ease, and so some of the freight prices have started to fall again, but they're still higher than what they were a couple of years ago. The next slide shows that we are talking about local content and port logistics. I mentioned that the port structure is, we need to invest significantly more in ports. The wind turbines are getting so big now that road transport for offshore wind components are no longer viable, so you need to have quayside manufacturing or close to quayside manufacturing where possible, so we need to consider that when we're looking at our port structure. All of the pre-assembly or marshalling harbours, these also, with the components, they also need a lot of reinforcement. So there's very few ports in the world that we can see, particularly in emerging markets, that are really going to be fit for purpose for day one. So this investment has to start now to make sure that we're in a situation where we can actually cope with the uptake. Again, local content is one of the questions that everyone wants. You know, one thing is to have cheap and efficient, cheap and affordable renewable energy and domestically grown. The other thing is you want economic value, and so everyone wants local content. But I think that we all, as an industry here, I think that we all have it. There's an onus on us to explain to people when we're talking about this that not every market can have every part of the supply chain. So we actually need to take a regional approach here to look at how we actually deal with this. The next slide shows the vessels that we're seeing. So this is actually, the next couple of slides are from our global wind report this year, so it hasn't been released yet. So you can, yeah, so there are tentative figures, but it shows that the figures show that where we've got vessels in terms of jack-up vessels and heavy lift vessels, and you can see, so the light blue is the ones that we already have, and the dark blue is the ones under construction. And you can see that we've got enough vessels maybe in Europe for the moment, and also in China for the moment. And maybe you can see with the vessels that are being proposed to be built in China that they are, we're actually on track there. But the rest of the world, well, I think that vessels is going to be a key challenge for us as an industry moving forward about how do we actually make sure that we get vessels in time. And again, vessels isn't one thing you can order from one day to the next. You know, it takes a lot of investment and planning to get these vessels built and making sure that there's business cases for them. And also you need to know what size turbines you're going to be installing on these vessels as well. So when the turbines get bigger, you know, like you need to make sure that your vessels are actually future-proof to be able to cope with that. The next slide looks at the supply chain footprint in terms of nacelles, so where we see that we're building nacelles. And again, you can see that there's a lot of nacelles that are factories that are, I think we're looking at China thinking, yeah, okay, China's probably got some significant capacity here. And if we're looking at Europe, there's also a little bit of capacity that we've got in Europe, but once we get out of there, we're not really seeing that many other factories at the moment. So there's still opportunity, and also like in the US, we're seeing that when OEMs announce factories in the US at the moment, they're always caveating that information or caveating that announcement with depending on volume, like with only when sufficient volume's been reached. The next slide, or the last slide in this category, is I wanted to show you where we see blockages and supply chains in the nacelle challenges. So you can see the green indicates where we have sufficient capacity. So China looks like it's going to have capacity. We can see that there's going to be challenges in Europe, challenges in the US, and as we move forward, challenges in the other markets as well. So I think that picture shows that there's a lot of work to be done in making sure that we get these nacelle capacities right over the next couple of years. And we're going to be asking OEMs to start making investments now. And when you hear where the OEMs are today, there's very few OEMs that are really thinking about or that have the capacity to start looking at new investments and what that looks like. So it's a really interesting time, I think, right at this very point in time. There's still a lot of things that could go either ways. I think that I was meant to leave 5 minutes for questions, and I can see that I don't have 5 more minutes to give. So I have these presentations I've made available, so I'm happy to take these. But I just wanted to quickly spring through the next slide, the next couple of slides really quickly, like 30 seconds on each. So we're talking about like the rise of corporate PPAs. So there's all of the RE100 things. So we're starting to see this in more markets and starting to see the off-takers work a lot closely and be part of the picture earlier on. The next slide, we're talking in terms of like some of the 3 things that are really making a difference. We're seeing that water depth is no longer an issue. We're seeing the idea of energy islands where we can start to combine offshore, far out sea offshore wind to make it sort of like near shore by having these artificial islands which can also have hydrogen production and be hydrogen hubs as well, and also this power to X where we expect to drive. One of the other things like the +1 potential, this was the open door policy which looked like it was going it was a great idea. So in Denmark, they announced that they had a lot of open door policy where developers could come in and develop a piece of water without the governments needing to go through the auction process. That got closed down again in Denmark, and it's now been opened up again. But we're seeing that as being a very interesting development in the offshore wind space. If governments can actually step back and let industry actually run with this and actually use the skill set of the developers to actually drive the industry and actually create volume in the industry, I think we're starting to get there. There's some potential there. And then I'll stop now.
Very good. So maybe just thanks, Stuart, there. And somebody actually asked on Slido what's happening with the slides. So the slides will be available next week, everything going well. So there's an absolute wealth of material there that people can get through. But we've got a couple of minutes, Stuart. I think the message you're giving is, the scale of demand and the constraints on supply here are one where if you want to be involved in this, you really do need to be making a play now. Several questioners are very interested in this idea of whether New Zealand should partner with Australia as a way of sort of trying to get on the map. As you say, we don't even show up in the graphs. And if so, what it would be necessary to do to differentiate ourselves as a market internationally, and even more parochially, what New Zealand's competitive advantage would be in that.
So 100%, if you take nothing else away from my disjointed presentation, then the fact that New Zealand and Australia should work very closely together as part of a supply chain. I think that's the number one takeaway that everyone should have in this room, is that there is opportunity here as a region, and I think that regional collaboration is the only way that this is going to bring success to the region. So I really think that, and it's a lot of the same developers, a lot of the same players are in both markets. I think that the developers, etc., in the markets and the OEMs are viewing this as a potential region for itself. So, I mean, let's not let a bit of water between the two countries get in the way.
And how would we differentiate ourselves in the face of this titanic demand from the bigger markets internationally?
It's really interesting. I think that there's a huge potential for floating offshore wind. I think that this is something there that there's a real opportunity there. There's also in the power to X, like this being net exporters of hydrogen. That's a really interesting outlook. I also think that if you look at where other factories or where other production has been built, I'm not sure how much of the supply chain is going to be in each market. I think that's going to be a wait and see depending on how much volume. But I think we could see, for example, other markets being serviced from Australia and New Zealand. I mean, it's not, once you're getting, it's not going to be that, we don't really want to ship components all over the globe, but it's not going to be that's stopping. So I think that if we can get companies working together with governments and find the right incentives to build in the region, the components have to come from somewhere. And once we get these factories set up, I think if we can look at this regional, how this region is going to develop and which markets we could utilise or service from some of these manufacturing hubs, there are potential there as well.
With which we're out of time. So
okay.
tantalising stuff. We've got thousands of questions, but you're around for today, tomorrow?
Yeah, today and tomorrow up until tomorrow lunchtime.
Oh, well, that's great. So you can all nobble Stuart while he's trying to eat a sausage roll at the morning tea breaks and everything. But again, please join me in thanking Stuart for getting us started so well. So we're going to stay international now, but the focus next is going to Scotland. So our next presenter is Sian Wilson, and Sian is the head of offshore development for Crown Estate Scotland, which is a state entity that invests in property, natural resources and people to generate lasting value for Scotland. And one of their objectives is facilitating the expansion of what they call the blue economy. It's rather nice, focusing on marine and coastal development. So Sian's presentation is recorded. Just checking people have got the implications implications of that? That means you can't ask any questions. Well, I mean, you can send her an email if you want, but she's not real-time online, unlike the next presenter who's presenting by Zoom. So we'll have a break from Slido, we'll clear the buffers, we'll enjoy Sian, and then we'll get into the next one.
Hello, everybody. I apologise I can't be with you today, but I'm delighted to be able to be presenting to you. Thank you very much for the invite. My name is Sian Wilson. I work for a company called Crown Estate Scotland, and I'm going to give you an update on marine energy from my perspective. I am Head of Offshore Development Activities at Crown Estate Scotland, looking after emerging technology and infrastructure. But I would also say that I am a passionate advocate of marine energy. This picture is of me up in Orkney at the Billiacrew test site. I am pointing at what is quite hard to see, the little speck in the distance blends in very nicely to the white horses with the lovely breaking waves. It's a wave energy machine. This one is the Wello Oi machine, which was being tested at the time. Essentially, I would like to see more of this all around the world, where I can point at wave energy machines or tidal energy machines enthusiastically. I'm going to cover today a bit about Crown Estate Scotland, who we are and what we do. I want to talk about progress generally in the marine energy sector from Scotland's perspective, and a little bit about next steps. So Crown Estate Scotland, we are a public corporation. There's about 70 of us in the team. We have our own board of directors. There's specific legislation for our organisation that governs how we operate. But as a business, what we do is we manage land, seabed and property to generate lasting value. Any of the revenue profits that we make go directly to Scottish Government. So from my perspective, it feels like working for a social enterprise where we generate not only income for the country, but lasting value in terms of economic and social generation. This map gives an indication of those assets that we manage. There are 4 divisions within the organisation: marine, coastal, rural, and urban. Marine is generally separated into 2 parts: the energy and infrastructure team that I sit within, and our aquaculture team. This seabed gives the impression that the seabed is an incredibly busy space. But actually, if I show you this image, this is more like the views that we have in Scotland off our coastline, which is probably quite similar to some of the views that you have in New Zealand as well. So what is it that we actually do at Crown Estate Scotland? We issue seabed agreements in principle. So if people want to develop a project offshore for offshore renewable energy or gas storage, they would come to us to apply for a seabed agreement. Initially, that would be in the form of an option agreement. An option agreement is a document that gives developers rights to go and survey the area, and it gives them exclusivity for that specific activity that they want to be doing. Once that developer has an option agreement, they would generally have the confidence and the certainty to be able to invest a little bit more money in project design and therefore to apply for their consents. In Scotland, the consent applications go in via Marine Scotland, who are the regulator for offshore renewable activity in Scotland. We work very closely with Marine Scotland as land manager, but we keep the 2 roles very separate. Once the consents have been obtained, that would mean that the developer can trigger their lease and they could step into their lease with us. Generally, the stepping into the lease process aligns with the final investment decision or similar process that a project would be going through. And then soon after, we would be seeing contract placement, eventually construction and operation. But obviously, this process is all dependent upon the framework of government policy planning and the leasing offering, the type of leasing offering that we are making. So at Crown Estate Scotland, we work really closely with our colleagues in Scottish Government, in the policy teams, to understand how they are shaping what their ambitions are for sectors, what the policy mechanisms, the drivers will be for sectors, and the planning teams as well. The planning teams consider high-level optimization of the seabed. So, for example, looking at, we've got European habitats regulations that still apply and strategic environmental assessments. So the types of access that we can provide to the seabed, there's two main mechanisms that we use in general. There's ad hoc. So ad hoc is when developers can come to us when they choose to make an application. We generally use that for nascent technologies, those that are still in early stages of development and proving. It's where a market has lower confidence. There's lower confidence, I should say, in the route to market and how a technology will be commercialized. Or we use ad hoc where, for example, there's a mature technology, but where the competition for space is lower. So, for example, where I'm dealing with the cable sector, we use an ad hoc process for that because there's bigger drivers for decision making when a international cable, for example, could be required. And there's this lower competition for the physical space on the seabed. The other option that we have is leasing rounds. This is a defined time-bound system or approach whereby we give the market the same opportunity to apply within a framework or a window. We use this where there's confidence in technology, where there's a very clear route to market, and where we're seeing competition being demonstrated. So the current process that we have for waiving title is an ad hoc process where developers can come to us for projects up to the scale of 30 megawatts. That process has been in place now for about 7 years, and we think it's been incredibly successful and supportive to the developers as they have gone through a tricky time in the UK where there's not been clear policy and not been consistent route to market. We've seen, therefore, about 2 applications per year where developers have been able to source investment and funding to carry forward development at risk. However, we're now looking to the future. We're now in a very different position. I'll talk to you about the success of the technologies in a moment. But we are seeing that proven success of technology at the first array scale for tidal power. There's a definite drive for growth in the sector. There's the definite requirement for meeting ambitions for deployment, and the Marine Energy Council, which is an industry body, has set a target for 1 gigawatt of deployment in the 2030s. And in Scotland, we have the Draft Energy Strategy and Transition Plan and the Just Transition Plan, which is in consultation phases at the moment. So Scottish Government are specifically seeking feedback on the development ambition that they should set for these sectors. So where does the appetite for marine energy come from in Scotland? So the first is really, well, it actually goes back longer than 2019, but the foundations of it really today are the Climate Change Act 2019, where Scotland commits to net zero emissions of all greenhouse gases by 2045. Scotland is also committed to a just transition. Just transition being the new opportunity for workers to move from the existing energy sector in Scotland to the new renewable energy sectors that are growing. The University of Edinburgh has also commissioned some work recently where the research has indicated, has started to provide clear evidence, I should say, what we have predicted as a sector for some time, that there is real value in the predictability and of having an energy mix. So the research has shown that where you incorporate wave and tidal energy and trying to reach these net zero targets, we're seeing an overall cost reduction for the industry as a whole, for the sector for Scotland to reach net zero. The costs are reduced, and the amount of CO2, the greenhouse gas emissions, to achieve those targets is also reduced. The last is that we have this huge natural resource as an island. We have significant wave resource and tidal resource around the UK. So progress, test centres. We definitely believe that we have some of the best test centres in the world at the moment. But we are really, really delighted to see that more test centres are popping up all over the world. The more people working and putting their hearts and minds into marine energy, we believe will help. But the facilities that we have blade test facilities at Edinburgh, University of Edinburgh called Fast Blade. We have the flow wave tank, which is the beautiful circular tank that you can see in the bottom. And up at EMEC, we have the very well-established wave and tidal sites that provide off-grid testing, but also on-grid testing if that's required. And EMEC has tested more machines than anywhere else in the world. We're also seeing hydrogen facilities start to be generated and tested up at EMEC. They've got the Surf and Turf project, as well as a hydrogen production plant up at EDAY. There's significant learnings coming from this with combining technologies, and I'll talk about that later. We're also seeing development in Wales and England, which we're delighted about. So the Morley demonstration zone is moving at pace, as well as the development of their new Meta test site. In England, the Perpetuous Tidal Energy Centre is also showing great progress, and we look forward to seeing deployments there. The progress for wave energy converters has really, in the UK, been pinned around Wave Energy Scotland, which is a programme set up by Scottish Government. It was a competitive programme to drive the best designed possible for power takeoff systems, structural materials, control systems, quick connections, and overall novel wave energy converters. As a result of this programme that's been run since 2015, we've seen scale machines go in the water and successfully be tested. Tidal energy converters have reached a higher level of what we call technology readiness level. So where wave energy converters are still at scale testing, tidal energy converters are a slightly higher level because we're seeing them test at full scale. Some examples of this are the Nova machine on the left-hand side. So they've had 4 100 kilowatt machines installed at the Shetland site for 6 years. And we're excited to see that they've got 2 new machines going in this year. Magellanes and Monesto in the centre, you can see, have had successful deployments as well. Orbital Marine Energy, with their SR2000, they achieved over 3 gigawatt hours of operation from just 1 year of deployment of that machine. And we were really excited to see the deployment of the next generation model come out of Dundee just last year. But up at the Maygen site, we've seen the most success. This project with 4 1.5 megawatt turbines has achieved just recently over 50 gigawatt hours of operational generation. This is more power than all of the other turbines, wave and tidal, put together around the rest of the world. This project is up in the Pentland Firth, and on the bottom right-hand corner, I've put a little table. That little table really looks insignificant, but it demonstrates the big next steps for this sector. So this is the results of the very first Contracts for Difference round, which incorporated a ring fence for tidal stream projects. The Contracts for Difference process is the route to market, is the subsidy mechanism for renewable energy in the UK. It's a really successful process that has driven competition and reduction in costs in commercialised technologies. However, it's been incredibly difficult for tidal stream to enter and compete. Therefore, in allocation round 4, there was a ring fence put in place which allowed these 4 projects to enter, compete and win contracts. So Orbital has 2 sites, both up in Orkney. Magellanes has a single site, and this Maygen project has an extension of their project in the Pentland Firth as well. So this is really demonstrating the very first steps of commercial deployment for us in the UK. So some of the opportunities that marine energy is demonstrating at the moment, some of the market areas. So there's the multi-megawatt scale, which is talked about most often at the moment. We're seeing more and more opportunities and discussions around local energy systems. So remote island communities, powering aquaculture, off-grid applications such as diesel generator replacement and data centres. But as well as these, we're seeing the emergence of solution-based and remote power, so oil and gas electrification, monitoring, powering of AUVs or ROVs, and potentially powering buoys and ocean observation equipment. We do hear now and again about co-location with wind, particularly for wave. I've heard that idea come and go over the years. Often people think it's a good idea and then research it and it doesn't necessarily progress. But I am a big advocate as well of timing. Sometimes you need to give ideas another consideration in a few years because something else may have changed. So we keep it on the list as one of the potential market areas for deployment. I wanted to just focus a little bit on local energy systems and why this is really important for Scotland in particular. We sometimes talk about whole energy systems now as well, a slightly larger scale, because it's difficult to distinguish now or think just solely about power generation. It's important to think about power generation, how that supply is going to work, who the customer is, and therefore where that demand is coming from. We're seeing a lot more private wires, power purchase agreements going in place from large companies who have significant power demands, and particularly for green energy in sectors like data center. But also we're seeing that in smaller locations where we're seeing the interest from distilleries, for example, in Scotland, who are interested in routes to decarbonisation. There's also the increasing demand from things like electric vehicle charging plants and battery storage. So battery storage projects is something that we are seeing increase in the UK as well. So this expansion of value in understanding a complete energy mix and the predictability of tidal is creating a new market. So as these projects grow, I'd just like to say thank you and emphasise how excited I am about this development. We're seeing huge growth at the moment in Scotland and the UK in both of these areas. But what we want to see next is the continued support for wave energy converters and the opportunity for them to continue proving and scaling up the machines and developing those market opportunities. Similarly for tidal energy converters, but we also want to see machines deployed, the increased number of machines deployed, so that costs can come down. The most recent Catapult, Offshore Renewable Energy Catapult report that was produced indicates that if a gigawatt of deployment is installed and operated, we will see a significant cost reduction that could be competitive in the market today. Obviously, to get there, we want to see supportive policy, good planning in place, and from my perspective, appropriate leasing activity. I think one of the messages that I would want to give today is that it's important that that capacity deployment can happen anywhere in the world for us to start to see cost reduction and, most importantly, confidence from investors, in what is predictable power generation.
Anyway, the first of our New Zealand updates is Blue Float Energy. Nathan here is the country manager, and they are a nimble and fast-growing offshore wind developer, but I'm sure Nathan's going to tell you all about it, so I won't do his presentation for him. Please join me welcoming Nathan.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, everybody. Great to see so many people here to listen to and talk about a topic I'm really passionate about, being offshore wind here in New Zealand. Thanks very much to VT and Ara Ake for coordinating such a great event and putting together a wonderful program. And I'm very pleased to give you an update on behalf of Blue Float Energy and our partners here in New Zealand, Elemental Group. Apologies. Okay, so we've been working here in New Zealand with Elemental Group since early 2021. And I guess the strength of our partnership is our complementary skill sets. Blue Float with expertise in global offshore wind, and Elemental with a really strong record of delivering and working on energy projects here in New Zealand. We aim to accelerate decarbonisation efforts in New Zealand through the deployment of offshore wind, and in doing so encourage new industrial and economic activity whilst leaving enduring community benefits for the areas and regions within which we work. As part of our development principles, we've got a really strong focus on both partnerships and collaboration. That includes with iwi, with other developers, and with local industry. And that'll be a core focus of the way we take forward our development in the coming years as our projects mature. Importantly, we're not here just to develop a couple of projects discreetly. We're really passionate about helping to build and mature an offshore wind industry in New Zealand. And to give you some examples, in 2021 we published a report with Energy Estate, Moana, which really focused on how New Zealand's supply chains and workforces can take advantage of this opportunity with offshore wind to transition into the future and create long-term economic and employment benefits. We're very proud to sponsor the social procurement category at the Energy Excellence Awards, and we're recent signatories to the Procure Taranaki Charter. Okay, so Blue Float Energy is headquartered in Europe, and we now have a large pipeline of offshore wind developments around the globe in excess of 20 gigawatts. We are a reasonably young company, but growing very fast, and we've put together a team with outstanding offshore wind energy experience in our headquarters, matched with local development expertise in the markets in which we operate. We are backed by 547 and Quantum Energy Partners, which bring significant financial backing to our group, as well as decades of experience in the energy sector. Elemental Group is a very proud Taranaki-based business developing projects and providing services in the energy sector. And like many of us, with a legacy in New Zealand's conventional offshore and onshore energy sector, since 2014 they've now been increasingly focused in renewables, both in New Zealand and globally. And as you can imagine, this group of passionate people are very excited about the opportunity that offshore wind brings to the transition that Taranaki's energy economy will need to go through in coming years. Even though it's very early days for us in our development cycle here in New Zealand, we've put together what I think is a really outstanding team. And here are some faces that you'll see around the room over the next couple of days, which is our leadership team here. So please don't be a stranger, come and say hello. And I'm very happy to say that a majority of our team is based right here in Taranaki. And so it's great to see that already in the very early stages of this nascent industry, some of those employment benefits are starting to flow through to local communities. We're really committed to offshore wind here in New Zealand, and I'm happy to say that we'll be continuing to grow the team further later this year. So we've announced two projects so far in Aotearoa, the first one being right here on the doorstep in South Taranaki. This project is a 900 megawatt bottom fixed development. We've intentionally located it more than 20 kilometres offshore so that our turbines are being constructed outside of the marine reserve that sort of traverses all the way down the west coast of the North Island. This site is blessed with really high quality winds, and as we've talked about and will continue to talk about for the next couple of days, provides a great opportunity for Taranaki's currently very strong offshore energy sector to transition into a green economy in the future. This project will power more than 400,000 New Zealand homes, create around 600 jobs, many of which will be long-term employment opportunities during the operations phase. We're aiming to take a very transparent approach to the way in which we engage with the communities in which we operate, and we completely acknowledge that visual amenity is an important issue for people who live and work around the coast. When someone comes up to you and says, well, what does a 300 metre tall turbine look like 20 k's offshore? It's kind of pretty hard to picture what that looks like. So we've taken the guesswork out of that, and we've matched together some panoramic photos taken by a local photographer on a number of South Taranaki beaches with a pretty strong mathematical engine in the background to create these real-life visual simulations. And you can jump onto our website, have a look at them. This shows exactly what our 900 megawatt development would look like in that location I showed you before. And you can put yourself on various beaches along the South Taranaki coastline, daytime or nighttime, and see exactly what that will look like for you. The second of our two projects is just up the coast in the mighty Waikato and also bordering on South Auckland. Again, we've decided to locate this project more than 20 kilometres offshore to avoid that same marine reserve I mentioned earlier. But importantly, one of the very unique features of offshore wind is the ability to locate significant amounts of generation very close to large load centres. And that's an important feature of our Waikato project, located near to a very strong part of the national grid and close to the large load centre that is Auckland. More than a gigawatt in our development plans in this area, and again, significant ongoing employment and economic opportunities will be created in this region. So in the last couple of minutes, we were asked to talk a little bit about what we saw as being some of the key enablers and barriers for offshore wind here in Aotearoa. And I'd like to take a positive spin on that and focus on the enablers, because I certainly believe that there aren't any barriers that we can't overcome. And the first one relates to regulatory certainty. We obviously had the MB discussion paper on the interim regulatory framework published late last year. I'd really like to commend the MB team for the quality of the work they've undertaken here, and it certainly gives us a great deal of confidence going forward. We obviously also look forward to seeing what the permanent long-term O&M framework will look like, and we look forward to seeing that discussion paper later this year. One point I'd just like to reiterate is one of timing. Certainty of the framework itself is key, but certainty of timing of its implementation is also very important. I think we all know that implementing new primary legislation with an election going on in the background can create some time and some uncertainty. And so I'd certainly encourage those involved to think of ways to provide more near-term certainty about how that interim framework can be implemented. Clearly, all of the developers are continuing to invest ahead of that, but naturally, until such time as a feasibility permit regime is in place, that level of investment will be constrained. The next enabler I'd like to talk about is long-term targets. As I've mentioned already, we're really passionate believers in the capability that Aotearoa's supply chains and workforce can bring in the offshore wind value chain to really maximise those long-term benefits here in New Zealand. But of course, most of those benefits can't be derived without investment, either time in training people, buying plant and equipment, etc. And it's very difficult for a business to go out and justify that investment if they only see one or two projects on the horizon. Many other countries around the world are tackling this problem by putting in place quite ambitious long-term targets, and I've given an example there of the North Seas Energy Cooperation, where a number of countries in Northern Europe have essentially committed to developing certain amounts of capacity of offshore wind by 2030, 2040, 2050. And of course, this sends really strong signals to local businesses, supply chains, workers to invest in and get ready for that opportunity. And it really maximises the local benefits that those countries will derive from implementing an offshore wind energy industry. We're really confident that we can follow a same model here in New Zealand, provided those incentives are in place. And we think, given the geographic location of New Zealand and the size of the market, they would provide a really strong signal to local businesses. The next enabler is supporting infrastructure, and here I'm really thinking primarily about transmission networks and ports. I think we've already heard today the importance that port infrastructure can play in the offshore wind sector. There's a little photo with a few of us down at Port Taranaki a couple of weeks ago. We had one of our port experts out from Europe doing an assessment of various ports around New Zealand. And what we found is that New Zealand has a really great base from which to build from, but significant investment will be required. Of course, upgrading a port or upgrading a transmission infrastructure is a significant project in its own right, and those things need to start early. We're certainly not suggesting here today that the government needs to pay for and bear the cost of that. That will ultimately be borne by the industry through transmission charges and port charges. But there's a really positive role the government can play in initiating those investments, getting them started early to ensure that they don't become critical path items in the overall delivery timetable. Just in one final minute, the final enabler that I was going to talk about is offtake regimes. We heard today about CFDs in the context of wave and tidal energy, and we think they can potentially play an important role for offshore wind as well. Wholesale power prices in New Zealand today are somewhere in the range of $150 to $200 a megawatt hour, significantly higher than the cost of building new generation. What does that tell you? We're not building enough. That's in the context of also needing to build between now and 2050 another 500 megawatts each and every year of new green power just to make some modest decarbonisation efforts in process heat and transport. If you take a more ambitious approach and aim to use power-to-X opportunities to decarbonise even harder to abate sectors, the need for new green power is going to be significantly higher. CFD or similar offtake regimes de-risk projects, provide cheaper financing, and of course bring significant volumes of new power to market, thereby reducing wholesale prices, encouraging broader economic activity, and sending the right incentives for electrification as a means for decarbonisation of our broader economy. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to seeing you over the next couple of days and happy to take some questions.
Good job, Nathan. You've actually done a very good job. You've anticipated one of the questions, so we're not going to ask that. But quite a lot of people are interested. What other ecological considerations need to be on the agenda besides the distance from marine reserves?
Sure. So I guess common ecological considerations for offshore wind projects include seabirds, sea mammal life. There are also various benthic species and communities that need to be assessed. And so, as is common in the offshore wind industry, we will undertake a thorough and robust environmental monitoring program leading up to our consenting process. That will be based on scientific evidence as well as input from iwi and other local communities about the species in these regions. That will ultimately inform an environmental impact assessment, a mitigation plan, and will also inform the way we develop our projects.
And sort of related to that, Colin Bell's interested to know whether it's too early to designate areas of interest for offshore wind, given that we are now moving towards designated 30% of oceans as reserves.
Yeah, so interestingly in the MB discussion paper, 3 zones of interest were already identified, South Taranaki, Waikato and Southland. I think we would advocate for an open door policy that was discussed earlier already in the context of Denmark. So in the early stages of the industry, allowing developers to really lead where they see the opportunities we see as being appropriate. We don't necessarily think it's necessary to declare certain items of the sea as being offshore wind dedicated right now. New Zealand is blessed with an enormous exclusive economic zone, 15 times its landmass. And so there's plenty of space out there for everyone, we believe, if done responsibly.
Beautiful. Nice echo of the renewable energy zone argument we've been having on land recently. Right, final one, sort of local question. Will access, sailing, boating and fishing, to the wind farm area of the Tasman Sea be restricted in any way?
Yeah, so every country takes a different approach to exclusion zones, but I think it's fair to say that commonly, recreational and smaller vessels can certainly sort of traverse in between wind turbines. Given the size they are now, they're a kilometre or more apart, so there's plenty of space out there. There will, of course, be cables along the seabed floor, so commercial trawling activity, for example, is likely to be problematic, but taking a small recreational boat out may not be a problem. We'll have to wait and see where the government lands in terms of safety regulations around exclusion zones.
Yeah, there was a lovely piece in The Economist, I think it was last month, about a tiny little emerging tourism industry in the North Sea, where some enterprising guy is now doing boat trips out to go and see the offshore wind farms.
Absolutely.
So you never know, there may be new economic development there. Great job, Nathan. Big round of applause, everybody, particularly to Nathan for staying to time. Thank you very much. Right, so we'll keep you guessing on the flow with the agenda. We're not going to do all of it now. We are going to keep going with our domestic updates. So our second domestic update is from Copenhagen Offshore Partners. So Giacomo is our Senior Development Manager. Where's he? Oh, you're there. That's very good. I think most of you probably know who COP are, but it says here they're a world leader in the development and construction of offshore wind projects with a track record of successfully taking projects through the most difficult phases. And they've got a 50 gigawatt portfolio of projects in many countries, including Aotearoa, New Zealand. So, Giacomo, I'll let you go. So, again, if you could try and come into land about 5 minutes before the end of your 15 minutes, we'll clear the Slido. So people are worried where their questions have gone. They've gone. If you ask a question about a previous speaker, it's not relevant anymore, so we wipe the slate. Somebody suggested you could try and ask you the question in your own name rather than being anonymous. That's really a matter for you and your conscience, and I think you need to look yourself in the eye and ask whether you're happy asking anonymous questions or whether you want to vote for anonymous people's questions. We'll see what happens there. Anyway, over to you.
Kia ora koutou, e mihi ana ki te maunga o Taranaki, ko Giacomo toku ingoa, ko Kalefi toku ingoa whānau, tēnā koutou katoa. Giacomo Kalefi, I'm representing today, let's see if I manage this, the partnership of the New Zealand Super Fund and Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. I think most people are probably familiar with the New Zealand Super Fund. CIP have a couple of projects up here. We are world leaders really in the development of offshore wind farms. We pride ourselves really in going all the way from early development all the way to operation. My screen here disappeared, so I'll be looking up there. I have a few examples here of some of our offshore wind farms around the world at various stages of development. Star of the South up there. We're very honored to have some of the brilliant minds behind Star of the South, Andy and Peter over there. Yeah, great, very important project for us as well, because since the beginning, Star of the South has been seen as really the one that will drag the New Zealand offshore wind industry as well. Top left corner we have, top right corner we have Vineyard Wind in the US, first US commercial size wind farm, and then we have Shangfang Shidao in Taiwan. And Weyamat in Germany is an operational 400 megawatt wind farm that has been operating since 2017, if I'm correct. Just a couple of points about the project that we're looking at for Aotearoa, 1 gigawatt, potentially 2 gigawatts, South Taranaki, so similar to the many maps that you will see today, actually. Yeah, that would be 1 gigawatt would be up to 70 offshore wind turbines. We're looking at 15 megawatt machines, which is sort of the standard that's being looked at nowadays. Probably go a bit faster so we can get to the 5-minute questions. These projects are pretty big, as you can imagine, so they require quite a big team. Even though we're in this sort of early feasibility stage, we're already, the team is growing quite comprehensively. At the helm are New Zealand Super Fund and CIP coming together through a steering committee that really regulates most of how the project develops. Many of you have seen this image often because I must have shown it at least 10 times in previous presentations. What I really wanted is to focus on that first blob there. So let's see, feasibility and development. We always say 3 to 5 years, but what happens in those 3 to 5 years? Really here, there's 2 big milestones that we're looking at. One is this feasibility license, and the second is financial close. So before the feasibility license, there's a lot of activities happening, and I will talk about those in a minute. But really, feasibility license is when we press the all go on a lot of the larger cost items. All those activities that need to line up all the way to financial close, so that we know that we're working on a project that is feasible, that makes commercial sense. So just picking up a couple of those, as you can imagine, wind monitoring, we need to make sure that our resource is exactly what we need, and we're fairly sure that it will be pretty good in South Taranaki. And then we have the likes of environmental monitoring, which can easily be a 2-3 year campaign, so that we make sure that we get all the data that we need on marine mammals, seabirds, and so on. Then we will have, for example, geophysical, geotechnical. We need to understand what kind of soil we are plugging our turbines into. And then down at the bottom, we have some of the more nuanced sides, I guess. So global procurement, once we've decided that it's a good project, that we have all our fancy engineering designs, we need to get all the components in. And that's going to be a big deal, and you will hear a lot about that in the next couple of days. Offtake is the other big one. Once we're sure that the project makes sense, we need to know who buys our electricity, right? So these are all work streams that happen mostly in parallel. Some are dependent on the previous ones, but this is just to give a feel for why are we looking at that long feasibility stage, because there's a lot that needs to happen. These are some of the activities that we've carried on so far. So the project has been running in earnest for roughly a year now. And these are probably some of the things that we're most proud of in terms of achievements. So that floating LiDAR, the top in the middle, is a wind monitoring device. It was supposed to go into the water last September. Unfortunately, it's a bit delayed. We're looking now at June. Global supply chain, again, remember that it also got caught into that. But it's going strong. Industry capability mapping is really this mapping of what the workforce in Taranaki can already achieve and how easy it will be to achieve this transition. You will hear more on that tomorrow by David Hunt of Concept, who ran the study for us. Environmental monitoring, we started doing a bit of gathering of as much environmental data on South Taranaki as we can have. And that really provides, okay, this is what we know, where do we need to fill the gaps? So that's the next step of monitoring that will be happening going ahead. Oh, the screen is back. Port Taranaki is going to be another big item that we will be talking about, and we're about to kick off a study to look at what capabilities does the port have currently. Let's say how many blades can we actually store on the quayside, and what kind of work will be required to ramp it up to service, for example, 1 gigawatt or 2 gigawatts, or concurrent developers developing in South Taranaki. Last two slides, I wanted to focus on a couple of these topics that are the hot topics at the moment. So global supply chain, you will hear a lot about it and about how we will need to get all these large components into the country. But there's also another element, which is part of the global supply chain is brains, right? Consultancies. There's only so many consultants around the world that work on offshore wind, and some of them have to be attracted over to this side of the world. So CIP works with this network model where we have a bit of a constellation of consultants all over the world, and in many cases it's exclusive agreements for consultancy. So it's a pretty good model that allows us to activate a lot of this thinking, of this brain power quite easily. So there will need to be more and more of this, realizing what the global supply chain actually means. It's not just components, it's also designing these things. And then lastly, and I'll wrap up with this one, hopefully we're on time. Big shout out to the MB team, because this discussion paper that is out there has definitely gone much faster than most other jurisdictions. So we're very happy with how the work is progressing. As you can imagine, as developers, strong support from our side on the permitting approach or the developer-led. We really think that at least for the first offshore wind farms, that absolutely makes sense. Put the risk where it's best managed with the developers at this stage. That doesn't mean that collaboration is off the cards. It's absolutely a matter of injecting as much collaboration as it makes sense into a developer-led approach. So that's what we're advocating, what we think makes sense. Those criteria, effectiveness, certainty, and timeliness on how to evaluate policy, absolutely, again, makes sense. Certainty of investment, probably key, because if you don't have investment, this whole industry is not going to happen. We do see value in tying in with the energy strategy that is upcoming, I think scheduled for 2024 or 25, because, for example, if that energy strategy starts setting targets for offshore wind for the country, that's a big indicator to, for example, OEMs around the world on how seriously are we taking this opportunity. And then lastly, the discussion paper asks what type of involvement should Maori have. First of all, we think that it's probably best for iwi and Maori to comment on this. From our point of view, we're tackling this as we absolutely think that it makes sense for Maori to be partners in projects like this. There's a lot of equity opportunities in these really large and valuable projects. Maori are the kaitiaki of the taiao, so they really need to be the ones who guide us towards what to look at and what to not necessarily look at. And then the last one is just a bit of a personal reflection. Sometimes it feels a bit like there's a paradigm where things like renewable energy or concepts like renewable energy come from outside and are just presented to Maori, and we're just asking yes or no. The reality, I think, is probably very different. I like to imagine a future where Maori have evaluated renewable energy and offshore wind in their own terms, with their own sort of worldview from Te Ao Maori, and we kind of all agree that this is a good idea, this is a good project, this is a good way forward, and we just all do it together. And I think that's me. Hopefully that was in time.
Very good. And again, you've done a very good job anticipating some of the questions. So our second most popular question from Anonymous, somebody still needs to get with the programme, is about how Copenhagen sees their role partnering with iwi and related communities.
Yep.
So you've talked a little bit about that, but not specifically about what you're doing.
Yep. Yeah, sure. So we've been talking to iwi since last year. So we started talking with the iwi of South Taranaki, sort of moving from who are the iwi who are probably more directly, let's say, affected by projects like this. But the idea is that eventually, certainly, there will be a discussion that will happen with iwi in Taranaki in general, and then, to be honest, with iwi in the country, because this is a national, it's going to be a national interest project. The lines along which we've been discussing are the ones that I just mentioned. So there's an element of let's co-design a lot of these environmental studies, for example. Iwi and South Taranaki have a much better understanding of the environment than we do. We know how to build offshore wind farms. They know what South Taranaki is like. So let's put those two together. And then there's the whole commercial partnership side of things. So, we're very open to equity participation. That's a very real thing. Obviously, these are big projects with very big budgets. So there's a discussion on how what that equity looks like. But these are all discussions that we've been having for the last year or so.
Beautiful. Next question is from, allegedly from Stuart Mullin. There's no blue tick. Maybe we should sell Twitter blue ticks.
The real Stuart Mullin.
Verify the real Stuart Mullin. But I think it's probably you, Stuart. So Stuart says, with many developers competing for projects in the same space, it's just disappeared. What are the opportunities for you developers to collaborate together to avoid consultation fatigue?
To avoid consultation fatigue. A lot of the collaboration opportunities, certainly in these early stages. There's a lot of studies that it absolutely doesn't make sense that we all go out and do independently. The Port Taranaki study we're doing in collaboration with Blue Float, for example, and again, it makes sense. Let's pool resources where we can. Obviously, there will be a point where yes, we're all looking at the same areas. There will be a point of competition. So is that collaboration easy? At the moment, yes. In the future, maybe a little bit more complicated, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Beautiful. Nice way to finish it. So please join me in thanking Waikomo again.
Thank you. Can I go down this way?
Yeah, why not? So it's a fluid environment, as you know, including for me with the agenda. So even though I led you to expect there were only going to be 2 of these before lunch, apparently there are going to be 3, which could also be a surprise to Peter Spencer, who thought he was about to sit down and eat his lunch. But in fact, he's now going to do the 3rd of our quick-fire domestic introductions. So Peter's the country manager for Park Wind. So Park Wind is originally Belgian, so they've been around for about 10 years. And, you can tell everyone a bit more about it rather than me. How about that? And you've got to finish within 10 minutes.
Yes, I'll
Great.
try my best. The big button, I suppose. How does this thing work? So I may as well jump in. So e taranaki te maunga ka mihi, e na iwi katoa o Taranaki na mihi, e na mana whenua te awa ka mihi, ko Peter Spencer toko ingoa. I am the representative of Parkwind in Aotearoa. So I'll talk a little bit about myself and then Parkwind and then a bit about what we want to do in New Zealand. So, my background is I live in Wellington. I'm based in Wellington. I am an engineer by trade. I've worked in the offshore wind industry for over 15 years. I went to Denmark in 2007 and I started working for a Danish engineering company who was specialized in the design of this kind of stuff, offshore infrastructure for offshore wind farms. And it was actually through that job that I first met Parkwind. Parkwind was an early developer, and we ended up designing 4 of the 5 offshore substations which Parkwind has installed to date.
So yeah, when they approached me and asked me if I wanted to take on this role in New Zealand, it was a big yes. So no, they were a great company to work with, and yeah, enjoyable projects. So yeah, Parkwind is a Belgian company which it develops, it finances, and it operates offshore wind farms. So we do everything right across the life cycle. Everything we develop with the intention to own it and operate it right to the end. So we have about 770 megawatts of installed capacity. That is spread between Belgium, and we've actually just built a new offshore wind farm in Germany, which has just started exporting power. So Parkwind as a company, the origins started in 2000 when there was a Dutch project company which acquired the rights to build the first wind farm in the Belgian sector of the North Sea. That company went bankrupt, and so our owners, the Colruyt Group, decided overnight basically that they wanted to jump in, buy that company, and then finish their work. And it was from there that Parkwind was born. And yeah, pretty much since then, since 2010, we've built a new offshore wind farm every couple of years. So as a company, we have our main office is in Leuven, which is just on the outskirts of Brussels. We have satellite offices in our O&M bases, which are in Belgium, the port city of Ostend, and then another one in Germany, which has just been created. And then we also have an office in Ireland, which is where we have a couple of projects in late development stage there. So Parkwind as a team, we're about 150 people. I work now with the business development team, which is quite small. It's about 10 guys. The rest of the 150 is all the guys who are actually managing the physical development of these projects and also operating the park. So it's also our O&M people. So yeah, Parkwind is controlled by Belgian shareholders, the Colruyt family, or the Colruyt Group. And the Colruyt Group is well known for being a retailer, a leading retailer in Belgium. It has over 30,000 employees. And within the group, we also have a number of other renewable energy companies. So Parkwind, our niche is offshore wind, but we have other sister companies who develop onshore renewables. So that is onshore wind, it is solar, and it is hydro. An important thing you could say with the Colruyt Group is they really mean sustainability. So they kind of drive it through all of their businesses. So for us as Parkwind, an example of this is we are currently building our second generation of crew transfer vessels. Crew transfer vessels are the boats which take our guys out to service our wind farms. The new generation, these ones we're building, are hydrogen powered. And the idea behind that is basically we want to decarbonize our O&M activities. So that's certainly not an easy thing to do because these boats didn't exist. We couldn't buy them, so we had to build them. The refueling infrastructure to support these boats doesn't exist either, so we're building that as well. So I guess what you can say about the Colruyt Group is when they mean sustainability, when they say sustainability, they mean it, and they put their money where their mouth is. And they're also not afraid to jump in themselves and break the whole chicken and the egg circle. So in terms of experience and expertise, yeah, we've been in the game. We've been building for at least 10 years. We've built 5 offshore wind farms. We do everything from project development, so the early stage stuff, which has just been mentioned. We do financing. The way we typically finance offshore wind farms is that we will balance sheet finance the development costs. When we get to financial close, we will then seek project financing. And we have good relationships with a whole bunch of lenders, lending institutions. And what we've seen is that there's big appetite on the market to invest in our projects. The one we've just built in Germany was massively oversubscribed, so a lot more people wanted to lend money for the CapEx build than we actually needed. In terms of O&M, so yeah, we have 5 offshore wind farms in operation at the moment, mostly in Belgium, but some in Germany. And in terms of offshore infrastructure, that is 5 offshore substations. It is over 230 installed wind turbines, and then hundreds of kilometers of cabling offshore. So for New Zealand, our ambition is to build between 500 megawatts and a gigawatt, operational by 2032. We're looking all over New Zealand, but our primary area of interest is the South Taranaki EEZ. So that's a long-term goal. The short-term goals for this year, we want to form a strategic partnership with a good local company. So the company we're looking to establish with will be a company who can be an active partner in the project development. So have people that can help actively build the project. And it will be a partner who has complementary skill sets to what we have. Our niche is offshore. What we need is a company that can help with the New Zealand-specific onshore stuff. We also want to contribute to the development of the framework. We want to establish strong relationships with iwi and other local communities. We also want to expand our team. So if anybody out there wants to come work in this space, then come have a chat. So in terms of key barriers and enablers, a lot of this stuff has been canvassed. So yeah, we see supply chain as being a major thing. The problem with New Zealand is that we're going to be competing for this stuff, and other markets, I think, are going to be able to pay more for this stuff than we can for projects here. So yeah, it will be a challenge. That's part of the reason we're looking at developing next decade as opposed to this one. In terms of enablers, yeah, great government support. Thank you. Please keep that up. Yeah, viable route to market will be an enabler and a challenge for New Zealand. We have a pretty immature PPA market, so that will have to be worked on if that's going to be a valid way. CFDs, if there is a support mechanism put forward, then that would be great. And then, of course, there is the potential for hydrogen offtake and hydrogen derivatives. Yeah, so in terms of recommendations for the regulatory framework, probably the main thing, I'm not going to go through all of these, but the main thing that we want to say is that we're a strong believer in competition. We think competition is very important, and we think it's very important for the country. So our advice would be that whatever this new framework is, that it's a competitive process. The good thing about competition is that it means that the best project proposals will be successful, and it also creates value for New Zealand through competitive pricing. So certainly shouldn't be a first come, first serve type thing. In terms of the framework, I think we take maybe a little bit of a different view to other developers. Our encouragement is actually, we don't see the point in rushing it unduly. Take the necessary time to engage with communities, mana whenua, mana moana, make sure they're involved in the process. As a developer, we have a long-term view on this stuff, so we want to own this asset in New Zealand for 30, 40 years. We would rather have that the time be spent now to make sure that it benefits the industry in the long term. Yeah, so other things. We think it's very important, health and safety. Working in New Zealand offshore environment is going to be extreme. It's going to be very dangerous. You just need to talk to the oil and gas guys about that, about what they do. But as a company, health and safety is number one for us in our operational activities. So I think whenever the government comes to screen parties looking to work here, they need to look at the health and safety track record, and they should have a demonstrated long-term good record. And I think New Zealanders would also expect that of anyone given a license to operate here. Also, technical and financial competence is super important, because if you can't do what you're proposing to do, if you don't have the technical expertise, if you don't have the money to do it, then it can end up being a real mess. Yeah, and also, offshore wind, I think, has a great opportunity to enable iwi participation. That's something which certainly that we are looking to do, and when we engage with iwi, we're going to be asking how they would like to engage with us and what role they could form. Other thing, certain pitfalls that we think that the regulations should avoid. One thing is land banking, so make sure that any developer who applies for a permit, they actually submit some kind of program schedule, and you make sure that they stick to it, and if they don't, move them along. Other thing would be solo developer dependency. If you only have one developer in the race, then number one, you don't create a competitive environment. And number two, if that developer doesn't deliver for whatever reason, maybe they're overcommitted in other markets, who knows, then you lose everything. So we think it's good for New Zealand to have a few different developers in the race, so you're more likely to realize something. Financial auctions, we're not a big fan of those. Am I running out of time? Yeah, sorry. All right, I could talk for hours on this stuff. So I'll leave it there, but if you want to talk to anything about anything, come see me.
Very good. I was in such a rush to shut you down, I forgot my microphone. It was almost a disaster. So we had a bunch of questions, and everyone likes the spicy one. Yeah, so the spicy question is that we've heard 3, and you look tiny by comparison with the other 2. The wording on this could do with a bit of attention, Anonymous. What are you doing to make your New Zealand projects viable compared to the other 2 nice presenters?
Well, I mean, I'd say we're not pushing things, so we are actively engaging in the development of the regulatory framework. The idea is that whatever that comes, then we will participate that. I'd say as a company, we're more about actually doing work than talking about it, so we might not be the most, we're not big on making announcements, but we focus on doing the work, and I think what I think will be recognized here is that whoever gets to be successful here should actually be able to walk the talk, and I think we can do that.
And one of the related questions was why are Belgian developers targeted New Zealand when all the other stuff you're doing is in Europe?
So Parkwind is very selective about the markets that we operate in. New Zealand was actually singled out as the first market Parkwind was interested in outside of Belgium. And the reason for that is because New Zealand's quite a small market. We don't think gigawatt scale projects here are going to be the way forward. Parkwind has a niche in doing smaller projects, and we think we're competitively good at that because we do a lot of stuff in-house. So we are quite efficient, and that's why we are looking at a smaller development, which we think will fit into New Zealand's more limited offtake potential. So that's the key reason.
Very good. How are we doing for time? Probably have one more. Now, Sophie's been very patient. She asked a question last time, didn't make the cut, but she did this time. It's a bit different. What are some of the key risks of substations in a marine environment, considering workforce safety skill sets and device/mechanical resilience in salt water?
Oh, there's heaps of risks. That's why, as a company, we like to build our own substations because we've built many on every single one of those. We've learnt new things. And the problem is this stuff, when you put it out there, it needs to work. If it doesn't work, it's very expensive to go back and fix it up. So that's why we take a very active role when we get these things built. We don't go for the cheapest cost option. We go for the option that's going to be the best in the long term. So we spend more money building quality up front. We have guys actually monitoring the construction of these things to make sure that they are fit for purpose in the marine environment. Because the problem with New Zealand is if you need to change a transformer or a crane that's not well spec'd, it's going to cost you a fortune to get a jack-up rig here. So it's really important that it's fit for purpose.
Brilliant. Well, you can do more quizzing over lunch, but maybe just join me thanking.
All right. Thank you.
The good news is we're going to catch up, so we're going to go back to our international perspective. And then we're going to finish our tiki tour round our New Zealand developers. And then we're going to move into our New Zealand innovators. So we're sort of bringing the funnel in before we have our Paramanawa. So the third time I've introduced him, our next speaker is Oliver Davey, who's a senior maritime engineer with Arup. Can we see Oliver? Yes. Oliver, can you see us? Yes, that's good.
Yes, I can.
So, Oliver,
Thank
you
very
are
much.
going to have half an hour, and I would like it very much if you could try and bring your presentation into land about 10 minutes before the end. So if you can try and speak for about 20 minutes. In the meantime, everyone in the room has been trained on how to use Slido. So they're going to be composing the best and most perceptive questions about the Australian offshore renewable energy market and its relevance to New Zealand. And with that, I would just like to hand over to you.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. And apologies again for the technical difficulties, and also for not being able to have been there with all of you in person today. But yeah, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to present to you all. By way of, I guess, a brief introduction, I'm Oliver Davey, Senior Ports and Maritime Engineer, sitting within Arup's Sydney office and the maritime team here. We've obviously offices over in New Zealand as well, in Wellington and Auckland, and we work together a lot with our energy teams, both here internationally and within New Zealand. I've got around sort of 8 years experience in maritime ports and infrastructure development, and for the last sort of 6 years been heavily working in the offshore wind space in those years. So hopefully can bring some useful insights to your forum today. So this afternoon, I'll try and take you through a whistle-stop tour of sort of the current status of Australia in the offshore wind sort of space, and try and cover some of the main opportunities and challenges, both with respect to the supply chain and the infrastructure as well. I'll start with an overview of the scale of proposed projects and the wider Australian market, and I'll touch as well a bit about the infrastructure and what's required for localised development within the country. Followed by this, I'll sort of touch on some of the specifics around fixed offshore wind construction ports and a bit around the new exciting floating offshore wind space. And then I'll briefly touch on some of the O&M side, and then look to really cover off around the national interest and the supply chain piece. I'll then try to sort of close out the presentation, covering a bit of the bigger picture sort of market challenges, as well as some of the opportunities for New Zealand, and then sort of ponder on what next. So taking a bit of a bird's eye view of the Australian offshore wind market, so the first declared offshore wind zone, as I'm sure many of you may have heard, has been down in the Gippsland region, down in the south coast of Victoria. So the Victorian government have undergone a sort of consultation phase and currently published a competitive process for the feasibility licence applications within the Gippsland region. So this is sort of shown in the bottom left, and it's likely to really be dominated by fixed wind projects, so sort of monopile gravity-based structures and jacket foundations. The likely sort of next sort of area of development will be up in sort of New South Wales, where the New South Wales state government and Energy Co have gone out for consultation on the New South Wales Hunter Renewable Energy Zone, and also announced the Illawarra Renewable Energy Zone, which is sort of slightly further down the coast there. And likely that the feasibility sort of license process is anticipated to sort of start later within the year. So it's also expected that Western Australia will follow shortly after. And there's also projects considered within South Australia and Queensland that could obviously form part of the wider national growth of the industry. So as shown on the sort of graph plotted there on the right, there's sort of a large number of proposed projects across the country, which sort of adding all this up, you're looking at around 85 gigawatts, which obviously is a huge number. But obviously not all of these are likely to both obtain feasibility licenses or indeed end up going to financial investment decisions, FID. So having taken some of these assumptions on, I guess, the number of the likely sort of feasibility licenses and I guess the development rate, I guess opportunity really to look at around 40 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2040, which is obviously a very exciting number. So on to a bit of the sort of infrastructure ask, and really there's sort of distinct sort of roles that ports and the infrastructure will play to be able to assist the development of offshore wind. The first being really around that manufacturing and fabrication piece. And then secondly, for the construction, the marshalling, assembly and integration that is required for floating. And then the third sort of, I guess, longer term role is around the operation and maintenance. So the country sort of infrastructure will play obviously a central role both for the construction phase and the operation and maintenance, and these are obviously highly tied to the location of the sites. So to develop really further local content, there's a need to obviously engage the supply chain as well, and to be able to try and develop some fabrication capability, look at opportunities around ports and shipyard facilities to potentially support those earlier phase fabrication opportunities. So now when it comes to sort of projects in Australia, obviously due to be built out over the next sort of end of the decade, there's opportunities to benefit from obviously the increased turbine sizing that's sort of coming online. But with this, there's obviously inherent challenges around these growing sizes of components. Example, see the sort of Mingyang sort of demonstrator turbine, 18 megawatts, the blade length looking at over 128 meters there, which helps to give a bit of perspective. So depending on obviously the sites chosen and selected, and the water depth, metocean conditions and ground conditions, there's obviously a large variable in terms of what foundation options could be used, and obviously implications on both the infrastructure, the logistics, and also the opportunities for the supply chain. So when it comes to the sort of roles, there's important differences obviously in the timing and duration of and nature of these activities. So starting with the fabrication process, there'll typically be around a 2-year period where the major components are being fabricated within the relevant port facilities, be those internationally or developed within country. These are then obviously transshipped to your construction marshalling port, where there'll be a spike of activity for those local ports with the storage of those components during that installation period. These sort of construction services tending to last sort of 2 to 4 years, obviously dependent on the project size, and include obviously a ramp up and ramp down of activity. The third role discussed is obviously around the operation and maintenance, which will require obviously a much longer term agreement with the ports, sort of 20 to 25 years for the development and sort of leasing of the site to warehousing the offices and the control center necessary to operate and maintain the wind farm. So when it comes to sort of fixed offshore wind and construction ports within Australia, there's obviously some key challenges and also opportunities. There's obviously a limited number of ports within the country with sufficient area and also water depth access. This is also obviously exacerbated with the growth of components and resulting sort of higher vessel drafts and footprints. There are also multiple sort of early stage concepts that are being developed within Australia for port developments along the Victorian and also New South Wales coastline. But ultimately, obviously, these requiring sort of significant infrastructure investments to be able to develop the necessary capabilities. So the Port of Hastings has been selected by the Victorian government in their offshore wind implementation statement as their preferred port to support offshore wind construction services. And the Victorian government have committed around 110 million to support the development of that port. And the port is well positioned, really, with respect of the early Gippsland projects to be able to support the build out of the industry. So Arup have been involved in delivering some of the preliminary design as well as the business case for the Port of Hastings, and the port are sort of continuing to progress the development of their chosen site to hopefully be able to support the industry towards the end of the decade. So for fixed wind in Australia, there's sort of a few key challenges and nuances. So with the Australian sort of projects, there's sort of many of these projects are sort of hitting very high sort of project size of 2 gigawatt sort of level. These are obviously much larger than current installed projects within the European market, and will obviously lead to sort of long installation periods and potential need for sort of split campaigns or considering alternative transport installation logistics to enable obviously the scale of these build outs. As mentioned sort of on the earlier slide as well, there's sort of challenges with the vessel sizes and continuing the increase in size of components, leading to larger cranes required and impacting obviously larger vessels and requirements. So the proximity of the Australian market to the international supply chain and obviously the large distances will also add significant transportation costs as well as sort of mobilisation challenges and risks. And sort of in looking at obviously the logistics modelling around the analysis of flow of components with the sort of import and load out, the construction ports will need to consider obviously a balance around the buffer storage to prevent both the undersupply to maintain the utilisation of those highly expensive installation vessels, but without exceeding the capacity of those marshalling ports for storing components. So the next big thing, obviously, for offshore wind that's been talked around is floating wind. And as shown in sort of some of the earlier slides, there's some specific geographies and locations where significantly deeper water will ultimately need to rely on this type of technology. So for floating winds, there's sort of 4 main typologies. So there's semi-submersibles, barges, spar buoys, and tension leg platforms. However, you sort of peel sort of past this, there's over 50 plus different technologies, and these obviously all have their own inherent different forms, and also considering both steel and concrete fabrication. So this obviously poses a sort of multitude of variables and different sort of logistics options. With the sort of exception of the spar buoy, the technology is obviously perceived benefit of being able to carry out the wind turbine integration within the port. This, however, obviously requires sort of long, deep water quays and berths able to handle both multiple floaters as well as transport vessels and provide sort of high capacity crawler cranes or ringer cranes to be able to lift those over 1,000-ton nacelles onto the tower alongside the quay. So as with fixed wind construction ports, there's obviously significant investment required and crucial to be able to sort of unlock an efficient Australian build out of floating wind, particularly up in New South Wales. Despite obviously these sort of heady demands for the wind turbine marshalling and integration, there's also some real opportunities for some smaller ports and infrastructure to benefit with the marshalling and load out of sort of mooring, anchoring systems, and also the inter-array sort of dynamic cable systems required for floating wind. So these ports requiring obviously much lower draft and sort of spatial requirements. As seen with sort of offshore fixed wind, the fleet of vessels for floating wind are limited by both the suitability and number of vessels. For floating wind, this is, I guess, particularly acute. For the semi-submersible vessels able to sort of load out and launch the substructures, with challenges around the sort of sea fastening and the potential overhang on the existing fleet increasing, I guess, with the increasingly large scale of the floating foundations. There's also a limit around the high bollard pull and anchor handling tugs that will inherently sort of limit the tow speeds and weather windows for being able to install these units offshore. So yeah, the drafts and depths of the foundations and the turbines obviously continually increasing as they up the megawatt size of these structures. And it's, I guess, crucial to consider in any infrastructure development the future dredging and development requirements for these facilities. So one major challenge particular to Australia really of floating wind is the significant import air draft as well for that post-turbine integration. Australian ports generally obviously located next to some pretty major cities with international airports, and there's obviously need for ports to obviously engage early and also consider the potential risk and engage with the airports and necessary authorities to try and overcome any challenges there. So over to sort of operation and maintenance. So when it comes to the sort of port infrastructure for O&M bases, there's two, I guess, key main options around the vessel servicing the wind farm that will sort of drive the requirements there. The use of sort of crew transfer vessels or CTVs crucially opens up the opportunity for some shallower ports, but inherently limited by the distance to the sites to enable essentially the technicians to be able to transport to and from the wind farm, carrying out the necessary activities within that sort of 24-hour window. So the sort of other, I guess, key option is around SOVs, service operation vessels, which this model, I guess, allows the vessels to be on site for multiple weeks and lending itself, I guess, to a cluster of larger wind farms, but obviously crucially requiring significantly higher sort of water depths and berth requirements for that operation and maintenance facility. So when it comes to operation and maintenance and sort of location is obviously key. And sort of as highlighted on the earlier slide, this is really crucial to maximize the efficiency of the operations and also provide flexibility around the model used for the project. The trends, I guess, in recent years, looking back over to sort of Europe, has been for obviously an increase in size of both CTVs and SOV vessels. And often sort of in highly, I guess, developed areas, there'll be clustering and build out of sort of O&M hubs and bases to be able to support those multiple wind farms and hopefully offer some efficiencies around common technology providers as well as sort of reduced sort of downtime and high utilization of vessels. There's also been sort of a growth and higher uptake of SOV vessels as the market has been maturing. So as I mentioned earlier, what about manufacturing and fabrication infrastructure? So how does this work and how does this interact with the supply chain? So unlike the construction and operation and maintenance ports, there's obviously major competition from international suppliers that have been able to obviously develop and support the global market. There's obviously currently within Australia limited sort of fabrication capabilities within the major areas to support, I guess, the necessary manufacturing required for offshore wind in Australia. However, there are obviously great opportunities with the view of growing this in the coming years with synergies across sort of historic mining and oil and gas, as well as onshore wind industries that could obviously act as a good stepping stone to develop those local capabilities and engage the local market. So as seen as within sort of the UK and other European markets, there'll be sort of a need for requirements around local content to support, as well as some additional support mechanisms, such as sort of grants, tax relief, such as some of the free port opportunities, as well as incentives to enable both the investment in the infrastructure, but also the attraction of the supply chain to invest in those necessary facilities. In Australia, the development offering has obviously a need for close consultation with sort of national unions, such as the Maritime Union, to enable smooth and sustainable sort of development of the industry within country, but also crucially without sort of choking the supply and the capacity of the industry to develop. So stepping back, what are the sort of major challenges in Australia offshore wind growth? So starting at the root, there's a clear need to have some really clear messaging around government commitment for long-term pipeline to encourage both that investment in the infrastructure, but also hopefully the supply chain to provide other economic benefits. There's also a limited number of obviously tier 1 contractors and vessels globally. So attracting and mobilizing the industry in the Australian geography will need careful consideration at a national level to ensure that they're able to operate efficiently within the market. As shown really on the earlier slides, there's a significant peaks and troughs with the activities within the construction ports in particular, and therefore for the ports themselves will be intermittent revenues, and that will need to obviously be broached, be that with sort of staged delivery or potentially alternative infrastructure uses. So having alluded to sort of the high cost of this infrastructure to facilitate offshore wind in Australia, there's a need to consider some robust sort of funding mechanisms to unlock the development, given the high sort of upfront capex that will be required, and potential need to consider sort of the wider benefits in both GVA and jobs, and try and engage public funding to help support some of these opportunities. So all that sort of said and done, everyone in the room sitting in New Zealand, and as we're here today, what does it mean for the offshore wind industry in New Plymouth and indeed the wider New Zealand market? Well, there's obviously potential opportunities for New Zealand to benefit from the growth of the Australian supply chain, and if managed effectively, a potential reduction in the sort of mobilisation costs and increasing ability to potentially attract the wider industry and reduce mobilisation sort of costs and increase options within the New Zealand market. The Australian developments also could help and improve the ability for New Zealand projects to learn from some of the infrastructure upgrades in Australia, as well as some of the opportunities to couple developments with other sort of burgeoning energy infrastructure developments. So as a sort of closing remark, and to consider, I guess, the future of the industry as a whole, I thought it's probably worth bringing the crystal ball out to have a look beyond. So with an increasing urgent nature of obviously global decarbonisation, offshore wind is seen as obviously a solution across the globe and different geographies for increasing their ability to deliver renewable energy at increasingly large scales. This will obviously put some strain on both already competitive supply chain with sort of vessel numbers, as well as the actual sort of fabrication capacity to keep up with the wider demand. So the strain, coupled with the increasing sort of national interest, will need to consider innovative ways of unlocking the local supply chain capacity, and also linking those with the international capabilities. So the wider energy mix evolution will also change the way in which a lot of these projects evolve too, with opportunities for sort of export and delivery of power in different ways, such as hydrogen or ammonia and other fuel types, which will not only play an increasing role in the way that the projects and construction and operations are delivered, but it'll also potentially have an impact on the sort of vessel fleet, as we heard earlier, CTVs and SOVs and other vessels increasingly looking at alternative fuels to help deliver these projects in a more sustainable way. So the other sort of key theme within the industry is for looking at other means of distribution of power. And there's sort of an increasing number of international case studies of subsea interconnectors being considered for Morocco to the UK and even Australia to Singapore, with the view of options around energy trading. And this provides, I guess, potential flexibility in how power from large-scale projects is managed, and also opportunities for developing local supply chain to deliver both sort of offshore wind and interconnector cabling at these significant scales. So the final spot on the crystal ball before I close is around the operation and maintenance space, which is evolving with technology such as autonomous vessels, drones, and machine learning, enabling more efficient management of the offshore wind maintenance, and also changing sort of the requirements of how the infrastructure and the fleet around the world is developing to support wind farms. So again, thank you all for your time today, and happy to take any sort of questions that have come through. And sad I can't be there to join you for the rest of the fun activities there today.
That's great, Oliver. Thank you very much. Everyone's very interested in ports. That seems to be the most popular question. It's funny, that, isn't it, where we're doing the conference in New Plymouth, but who knew? So first and most popular question from Alison is, did I hear right that the government designated the port to be used and is funding the required upgrade? And is that a recommendation or a directive?
Great. So the Victorian government have, in their implementation statement, noted it as the preferred location for construction port to be developed. So they've obviously carried out their own due diligence as to options around the coastline for suitable ports. The benefit of the Port of Hastings, and I guess the nature of the ownership of the port, is that it's owned by Victorian Ports, which is a government organisation, so that they're obviously well linked to be able to develop the facility in many ways, the same way that a lot of European ports have. In the UK, there's been challenges around private ports, obviously struggling to develop the business case to develop facilities within the UK, which has often hindered and made it challenging to compete with some of those European ports. So I think from my perspective, I think it's very much beneficial, and I think honing the investment on key bits of infrastructure will help to efficiently deliver the needs of the industry.
And the $100 million number that the government's chipped in, how far does that go towards the total cost of the port upgrade?
So I think in one of the slides, I think I shared the order of magnitude of the development required at a lot of these ports in Australia is, in the order of $1 billion sort of Australian dollars. So it is very much a stepping stone to be able to deliver these projects, but they'll ultimately, the business case around how they develop that port and the revenue mechanisms, and as well as the how they fund and deliver it will come down to multiple factors.
Politicians' answer. won't be drawn. Okay.
I'd have to engage our business advisory team to give you a full in-depth answer there. But yeah.
And then final question, I think, for this session. James has pointed out that lots of the Australian developers are very much sort of marching in step with one another on identical timelines. And that's created a lot of choke points in the supply chain that we were talking about earlier. Interested if you've got any thoughts about how we could avoid the same thing happening here in New Zealand?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really, really good point. And I think it is a challenge both in a competitive market as well as a limited capability. I think there's a view that the country will need to essentially develop the regions within, I guess, a staggered approach to hopefully be able to spread the utilization of those facilities around each of the projects that are being developed, and also develop each of the portions of the regions within, I guess, manageable chunks to be able to deliver it efficiently, and also reduce the time between each of the license application processes, which is something that obviously the UK have done, going from a 5-year gap to a single year, which I think will help effectively in spreading out the demand and also improving the opportunity for the infrastructure.
Beautiful. Well, Oliver, thank you very much indeed for your time. I think you've got a friend here, haven't you? Who's here from Arup in the room? Introduce yourself to the
Yeah, I believe Caden.
There you go. So if you've got any more questions, Hayden's your man. And everyone, please join me in thanking Oliver for his 4 attempts to present to us. That's really good. And just looks like we planned it this way, because our next speaker is Andy Evans. And Andy's the Chief Executive of Oceanex Energy, which is an Australian company. See, segue. It's just brilliant. I'm not going to explain who Oceanex is, because you're just about to do that, aren't you? I'm going to get off the stage. You've got 10 minutes and 5 minutes for questions, okay? Right. Good.
Thank you, John, and thanks to Cristiano, Caroline and Matt for the invite to come and speak. Thanks particularly to Caroline as well. I asked her whether I was allowed to wear hot pink pants, and she not only said yes, she actively encouraged it. So the content will be good. If it's not, you've got to focus on the pants, and I will take questions. But it's a really short time frame I'm here to speak about. Look, I've got 11 years of history, which I won't bore you with. I'm very focused on the future, but certainly with Oceanex, we're an Australian-based company originally started by Peter Scardellis and I. We're 2 of the co-founders of the Star of the South. So we were 2 of the 3 very lonely souls in 2012 who thought it'd be a good idea to start looking at offshore wind. We had a lot of inspiration from Europe, also from the US as well. There are a few lonely souls over there who started Cape Wind in 2001, which had 16 years of life. When we started in 2012, we looked to them with admiration, but also were hoping that we might be able to last the distance. And thankfully, it's taken us a long while. It's certainly aged me. You can see from this next slide, this is obviously clearly a pre-COVID photo. When Peter and I started Oceanex in 2020, it was coming off the back of, it was 8 years of hard work on the Star of the South, getting CIP involved and getting the first bespoke exploration licence up in Australia. That obviously has led to legislation being put in place in Australia. And I think created some great examples here for New Zealand going forward. We've been fortunate enough, we don't sit in Australia and try to do work. We were lucky to work with Giacomo and Peter for a couple of years before they saw greener pastures than us and moved on to much better jobs. But we've certainly learned a lot from Giacomo, Peter, Nathan, Jarek and others who've been doing a lot of great work in country the last few years. So we certainly come here not expecting to do things from afar. We will be focusing a lot more on New Zealand going forward. Of course, we'll be looking at local teams going forward as well. But we're really sort of gratified that there's already a strong core of developers here who've got fantastic international investment. So you've got all the right people already here. I won't say that we were the first party to announce a project at the start of 2021, but we were. But we've got a lot of catching up to do because there are some incredible developers here who are doing a lot of work. So I won't propose to suggest that we've done as much detailed work that certainly Bluefloat, CIP and Parkwind have done. But what I will seek to do is try and transpose a lot of the Australian experience over to what we need to do going forward here. I think the key thing that came out, and I think Stu made the really good point earlier, it needs to be a regional focus. It needs to be Australia and New Zealand. I think what we're going to find now with the first declared areas in Australia, you're going to get a lot of very large reputable players who are the global leaders who are going to miss out on a lot of projects in Australia. I'll name them later on, but they've come into Gippsland very late. They won't win projects. I take a slightly different view to Oliver. I think there'll only be 3 to 4 feasibility licences granted in Gippsland. I think it'll be the same in other regions. There's a lot of constraints on ports, supply chain, and the points I'll get to later around the real executability of projects in Australia. That's the challenge globally, and we're coming from a long way back. So I'll rush through a lot of things, but really focus on supply chain, because I think executability is going to be the real challenge once we get through the initial phase of everyone following the 3 or 4 leaders already here that have already done a lot of work. We've got a really broad portfolio in Australia. I think we've been in the news a good bit recently. Equinor have just invested into our New South Wales projects. So we've listed 4. There'll be 3 main ones will be progressing, which will be Hunter, Illawarra and Eden. They're all really large projects. Initially, to get everyone to the region, we've always designed things around 2 gigawatts, very much based around grid availability locally and also large deep water ports. So that's the driver for most things. There's a lot in the press about it being solely around decarbonisation and wind resource. Realistically, for most of us developers, a lot of it's around grid connection, deep water ports and the ability to actually build projects. We're very fortunate in the areas we've chosen, particularly around Taranaki and the like, fantastic wind resource. So that's always a given. I think the challenge we're all going to have is getting obviously grid connection and access to port. And whilst I much prefer the word competition, there will be a lot of collaboration. I think the great thing is we all know each other of the initial developers, so we're already talking at a distance, but also knowing each other respectfully, so things will progress. Certainly in terms of New Zealand, look, there are some really obvious locations. New Zealand is blessed with fantastic wind resources, but also a developing or existing local content supply chain. Offshore oil and gas is really the genesis of offshore wind. It's not onshore wind. When you look at the amount of work that's done in a marine environment, that's the key knowledge we really need to get going. This is just large infrastructure in a marine environment. So a lot of the background and development that we'll be using will be coming from offshore oil and gas. So again, like everybody else, we think the maximum size of projects will be around about 1 gigawatt. That should get the economies of scale, particularly with an Australian industry already developed. So I think we'd all love to say there'd be 50+% local content on projects. Certainly in the early stage projects, it's going to be a challenge to get to that amount of local content. In Australia, we never recommend mandating local content, otherwise the industry just won't get off the ground. I think the reality is we're a long way away from where the real sort of IP and technology and development has originated. There's already existing supply chains, particularly in fixed foundations. Floating foundations is a great opportunity for Australia and New Zealand. There needs to be a lot of local content. Given the size of the kit and the modularisation, a lot of it can be done locally. The challenge that we'll all have in this early stage is working out what are the real opportunities and how do we actually get a supply chain going, because we'll want to start building in the next 7 to 8 years. It takes many years to get the skill sets, but also to get the right approvals and get yards set up to be able to manufacture. These are some numbers. Everyone will have their own numbers. They'll vary based on all our they're not guesstimates, they're very educated. I think Nathan put forward some really good details earlier on numbers, so I certainly concur, and they'll vary depending on each other's projects. This next slide is just to show, I think for everyone, look, this is one of the first offshore wind forums. I think it's about the 3rd in New Zealand. There has been a lot of work that's already been going on. I think the key thing to understand is we're not starting from scratch in whatever we're doing. There has been a lot of work, a lot of learnings. A lot of it's very public as well, so the information is out there. So we shouldn't be looking at anything as starting totally from scratch. I think there are about 21 regimes globally that have been legislated, Australia only last year. So there are a lot of really good examples out there that we should bear in mind when bringing something forward in New Zealand. I think it's incredible that there's already a draft framework being formulated at the moment. In Australia, Pete, I think it took us 9 years before legislation was tabled after we started the South. So things are moving very quickly here, so that's really gratifying for us, and great to see the Minister presenting tomorrow. I always like putting this slide up. There's about 9 icons that come through. I was really happy. There's a map of Australia on the next one. It's actually got New Zealand next to it, so I was very pleased with that. But I think there are very different reasons for why offshore wind should get up. As I said earlier, it's not purely around decarbonisation and net zero. A lot of it's around reliability and security, but also there's just massive amounts of investment globally that is out there. I think everyone looks at ESG and understanding the drivers for investment. Overseas, when you're looking at large funds who have to place many billions of dollars worth into projects and they're driven by ESG, onshore wind projects aren't of great enough size for particularly super funds to invest into, particularly when they need a number of other investments to really justify internally that there's not too much risk. So capital is a huge reason for why there are projects being invested into. Look, CIP have been a great example of that globally, really been a leader in doing it, being able to raise huge amounts of funds because they've taken the risk and they're getting the benefits. So other large infrastructure funds like CIP, I won't give away all the secrets of CIP, but they've got a large Fund 5 which is being raised at the moment, incredibly successful for taking risk at an early stage, which is very educated. I think we all know that. Look, I'm really happy for these. We originated these images about 2 years ago. I was going to say I'm happy for them to be ripped off. I used to be a lawyer, happy for them to be licensed, be used. Please acknowledge them if you're using them. But we think they give a really good example of particularly floating foundations, which this is a semi-submersible. Please feel free to use them in your slides. So we've seen them in all manner of slides. Trade unions we don't argue with. We say thank you for working with us. So they're out there. So please use them if you need to. Key thing I really want to talk about is wanting to do something similar to what we did for New South Wales about 12 months ago. This is our supply chain investment report, which we commissioned. Took us about 7 or 8 months to do. Unlike someone suggested, it's not desktop. We worked with about 55 suppliers. Sadly, Pete and I had to travel really outside of Australia for about 7 years because no one wanted to talk to you about offshore wind. So we really got to know the global supply chain market really well. But what we did was prepare a report particularly regionalised for the Hunter and Illawarra, which we released last year. It's on our website. It's free to download. We'll ask for your email details. We won't spam you, I promise, but please go in and get the report and download it. It's 257 pages. Look, we think it's really well set out. It doesn't just go through infrastructure components. It goes into a lot of the job and workforce requirements, which is really the aim of what this report was seeking to do. Pete and I refer to a lot of polygon pirates out there who will go out with their own projects, but with real no understanding of how you actually execute. For us, I suppose with Star of the South being out there for 11 years, our real challenge is, as Oliver noted as well, is how do we actually execute these projects and be ready? So this report went into, look, a lot of the details around actual jobs. So we broke down about 43 different categories, and we'd love to do something, certainly in the Taranaki region and for New Zealand as well, to understand what are the job requirements out there, what exists at the moment, and what do we need to move forward on to get going to be ready, really for construction by late 2020s, which is being incredibly optimistic and ambitious, but I think all of us as developers are moving towards those timelines. So we really need to get moving. Other than that, look, Peter and I are based in Melbourne. We will be in country a hell of a lot more. As I said, we're moving towards having local representatives realistically the start of next year. But we'd love to speak to everyone. We think we're fairly accessible. As an Australian, I much prefer dealing with New Zealanders. I think they're a lot more progressed in every issue, whether it be First Nation, First Owners, same-sex marriage, green versus black power. So please feel free to reach out to us. More than happy to speak at any time.
Beautiful, Andy. Thank you very much. And we've got a few minutes for some questions. So Climate Justice Taranaki, whoever that is, has been very patient and asked the same question 4 times, and it didn't quite get there, so I thought we'd keep it on the list. They're interested in Australian experience with how offshore wind has helped displace coal and gas on the onshore industry, evidence thereof.
Yeah, look, it's a tricky topic. I think you'll find in Australia the narrative's been very different. We talk very much around offshore being large infrastructure that is nationally significant, which is a lot of the language used around coal. Look, it's been fairly successful so far. Look, we're dealing in regions that have been through transition previously. The Hunter Valley is the prime example. BHP closed down in 1982. So coal, I think the writing's been on the wall for quite a while. New South Wales, there's 9.5 gigawatts which will be shut by 2035. That's already been announced. It'll be sooner. Our key challenge is like with everyone. We're running madly, but getting out and speaking to a number of people with preconceived ideas of what you're doing is the challenge we have. But look, our transition is not only about energy, a lot of it's around regional transition. So it's a key challenge for us. So continually working hard on that.
Beautiful. Segue to the next question. It's quite a spicy one. It's probably the wrong person to ask, to be completely honest, but we'll try it anyway.
It requires some intellect? Is that what you said?
No. It's buyer beware. What should communities like Taranaki be worried about as the most significant risk when they're considering offshore energy generation?
Look, I mean, how they deal with all the prosperity, I think, is probably the key challenge. Look, I think it's being informed but trusting that it's a process. That's the key thing. Like, all the answers aren't here now, but that's often a good thing. You know, I think we always talk about everyone focusing on the risk rather than the opportunity. So I think there are a lot of great things that are coming out. All the right parties are here, whether it's a lot of the developers, you know, Elemental and other groups, you know, out there know the region really well. So there's just got to be a lot of trust in the people delivering what is proposed for the future.
Are we satisfied, people? You can have
that's it. Ask the local question.
Have another go later. Right, Sophie's back with more technical questions. You mentioned that oil and gas can be the genesis for offshore wind design. What's a key difference in environmental impacts? And could air pressure disruption affect the marine weather? We had that last time, didn't we? And we didn't answer it. So you've got to ask it now.
Great. It's a great question for a former lawyer. Certainly, I mean, obviously you've got a resource which is above sea level as opposed to subsea level. So I'll let everyone else work that out. But look, I mean, certainly in terms of air pressure, look, Pete's probably the best person to speak to after I've finished. Look, there are going to be a number of different questions. I think, or Pete Spencer got a few questions earlier. We could stand up here forever and go through a number of different scenarios. But look, I mean, obviously the key challenge, and we get it already when Equinor came into our projects off the back of some unsuccessful offshore oil and gas ventures in Australia. Look, it's about understanding what you're actually dealing with as a resource, and how you can best future-proof that and have that sort of risk ready going forward. So look, there'll be a lot of things that are fairly unanswered for a while. We won't have turbines out in the water for another 8 years or so. So we've got plenty of time to sort of develop learnings, not only locally, but also internationally.
Beautiful. Right, I think I'd like you all to join me in thanking Andy very much.
Thanks, John.
So we've got two quick fires to go in this round. So our next presenter is Patrick O'Mara, who's the Chief Executive of Wind Quarry Zealandia. Now, Patrick and I have had a bit of a dispute already, I'm afraid to say. And Patrick told me that he's prepared 15 minutes worth of slide material, and I've explained to him that that is not acceptable because you want to ask him some questions. So he said he's delighted to take the opportunity to get through his presentation in 10 minutes, and he holds himself accountable if he doesn't manage it. So over to you, Patrick, to tell us all about Wind Quarry Zealandia.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Sneffels, Te Maunga, Ko St. Clair, Te Awa, Ko Detroit, Michigan, Te Kainga, Ko Omera, Tako Whanau, no Killarney Island, Ko Patrick, Toku Ingoa, Tēnā koutou, Tēnā koutou, Tēnā koutou katoa. I wear two hats. One of them is as a GP, and that's actually that's my background. I'm a physician. I practice down in Gore. But my passion is to try to do something better for the world than just take care of sick patients. In medicine, there's an oath you take called the Hippocratic Oath when you get out of medical school. And part of that is primum non nocere. That means first do no harm. I think that should be applied more widely than just to medicine. So, I got to figure this out now. All right. So in the 1990s, my brother John and I became more and more alarmed at the accumulation of greenhouse gases and what that was spelling out for the world. So we decided in 2008, instead of just thinking about it, we would form a company. So we formed our first company in the United States called Wind Quarry LLC. We developed two projects there, 103 megawatt project in South Dakota called the Willow Creek Project, now owned by Ørsted. and a second project called the Phillip Wind Project, also in South Dakota. That's owned by Invenergy now. We worked closely with Native American tribes there and got to understand some of their principles, and actually had no opposition whatsoever of 14 tribes that we worked with in the area. This is our team. There's me, there's my brother John, he's a chemist, and then there's Dana Zentz. Dana's an engineer that's been working in energy for his whole career. He's currently working on the largest onshore wind project in the world, which is 4.6 gigawatts in Wyoming, with a DC tie that will bring that power out to Las Vegas and then on to the markets in California. Ian Frame, who's here, has a background in project management for large infrastructure projects. He also ran the DHB in Christchurch, ran the transportation system in Christchurch, and then finished up at Rangatira Investments in Wellington and doubled their assets under his guidance. We also have John Haylock, who's in the room here. John was one of the authors of the H2 Taranaki Roadmap and the offshore wind discussion paper that Venture Taranaki put out. John has an encyclopedic knowledge of everything, it seems, when it comes to government and other things. Those of you who know him know what I'm talking about. The last person on our team is Dr. Ryan Shields. He's a PhD engineer who worked with Beach Energy for several years now. He's actually one of the engineers on the Tui decommissioning project. So that's our team. Why are we doing this? My brother and I grew up in Detroit. That is the epicenter of global warming from my perspective. It's where Henry Ford started his plant. It's where the headquarters of GM, Ford, and Chrysler are. This photo is almost 100 years old. There was a choice made back then, and that was to go with the internal combustion engine instead of this other technology called electric cars. Electric cars actually predated internal combustion engines. What that's led to, we all know. This is a slide from NEWA last week. Pre-industrial CO2 levels of 280, now up at 417 and climbing. This has led to protests in Wellington last Friday and across the country for climate justice and for us to get moving on it. Why? Because there's been a 20% reduction in global ice mass on the poles in the last 20 years. The tundra is melting. It's giving up tremendous amounts of methane in the process, and it's now liable to burn. When that burns, there will be an incredible amount of CO2 that's going to be released into the atmosphere. That CO2 is going into the oceans, causing acidification and destruction of reefs and a loss of biodiversity. It's also causing extreme weather. We don't really need to even make that point here, but let's face it, there's been snow in Los Angeles. I live in the Southland. It's been baking down there all year, and we just survived the Cyclone Gabriel. These changes, our human activities, have caused a massive decrease in biodiversity, and there's a significant amount more on the horizon with threatened species. This is all because of human activity. And in the discussions we've had with iwi and the discussions that we've had with the indigenous people of North America, they have a very different view on losing species, that it's not acceptable. So, I moved here in 2017, and on the left is Cape Reinga, on the right is Tiano, not far from where I live. It's a gorgeous country. In 2018, the New Zealand government came out with targets for decarbonization. 100% renewable electricity by 2035, then they brought that down to 2030, and net zero carbon emissions for the entire economy by 2050. I thought those were great goals, and it really got me excited about being here. And then I thought, well, where's that energy going to come from? Small country, as mentioned earlier today, 15 times the area of the EEZ offshore than the landmass of New Zealand. I thought, offshore wind. So I went to the wind conference, met I met Dr. Ann Probert of Venture Taranaki there. There was only one mention of offshore wind in the wind conference in 2019, and that was don't do it. I called up my brother the next day and said, we got to do an offshore wind project in New Zealand. And he said, okay, yeah, that sounds crazy enough, we can do that. So, so we started our project, and have gotten quite a few things done. What we did realize right off the bat is that DNV-GL did a study of bathymetry and wind resources around New Zealand and said that Taranaki is the place, so that's where we came. So just to go through a quick timeline, we founded the company in 2019. We started engaging with iwi immediately. That was how we approached our projects in the United States. That's how we approached our projects here. We think that any project that's going to succeed here needs to succeed with the engagement and with the support and partnership of iwi. We were the first in the door because we were the first project, sorry Andy, we were the first project to get established in New Zealand, so we met with the Taranaki Regional Council, the South Taranaki District Council, first people to sit down and talk to MB about the potential of offshore wind in the area. We put an expert team together in 2021. That's how we work. My brother's a chemist. I'm a physician. We're not the ones who do the work. We find the best people to do the work and contract with them. We've submitted twice to the Net Zero Grid Pathways for Transpower and have told them, please bring the grid backbone down to Taranaki. There's going to be a tremendous amount of power here. We also convinced them to maintain a 220 kilovolt line that runs from Brunswick to Stratford, which they were going to decommission. We were the first in the door with Beach Energy, started relationships there, started an initiative to put a LiDAR unit on the Kupe wellhead platform. That then, when other developers became interested, we opened that up, and now there's a consortium of developers that are pooling their resources together for that LiDAR unit. We also received a strategic strategic investment fund grant from NZTE. And at the end of 2021, we met with Minister Megan Woods. We briefed Minister Shaw early 2022, met with the Climate Change Commission, and heard their approach to the issues at hand. And we have also been the first in the door to talk to the Department of Conservation and the EPA about the potential for offshore wind. And we've heard a lot, this is where I save a little time, John. We've heard a lot about Power to X. We think Power to X is an incredible opportunity for Taranaki and to use that power locally. So bring that power ashore instead of wheeling it to other centers, use it locally and generate new business in the Taranaki region. Road transport is going to take a tremendous amount of energy to convert both cars and heavy vehicles. Air transport, marine transport, air transport may take for Air New Zealand, it may take 6 gigawatts of power for them to convert. That's over half of the total generation that's present in the country now. Marine transport, we could be the filling station at the south end of the Pacific. Industrial thermal processes, they're using coal. That's got to go. Wait until 2050 for that to happen. We have a crisis now. That can't happen. We have to help these companies decarbonize faster. My pet peeve is recycling. We have the capability of doing recycling in this country. We need to quit digging holes in this beautiful country and putting rubbish in it that could be dealt with elsewhere. Healthy Homes Initiative, to have warm, dry homes, you need ventilation and you need heat. There's only one way to do that, and that's with green electrons. Transmission infrastructure, I already talked about. Data on marine life and seabirds has already been discussed. As Andy mentioned, it's seabirds that are going to be the biggest issue for an offshore wind power development in the area. Regulatory uncertainties already been discussed, but we have to get beyond the dollars and cents and start looking into what we can do to decarbonize faster. There is actually a prohibition to any offshore wind project that exists now in the regulatory framework. Policy 11 of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement prohibits any impact on a threatened or endangered species. That has already been tried in the king salmon case. If that's not changed, no offshore wind power development can be put in anywhere in the country. Global inflation's already been talked about. It's hard to figure out what your LCOE is going to be 10 years from now when you don't really know what your componentry is going to be costing. and the tyranny of distance has also been covered. We're a beautiful country way at the south end of the Pacific Ocean, so trying to get vessels down here and infrastructure down here can be challenging. So we work with Native American or Indigenous American people in the United States. They follow the 7th generation principle, and that's that you make decisions based on what your great-grandchildren's great-grandchildren would want. What is going to benefit them? In our discussions with iwi, we've learned that they take Kaitiakitanga and their stewardship of the earth very, very seriously. And they look at a long timeline, 500 to 900 years, even beyond what the Indigenous Americans look at. What we've been under is the modern business model that's profit-driven. It's about next quarter's earnings. It's about making financial sense before you do anything. There's a crisis going on. We need to make changes now. We can't wait. We can't kick the can down the road any longer. This is a beautiful country, and it's a special country. It has the Treaty of Waitangi, and with that, there has to be a partnership with iwi that works for New Zealand. And having Australia involved is great, and I appreciate those comments today. But the bottom line is that this initiative needs to be iwi specific, and it needs to follow the treaty partnerships. Those partnerships need to have irrevocable benefits for iwi, that as these projects change hands down the line, those promises will be kept. The crisis is now. We need to think bigger in this small country, and I think we can do it if we all pull together. Ngā mihi. Thank you.
Man of your word. 2 minutes. That's very good.
Fantastic. Thank you.
We've got one question, I think. And again, it's from Climate Justice Taranaki. I think they're not completely convinced about the merits of offshore wind. How would you address the environmental and social harm from overseas mining for the minerals we'd need to build oversized, laden word, wind energy capacity here?
Yeah, there's going to be a carbon footprint for any onshore, offshore wind power project or virtually any other generation project. What we do have to do is weigh the costs and the benefits. So the benefits of decarbonizing sooner, I think, are pretty obvious to everyone in the room. And kicking the can down the road and worrying about short-term carbon emissions to put in infrastructure that's going to do a tremendous amount of savings on carbon emissions down the long term, I think, is the wrong way to go. Yeah.
Right. I think this might run and run and run. Well, I think I'd like you all to join in with me thanking Pat very much for taking us on this journey. Right. Final New Zealand introduction now, bizarrely, from Australia. We've got our friend Simon Curry. So are you hearing us there, Simon?
I am. You can hear me.
I think you're selling yourself a bit short because you're a Kiwi, aren't you, Simon, if last time I checked?
I certainly, nothing. I'm never accused of selling myself short. I am a Kiwi.
So I think a lot of you know Simon, and a lot of you know Energy State, so I'm not going to try and introduce him. I'm going to let him do that. Now, Simon, you've got to do this in 10 minutes, and then we're going to do Q&As, all right?
No problem at all.
Okey-doke. Off you go.
Can you, oh, sorry, do I need to share? It'd be good if I share. Okay, everyone can see my screen now? That's working? Okay, I'll go. That was thank you, Pat. It was a hard act to follow. I'm in complete agreement with so much of what you said. I think that's a good reason why, when you've got a climate crisis, you should go and see your doctor. I'm coming to you from Port of Newcastle. I'm very sorry I can't be there today. I'm coming to you from the lands of the Awabakal and Wurimi people. And we pay our respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. But because I'm a Kiwi and I live in Australia, what I now stand up and say in most of these events is I'm sick of paying respects. I actually wanted to get on and get something done. The reason I'm not with you today is Rosie, we're a family business, and she's up in Rockhampton negotiating with the traditional owners. We lean in to where there's native title here. We see that as a hugely important part of it, just as Pat emphasised. What I'm going to start with today is security. It's a little fable. Not so long ago, a large country in the South Pacific was pretty much energy secure. You had, domestic oil and gas industry and exploration. You had domestic refining capacity and coastal tankers. You had abundant hydro generation with the odd dry year to worry about. You had almost no forecast or historic load growth in electricity for decades. And if you could manage to encourage / strong arm a pesky Australian who was taking, 13 or 14% of the electricity, then you could go green and keep power prices pretty much ever. You had virtually no exposure to global power prices or energy prices other than a methanol project up the road from where you sit today. Roll forward to 23. The refinery's gone. The stills have been sold off for almost nothing. There is no exploration for new oil and gas. The smelter's staying and load is growing, with electrification of transport accelerating above our wildest dreams even a couple of years ago. You now have trading agreements for the most important commodities that we produce, which embody carbon border adjustments. And, wet, dry years are coming much more frequently. The good news is you're not alone. This is happening everywhere. Security, supply chain security, water security, economic resiliency is now the top agenda for everything I do all around the world. And offshore wind is already starting to play its part. Now, here's something you don't have. So one of the things for energy security is salt. It's the cheapest way to store energy. In the not too distant future, we will not be able to turn on the taps or dig more coal in order to keep the lights on and keep the planes running. We will be dependent on electricity, making our fuels and storing it. Australia, lucky country that has very good salt reserves to store. You can ring up GNS and they will tell you that New Zealand does not have it. What you do have is depleted gas fields, which is more expensive, but you also have the depleted gas fields directly where your first offshore wind basin is likely to be developed in the Taranaki. So if you get excited that you want to go off and run to Australia to go and get those salt basins, we're already there. And a company that you might be interested in following is a company called Green Hydrogen International from the US. We're a shareholder. They've gone very large on salt. And so the two projects, Spirit of Scotia and Fleur de Lis, are Eastern Canadian projects where there is very good salt reserves and world-class offshore wind, just like you've got. What you need is an ecosystem. You need to think in an ecosystem mentality. So we're not an offshore wind developer. Offshore wind is part of what we do. I was very lucky to be at the very forefront of the offshore wind industry as it developed in Europe. And we didn't really think of ecosystems, and we still don't. We just think of plugging in and someone will take the power. That's not going to work in New Zealand, and it's not going to deliver the benefits we need. So Kakariki is our joint venture with Elemental to develop onshore wind, solar, long duration storage, green hydrogen and precincts with a focus on places like Northland, Waikato, Taranaki, and then the unspoken one in Central North Island, which we like a lot, as well as then leaning into what's going to go in the South Island. The ecosystems draw in investment, draw in collaboration, and as Pat's saying, it's a matter of what you do with those electrons, particularly when we look at the constraints of the existing grid network, the TPM methodology. It really pushes you to effectively encourage as much load and servicing the load at somewhere like Glenbrook. Skipping back one, so this is what we do. This is Waiheim and Newcastle. So in Newcastle, we have our Hunter Central Coast project, which we have been developing for a couple of years. We've got Hunter Hydrogen Network, so Eurus Energy, who are part of Toyota Group, who I brought to New Zealand last year. Went to the Wind Conference. They're with me here at the Port of Newcastle today. And we have proposed backbone hydrogen infrastructure through the Hunter Valley to unlock the opportunity and help the port, as the world's largest coal export port, whether you like it or not, to effectively allow it to transition. And that then brings in all of those resources from the north and the west in the most efficient way. One of the reasons we did this project, which is very relevant for offshore wind, we don't believe the Hunter can transition without effectively looking at offshore wind and pipelines because of the social and land use impact of onshore transmission. So the Waikato, I think it was Blair Dickey at Waikato Regional Council who coined the name the Goldilocks region. We totally agree. If you haven't heard it before, my great-grandfather was the mine engineer at Glenafton. This is personal for me, and I'm immensely proud to be looking at a whole range of projects, both onshore and offshore, in the Waikato region. So Waikato Offshore Energy is the proposed 1.4 gigawatts. The first, the lighter blue blob is where you can look at fixed. It gets deep pretty quickly. So you don't have the same opportunity to develop large-scale fixed bottom. But, and I think everyone needs to, picking up climate justice and Sea Shepherd, we need to be very, very careful what we decide to do in New Zealand. We need a real debate about gravity and other structures rather than say, oh, we'll just go for monopiles because we're monopiles. We're facing this in Portland region where we've got some real concern about seismic, as well as what a monopile installation will do for the rock lobster fishing industry. We are so lucky in New Zealand that we have 20 years of history in the offshore wind industry to not just say we have to go one way. We can have those open debates around technology, and we will have an industry of sufficient scale that we don't need to say a fixed bottom has to be a monopile it might be cheaper, but there are a whole range of considerations. And that may not be things the industry want to hear, but we need to have that debate. And I think this is why New Zealand is in a very good position. Waikato, we have connection options. We're very focused on how to repurpose Huntly. That onshore line is going to be hard. It's going to be very, very hard socially. We're going to have to work out with all of the local constituents whether that's acceptable. Glenbrook's easier. It's not easy. It's not like an entirely coastal node. We're going to have to get from the coast to the existing substation. But we believe that these are critical infrastructure. You also will create a new loop in the Upper North Island. And we all know that as much as the Northern Res isn't useful, it's not going to power everything. These are the visual simulations. They really aren't misleading, but we're a long way out. The Raglan surfers are not going to feel that way. I'm sure they will, again, as one of the challenges. I can't save every view to save the planet. And I know that sounds a bit facile, but we have to save the planet. We're going to have to make compromises, and we'll put our offshore wind farms out as far as we can go from an economic and practicality point of view, but I can't tell you that no one's ever going to see them. So don't think that offshore wind is a panacea to, I hate wind turbines, just stick them somewhere I can never see them in my life. We can't do that, and we can't do that anywhere. But I can put them far enough out that effectively they really don't have, in my view, and I'm biased, a material impact on people's lives. And then just lastly, here's a glimpse of our pipeline. So Hunter Central Coast, which is why I'm up here today. Wollongong is a smaller project, again, focusing on servicing the steel industry in Wollongong. Spencer Gulf, as I mentioned just before, is all leaning into what is a very, very big PTX play. And for you in the room, the next one in the region will be Taranaki Offshore, which is a PTX play. So it will be to the northwest, not down in the, off Hawera, where everyone is effectively jumping in to start with. This is leaning into the PTX play and what we do long term with all of the infrastructure and the potential around Methanex and the port. So that's it for me. So very happy to take questions.
Good job, Simon. Right, well, first question's from Trent. It's quite topical, really. So Trent says, do you really see stored hydrogen as a viable storage solution where you have potential access to pumped hydro?
Well, if you were to go to the Eyre Peninsula or to Bacaldine or to Corpus Christi, so 100 miles in from Corpus Christi is the first hydrogen GHI project, you would say yes. The world's largest pumped hydro in terms of capacity, and even when you look at Onslow and how, I think the Onslow is a 7-year filling period, we need everything. This isn't tribal. We need absolutely everything. We need demand management. We need the lithium-ion batteries. We need, look at what Form Energy are doing with iron air, which we love. We need everything to beat this climate crisis and to maintain the standard of living we have today. So we don't see it as a competition. I've got 8 pumped hydros in development, and if you all don't know Earl Bardsley, you should know him. He's at University of Waikato. He's the original brains behind Onslow, and he's the one who came out recently with effectively his plans for off-river pumped hydro in the North Island, and I go, absolutely. So we don't see it as a competition. We want to get off fossil and save the planet as quickly as possible.
So back to circular economies, Simon. Anonymous is back on there. We're trying to stop people using Anonymous. Somebody didn't get the memo. Interested in how we fabricate the steel-based wind turbines without coal, given that steel and coal are intertwined, and what does the circular design of such future resources look like?
So that's a perfect question. I've just been off the phone with CEO of Hatch. So Hatch are one of the world's largest industrial consultants. They used to have a staff of 800 in Wollongong back in the heydays, and they had a lot to do with Glenbrook. They have got 28 assignments globally currently on green steel. I've had an amazing life from starting, as a lawyer in New Zealand and spent a lot of my time in steel industry doing DRI and EAF. After 10 years of complete doldrums, that's changing. We need to change boardrooms. We need to get people to realise this is happening. And if we're going to need the amount of steel, so the amount of steel for just Andy Evans' project off Wollongong is like half the production of that steel mill for a year. We need to ramp up. We have no casting capacity for the right size plates. So at the moment we'd have to import plates, even if we built the towers here. We have to decide, and I say we, Australia and New Zealand, what we want to have and how we want to participate and who are our partners. But the exciting thing is Nippon Steel, my partner Vincent's up in Japan next week with Nippon Steel. This is real. 2-3 years ago, it was 10-15 years away. It's not now, in the same way that blade recycling for offshore wind, and have a look at what Siemens are doing, and Vestas are doing. We started in the wrong place, but we're going to get there. The industry is so passionate about doing this the right way.
Well, that's a good way to leave it. Thank you very much, Simon. Maybe everybody could just join me in thanking Simon very much for his time. And I'm sure we'll see you back here soon. Right, so that's the end of our funneling in. So we've done global offshore energy industry, domestic offshore energy players. And then the next level is the future. So it's domestic R&D. See, that's the bell for the end of something. That is what happens when you get a pro on this job. So we've got 3 more quick-fire questions. Right, very good. So we've got 3 more of these, and then we've got Paramanawa. So the first of our 3 technology sort of micro dives is Armin Howard. So Armin's the Chief Operating Officer of Azura Wave Technology. Can you guess what Azura Wave Technology does? It's a wave technology company, and I'm going to let Armin do the introduction. So Armin, you might have been paying attention to how we're running these things. You get to speak for 10 minutes, and then we get to ask you questions for 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. As mentioned, I'm here representing Azure Wave Power. We're a New Zealand-based company, headquartered here in New Plymouth, and we have, for a number of years now, have been working on the development of a wave energy converter. And basically what this device is designed to do is to harness the horizontal and the surge motion of the waves, and we convert this firstly into a mechanical motion and then ultimately hydraulic power, which we then use to generate electricity and fresh water. The problem that we're obviously looking to solve has been extensively discussed today, but one of the unique features of our technology is that we don't just make electricity, is that the technology will also generate fresh drinking water, which is obviously another one of the issues that we're facing around the world today. So the solution, Azure Wave Power, this is an image taken a few years back at the US Navy's wave energy test site in Hawaii. Our device was one of the first in the world to be connected to the grid, so we were actually putting power back into the Hawaiian grid. It's completely standalone, so there's no shore connection required. As I mentioned earlier, one of the unique features is the capability to make power and fresh water, which is we believe to be unique within the WEC industry. It produces the water on the device, so it's not a shore-based system. Obviously, wave power is very predictable. Waves are 24/7. The technology is very robust. During the deployment in Hawaii, we had 98% availability over that 18-month period, so it proved that it can withstand some very severe sea states. We had a 100-year storm come through, 7-meter high swells, and the device kept producing during that time. In terms of environmental issues, we've conducted environmental studies both here during some New Zealand deployments and also in Hawaii, and the feedback was that the impact on marine life was negligible. The technology has been extensively validated. We've been working on this for over 10 years. There were some initial demonstration projects here in New Zealand in Akaroa, and then latterly at Moa Point off the coast of Wellington. It was at this time that the US Department of Energy got interested in the technology, and we were fortunate to secure several $1 million of funding from them, which led to a couple of deployments in the US. The first one was in Oregon off the west coast of the US, and then the most recent one, which I alluded to earlier, was at the WETS site in Hawaii, which you can see on the top right there. That's the actual deployment taking place. After the deployment in Hawaii, we secured further funding from the US Department of Energy for the design, development, and build of a commercial scale device. And at this point, we made a bit of a mistake in that we were starting to get some interest from some power generators. So we designed or went down the route of designing a 250 times 2, or so 500 kilowatt size unit, which as we were going through the development cycle, we kind of realized that this isn't where the early adopter market is for wave energies. And also that device that you can see, the representation there. I mean, we wave tank tested it, we did a FEA analysis, so we went quite a long way down the development track, but that device there weighs over 500 tons. And what we rapidly realized was that it was going to be really expensive to make and also incredibly expensive to deploy, which necessitated a significant rethink as to where we were going with our technology. So this is the current design principle that we're working on, and we've been talking to the Department of Energy in the US to basically move our focus away much more towards this modular concept. So this is a 50 and 100 kilowatt design. So we've designed it in such a way that we can generate or build standard power packs or power units, one for electricity and one for generating fresh water. And all those sections you can see there are standard industry-sized tube sizes, and we've designed it that the technology, that all the componentry will fit inside standard shipping containers, and we can ship a 50 kilowatt device in 6 40-foot containers. So we've gone from the previous unit, which was going to cost us $4 million to ship to Hawaii, to whatever it costs these days to ship 6 containers around. In terms of deployment, or ease of deployment, should I say, that's again something that we've considered when designing the unit. The Hawaii deployment took a day. So basically, it was taken to site or towed to site behind a barge, and ballasted so that it went from it was transported horizontally. We ballasted. Once it got to the deployment site, we ballasted the lower section, and the device came upright, and it's secured to the seabed through 3 mooring lines. So that's what that ethos we've really taken through into the design consideration for our commercial scale device, and the idea is basically that it could be transported to close to deployment site in containers, and then potentially assembled on the back of a boat and then dropped into the water. So in terms of our product mix, we're designing 2 basic units, a 50 kilowatt and a 100 kilowatt unit for electricity, and a 50 cubic meter and a 100 cubic meter for desalination. So 50 cubic meters is 50,000 litres, which equates to about 12 million litres of water a year per annum, and the larger unit will produce about 40 million litres of fresh water a year. And so we're looking at ways of bringing that water ashore. I mean, obviously you can pump it ashore, or you can store it close to the device and then tow filled vessels. I've forgotten what they're called, but there's a company in the States that makes bladders that you can pump the fresh water into, and then you tow those to shore. Target markets that we're looking at. So we're at the moment not targeting utility scale power production. So really remote islands, disaster relief, offshore installations, aquaculture, and sea monitoring and ROV type charging stations. So those are really the target markets that we're exploring at the moment. We are working with a company in the States that is developing offshore hydroponic farms. It's not something I know a huge amount about, I'm afraid, but my understanding is that they grow much faster and they need much less water in a hydroponic situation. Thank you, that's us.
But wait, there's more. You've got questions. Oh, right. So our first question is from Alan, and he says, would your or any other wave power technology be negatively impacted by proximate offshore wind turbines, whether they're floating or fixed?
No, actually, we've considered it that it could be a complementary technology. I mean, obviously, in the development phase, we're behind wind farms, but certainly as the wave energy converters start to develop and economies of scale, and we can build larger units, I mean, absolutely, we would see it as a complementary technology.
Nice. Next from Alison, it's about capture and distribution of the energy that you generate. So is it stored in batteries or cabled to land, or a bit of both?
Well, it could be both. The grid-connected trial that we had in Hawaii, it was cable to shore.
And sort of related question, it's about maintenance issues for wave turbines. We had a nice one about dealing with sort of some seas or hostile environments, but how does that affect these technologies, and what are the mitigations?
Well, all the componentry that we've used is in the design of our unit is standard industry product. It's out there in the construction equipment space, so it's used to being used and abused. And all the critical componentry is easily accessible, as you will see from, or remember hopefully from the images that I put on the screen. It can be accessed from the surface, so and potentially the power pod could be removed and replaced at sea. So yeah, maintenance is minimal, but yeah.
So sort of related resilience question from Sophie. Top questioner, Sophie. Where are you? I'm quite impressed. So Sophie's interested in sort of topical case studies where your technology's been used in civil defence response situations, where maybe sort of remote to access locations have been isolated.
I'm not aware of any.
Yeah.
But,
I was also wondering, why is that special to wave technology? Wouldn't that be true for any renewable remote generation technology? So if we should get you up here. Oh, I see.
Well,
yes, I did,
yeah. Well, we kind of see it as an opportunity, because one of the things that perhaps with other forms of renewable that it's not so easy is how quickly you can deploy it. You know, you can take 6 containers to wherever the disaster happens. You obviously need some sea anchors to moor it, but then once those are in, you drop the device in the water and it can be making power or fresh water very quickly. So yeah, we would definitely see that as a positive point.
Nice. And back to resilience. So Hawaiian swells 7 metres, larger swells here 19 metres, 19 bigger than 7. Is this a problem?
No.
That's an assertion. We're into evidence-based advice in this room.
Well, look, one of the things that we can do is the device has what they call survival mode. So we can ballast it so that basically it drops down below the level of the sea, so that it's protected from a lot of the extreme waves that come through.
Okay, so what sort of size swell would that kick in at? Don't say 17.
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Oh, very good, you've done well. Right, final good question, Trent. So what's holding back wave technology? You didn't have a wish list slide at the end of your presentation.
No, I didn't. I guess for us, it's funding and investment, deployment opportunities. I guess those two kind of go hand in hand. And I think there also is a bit of a stigma attached in that there have been a few well-publicised failures of the technology, and there is a perception that it's expensive in terms of levelised cost of energy.
That's very good. I think, Armin, I'm going to let you go, because you've had about 7 questions, because you kept so well to time. So please, everyone, join me in thanking Armin.
Thank you.
Right. 1 down, 2 to go. So we've done wave. Now we're going to do a bit of storage. So our next presentation is from Tim Hawkey. So Tim is the CEO and co-founder of Energy Bank. An Energy Bank. I don't know why they give me notes about what this outfit does when that's exactly what you're just about to tell us, isn't it? So please join me in welcoming Tim. 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
And then 5 minutes.
Do I have a clicker? Cool, I do. Thanks, John. So hello, my name's Tim Hawkey. I am the CEO and co-founder of Energy Bank, as John just said. Energy Bank is an early stage energy storage startup. We're funded by investors all around the world in Vancouver, Chicago, San Francisco, Australia, New Zealand, and Singapore. So we've had some good luck with venture capital funding. And yeah, we're currently based between Auckland. We've started in New Plymouth, but we've only got 1 person left here now, sadly. So this presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit kind of on the background of Energy Bank, whip through that, then talk a little bit more about technical hypothesis, which we've been testing in the market lately, then talk about kind of some of the technology development that we went through last year and how we're breaking down key risks and solving them, and then talk a little bit about kind of the global market that we see and yeah, some market example cases which we were testing in Europe last year. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of good questions around them. Then after that, just a quick kind of brief talk about the path forward for New Zealand and what we think we should be doing more of. So I founded Energy Bank purely focused on the energy storage problem. I wasn't that original. I literally just read a list on a internet forum that said, here's 10 problems that I will put my money in towards solving if you start a company to solve it. And read down it, there were some interesting ones, hydrogen-powered regional airliners, but the energy storage problem really kind of grabbed my attention. I'd grown up in the energy industry. Dad was a manager at New Plymouth Power Station and then kind of almost adopted thermodynamics as a religion, so I thought about it a lot, and I'd been looking for a problem to solve and jumped on it. Moved back to New Zealand at the end of 2019, right before COVID, which was good timing, to start this business. That has since developed into a vision where we've really focused on the ocean energy space for lots of reasons, and we've become really kind of enthused with the progress that offshore wind is making around the world. And so I guess we've really kind of focused on the offshore wind niche and nascent technologies in that niche, I guess, for our solution to be targeted towards. So yeah, I think it was Nick Jackson actually, who might be in the room, but he did a LinkedIn post when kind of Elemental Group was first announcing their plans for offshore wind in New Zealand, and talked through a bunch of the key kind of competitive points that he saw of offshore wind. And I was really, really into that post and kind of just the fundamental physics and economic reasons why, even though offshore wind may not be cheaper than, say, onshore right now, it has a really, really promising future. So I guess I'm preaching to the converted, but yeah, just the number of locations you can put it, particularly once you start to expand into deeper water, the proximity to major markets, so like Tokyo, San Francisco, Sydney, etc. There's lots of ocean around the world, and the majority of the world's population is urbanising towards the coasts. The environmental impact, particularly with floating wind, we're really excited about that. You don't need to mess up the seafloor too much, minus some anchors. And then you can also put it further out to sea. So I guess if we can get those transmission costs down, then yeah, you won't have to see it on the horizon at all. The standardisation that's possible, again, with floating wind, we're really excited for. Right now, yeah, in Europe we were just at an interesting conference, but yeah, there was 149 different designs that people were talking about for different floating substructures. So it's still very, yeah, the winners haven't come to the surface yet, but basically the ability to standardise around a few narrow designs and then just customise mooring systems for different seafloors is really exciting, we see, versus different kind of jackets having to go into different types of seafloors all around the world. And then obviously the scalability of the manufacturing and install, so being able to kind of Model T forward these things in port. Yeah, we're really big fans of Equinor and watched lots of their YouTube videos, and have been really enthused with the way they've been building the high wind spar buoys, basically reverse 3D printing or slip forming them down into their fjords. What we think offshore wind really requires in order to be able to continue scaling into really, really deep market penetration is a storage solution which turns it into a dispatchable output type device, which is directly kind of apples to apples competitive with, say, nuclear power, which we talk a little bit more about, a business case there, which we talked through with EDF. And then basically the scale of the amount of energy that the world needs to replace requires really, really high efficiency use of that primary energy once we produce it, and yeah, fairly economic costs, which are a big challenge. So the technology which we focused in on, and it's continually evolving, we're right now on a 1-month turnaround time from new prototype through to finished test cycle. So yeah, we're changing things pretty quick as we learn and have lots of conversations. But the technology which we've just been to Europe presenting and talking through is really around an 8 megawatt bolt-on system, lifting 31,000 tonne iron ore densified weights, yeah, which basically we think would be able to turn an offshore wind turbine into a device which provides a baseload supply similar to a nuclear reactor. lots of risk with this technology, but we identified kind of at the beginning of last year 4 key technology risks that we wanted to focus in on. One is dynamics of the system in the ocean environment. The next one is what are the mooring systems that we're going to be using for this environment. We know that's already a massive supply chain issue before you start swinging 1,000-ton weights around. Then how are we going to repeatedly, wind on these cables or lift things up and down in the ocean environment for 30 years cost effectively and efficiently. And then finally, how you're going to connect to lots and lots of weights reliably. So with the dynamics, we got lots of outside help, again, from someone in this room providing lots of connections. And we got, basically a bunch of help setting up models for deep sea mooring systems, and did lots of interesting simulations which required us to iterate our design quite rapidly. This one is the first time we kind of put our spar in, which had no heave damping, and what you can see there is about a quarter of an hour massive oscillation period that was kicked off by basically that step change transition you have when you drop a 1,000-ton weight onto the sea floor. Your boy bounces around all over the place for a long time. Off those system dynamics, we focused in on a mooring system solution where the economics could work. Because we're a forced distance machine, kind of the way the marginal pricing works out, basically the economics of your cable, how long they can last and resist fatigue, is pretty similar to like what a lithium-ion cell is to Tesla. So we've put lots and lots of focus into cable development, came up with a protruded fiberglass reinforced epoxy solution, and then we've tested the crap out of it through like surface wear, lots and lots of fatigue cycling, and gained a really, really good understanding of that. Regardless of whether or not we were using it to lift weights, we're pretty excited with some of the solutions coming from composite materials that we think you could use for mooring systems. For the regenerative cooler concept, what we quickly found out, and basic math kind of showed us, is the economics of lifting weights do not work if you bend cables. So the biggest issue that we could see with any kind of traditional winching system is basically cyclic fatigue from bending the cables while it's still under tension. And then the second biggest issue that we could find was surface wear, where basically as you unload a cable through like a constant speed winch, the linear speed of the cable changes as it shrinks. And so you end up with lots and lots of kinetic friction. That's actually how you're transferring the load from strain into torque. So we developed a multi-stage linear winch, which is basically like 2 electric locomotives which clamp to the cable. Each set of wheels running on that cable runs at a slightly different speed to minimise surface wear. And then we put that through thousands of cycles in the workshop, and we've kind of got all the data we think we need for this stage to show that we can basically not wear the cables out and use them economically through their lifetime, while also getting very high round-trip efficiency. So in the lab, and actually in water testing now, we've gotten 60% round-trip efficiency, which doesn't sound great, except the fact that we're using electric skateboard controllers from AliExpress and basically quadcopter motors, again from AliExpress, which when we directly couple them just with a flexible coupling, we only get a 65% round-trip efficiency. So kind of the novel mechanical aspects of what we're doing are only leading to an additional 5% loss in electricity, and there's plenty of catalogues we can point to where we can get 95% plus kind of round-trip efficiency from ABB electric drives and motors and things. Connecting to the weights, we started looking like in ocean trenches 8 kilometres deep. Some of our mentors have talked us back from that a little bit. Essentially we wanted to figure out how we're going to reliably connect to these weights for 30 years at the bottom of the ocean. Took lots of inspiration from twist lock systems that you see in shipping, with shipping containers. And then we've developed basically a single piece Teflon surface bearing electric motor, stepper motor, which twists itself in underneath the sea floor, underneath the concrete weights. And we've put that in a water tank and done thousands of cycles again, just lifting it up and down. So onto the opportunity. We open up pretty unique places because we go into deeper water, but we add the equivalent of $300 million worth of lithium-ion storage to each wind turbine by going into that deeper water. We've got a slightly different map to the existing kind of maps for offshore wind development. So we've done some mapping of that. Turns out a lot of the world is in really deep water, including lots of places close to land, and typically places where existing kind of offshore wind developments are a little bit more tricky. And yeah, we've kind of tested the European market and learnt a lot. We're going to be heading to California next, and yeah, there's plenty of places to look at this. Yeah, some more specific examples. So we went to EDF, and they have a lot of problems with their nuclear reactors right now. They're acting very open-minded. The French have been great, actually. And we said, look, we think we can replace just one of your nuclear reactors with 150 15-megawatt turbines, and basically we can plug them into a lot of the coastline along southern France. Yeah, they were a little bit sceptical around the price that we said we could do it for, but we're a startup, so we're meant to disrupt, so we'll figure it out. Then, yeah, again, we went to Equinor and we said, look, what we think you guys are doing is awesome, repowering offshore oil and gas rigs. We can see that you've got a lot of deep water assets, more of them coming online. Their West of Shetland stuff, etc., that they're talking about now. We want to take your kind of 30% carbon dioxide removal that you're doing with like high wind tamping and turn it into 100% carbon dioxide removal. And then with gas prices where they are now, the economics are, kind of make sense. What we learned in Europe and talking to everyone is that, yeah, there's a lot of other problems that need to be solved before we start doing what we're doing. So issues around the supply chain. I've got a photo of Azov Steel there because when we were at Festus, they basically started telling us about how the Azov Steel plant was where they got the majority of their wind turbine tower steel from, and they're now kind of desperately scratching around the world to find more of that. Standardisation, again, sorry, I'm running low on time, so I'm going to whip through things. Permitting is too slow. The economics, we're really reliant on CFDs and other kind of market interventions at the moment. It would be great if it could just compete on the wholesale market. Storage is an issue. Ørsted, for example, really wants to be able to run the HVDC links at 100% capacity factor. Then risk with new technology. Again, Ørsted wasn't that stoked yet, even today, kind of with the proof points around floating tech. And then obviously there's just some massive skills and talent shortage for the scale that this industry needs to jump to. Yeah, so thank you very much. We would love to keep chatting to all of you. And yeah, any questions, please?
Thank you very much. Maybe a quick round of applause. Very good. Allow you to go slightly over. So the first question, most popular question, slight tone of voice check, anonymous. Says, how has the government's investment and promotion of Ara Ake in Taranaki helped you move to Auckland? I think that's a little bit of a sarcastic question, particularly when you were so nice about all the support that you've had from the community here.
Yes, Ariaki's kept us coming back. That's why I'm here today, so that's been good. Honestly, I think the biggest issue I see of Ariaki is they just don't have enough money. There's such an inward focus in New Zealand on decarbonising our economy. Our economy doesn't really emit crap compared to the rest of the world. 200 gigawatts of new coal had ground broken in China last year. 2021 was the first year since 2013 that new coal builds exceeded renewable builds. So, and how many, like hundreds of millions is being put into, let's say, I don't know, decarbonising process heat in New Zealand from the government. Meanwhile, we are significantly behind every other OECD country in terms of investment into technology innovation, which is what we're good at and is what scales around the world.
Brilliant.
So yeah, Ariaki just needs way more money.
Brilliant. Politician's answer, though, eh? Didn't talk about Auckland at all. Brilliant job there, Tim. Right, thank you very much. Everyone, please join me in thanking Tim very much for very stimulating. Right. Final tech deep dive question. We're back on wave energy now, but we're going to academia. So our final presenter before the break is Jonathan Everett. So Jonathan is a PhD student at Auckland University. And it's a reminder to us that offshore renewable energy comes in all shapes and sizes, and there's an active development of energy devices in New Zealand. But Jonathan's particularly going to focus on his work creating a wave energy converter device to support the aquafarming sector in New Zealand. And Jonathan, you might have picked up the pattern. You've got 10 minutes, and then we're going to do 5 minutes of Q&A. So when that thing goes orange, you should stop speaking. Over to you.
Thank you. Right, hi everyone. I'm Jonathan Everett, and yeah, this is going to talk about my project designing a wave energy converter. So I'm a mechanical engineering student at the University of Auckland. I'm supervised by the gentleman mentioned on the slide, so Dr. Vladislav Sorokin, Dr. Colin Whitaker, and Associate Professor Kinoa. So, a bit of an introduction. The objectives of my project are basically to design and test a wave energy converter device. And kind of the goal of that, we're working towards a 100-watt device to be used in aquafarming. And the idea is it's going to be like fairly easy to deploy, quite mobile, use existing structures in the water. And yeah, then the plan is to deploy the device in the ocean in New Zealand. So a bit of background just about the aquafarms need electricity. Every little bit counts. Basically, they have a whole range of things that they could use electricity for, whether that's refrigeration or underwater fans to sort of encourage growth of like the seed larvae, as well as sort of other things such as monitoring water quality and scaring away predators. So those last two in particular are sort of the smaller scale applications, so something that the 100 watts might cover, because yeah, so obviously for these other applications, 100 watts won't be enough, but yeah. So we've discussed with some potential collaborators, and they all seem pretty interested in what we've got to show, and yeah, potentially will even let us use their sites to do some deployment in the future. We also view this as a bit of a stepping stone, so have an application for the project, and then sort of achieve that application, and then move on to higher power things. So here's a diagram of the concept. So basically, the device will mount onto an existing aquafarm structure, and sort of the criteria for that is it just has to be large enough to resist the motion of the waves, so that you can get some sort of relative motion going on. I got this buoy that will move up and down on this linear rail, and in turn power a generator. We also playing around with the angle that the device is mounted at, sort of see what's going to generate the most power. And so sort of in this presentation, when I talk about the heave direction, that's vertical, and then the surge direction is horizontal. So this is the first prototype that was fabricated. So made it using some 3D printing, and also, yeah, just fairly common materials such as nuts, bolts, bearings, aluminium extrusions, and as you can see, some water bottles. Yeah, basically, the buoy moves up and down, and it's got this magnetic coupling mechanism to couple it to the generator that you see at the top, causing that to rotate. So this generator is, yeah, an electric motor, but pretty much I'm just using it as a dummy power takeoff mechanism at this point. And basically what I mean by that is, rather than measuring electrical power output, actually just measuring the dissipated power. So the motor exhibits linear damping, in that the torque it takes to rotate it, or when in generator form, the torque that it takes to rotate it is directly proportional to the rotational speed, which means I can sort of plug it straight into this equation down there to work out how much power is dissipated. And then sort of in the future, we'll get back to actual power generation. So just a bit of an overview of the mechanism. So the buoy is obviously on the outside of this aluminium extrusion. It's magnetically coupled to this internal bushing part inside. So as the buoy moves up and down, the bushing also moves up and down, and it causes this helix to spin, and the helix is directly attached to the generator. So I tested the device in the University of Auckland's wave flume, which is a long tank, 1.2 meters wide, 17 meters long, and then the water depth we went with was 0.8 meters deep. So yeah, adjusted some parameters such as the wave frequency and the wave amplitude, as well as the damping coefficient of the generator. Oh yes, I forgot to mention. So with that generator, basically you can adjust the damping coefficient by changing the value of the resistor connected across the output leads, just basically the resistance load. And so yeah, for this first prototype, up to 2.8 watts average power generated, and I think the buoy mass is about 2 kgs. So I've got a couple of videos of the device in action. So hopefully this, right, here we go. And you can kind of see here the amplitude of the wave is higher than the amplitude that the buoy is moving. That's due to it's quite a high damping coefficient that I got acting at that point in time. And then also got this other video of some real power being generated. Yeah. And cut back to just as proof that that's where it's coming from. So yeah, based on results of the experiments and stuff, came up with a design for the second prototype, which is a lot larger, and yeah, so that's about 2 meters long, designed to operate in waves up to 1.5 meters height, and hopefully, potentially, yeah, 100 watts of power under ideal conditions. So unfortunately, the wave flume can't quite generate waves big enough to achieve this, but yeah, when we deploy it in the ocean, that's what we're targeting. So once again, using a dummy power takeoff mechanism here, but also measuring the electrical power just to get an idea of how the efficiency is coming along. So I got a couple more videos of this device being tested. Once again, varying the wave frequency, damping coefficient, and in this case, I'm also changing the mounting angle of the device. So what I mean, you can see in the one on the left, it's sort of like that. Yeah, and yeah, you'll notice that this one kind of rides the wave, or sticks to the wave's surface a bit more closely than the previous one. So that's a couple of the changes that we've implemented, and yeah, also the buoy sort of pivots as well to sort of conform to that wave surface. So this one sort of achieved a maximum dissipated power of 12 watts, with 6 watts of that being electrical power, with an efficiency of about 50%. So yeah, similar to previous. Yeah, so also got our motor from AliExpress. But yeah, expecting that to increase with time. So yeah, here's a results curve that we got. So I have a few different curves like this, but this is the one I'll show you. So basically, for one particular frequency and wave height, you can see damping coefficient at the bottom. So as basically as the angle of the device increases, that's going to lead to more power generation. And basically the main reason for that is that the buoy will travel further, so it's going to be traveling at a higher velocity, therefore more power. There are a couple other reasons to go into a bit more detail as to why this is happening. So the wave flume is sort of like, it's classified as shallow water waves, which means that instead of like wave motion in deep water, the particles are sort of doing like a perfect circle. In this case, they're more elliptical, so a lot more surging motion, which basically is going to drag on the device and help it along its way when it's aligned in that 45-degree angle. And one other thing is that the buoyancy force that the buoy is actually experiencing is similar, regardless of the wave of the mounting angle. And the reason for that is the buoyancy force acts perpendicular to the slope. So if your kind of incident wave is coming in like that, your buoyancy is going to be acting in that direction there. So you can actually increase your buoyancy force if you align it properly. And yeah, basically what that means is you can apply a greater power takeoff force, and since it's traveling at a higher velocity, you're going to get more power. I found that from observing the experiments, it's sort of the forces acting on the components seem to be low. I think it's like a much smoother motion when it's mounted at that higher angle. The reason for that is it doesn't really have any way of sort of crashing into it. Not that they're breaking or anything, but there is a bit of an impact apparent. And so definitely that sort of reduces. And one sort of downside though, or limitation of this device when it's on the angle is that it needs to be, the wave needs to come from one direction. Basically, if it comes from the side, it's going to hit it, it's not going to perform well, might even get damaged. But fortunately, these aquafarms that we're sort of looking at have usually in quite low energy sea states with like a pretty clear prevailing wave direction. So yeah, so currently at 6 watts, but the plan, obviously 100 watts. So currently, yeah, with a 0.3 meter wave height, we're getting 6 watts of electrical power. Our modelling has suggested that we can increase the wave height to 0.5 meters, which is sort of in line with what we'd expect in the ocean deployment, and then that will almost triple power as the wave height is proportional to, sorry, the total energy in a wave is proportional to the height squared, and also increasing the buoy mass by a factor of 4 will also increase the power by a factor of 4. So with our new motors that we're going to get, new generators, which will have hopefully higher efficiency, up to 80%. If we achieve these 3 things, then we'll be on track for 100 watts. And then when we deploy the device in the ocean with one of our collaborators later this year, we should hopefully achieve 100 watts. And yeah, thank you for listening.
Good stuff. Got a few questions for you. So the first one people are interested in is what else is going on with research into renewable energy generation devices in New Zealand?
New Zealand.
In universities specifically?
With my university, so as far as I know, there isn't a whole lot going on. So my supervisor's got a few projects sort of in parallel with mine. He's trying to, basically like, when I started, I think I was the first one under him, and now we've got about like 8 to 10 of us all working on similar things. Not necessarily the exact same project, but sort of, other forms of research into wave energy.
Yeah, the impression I get is it follows the funding, doesn't it? So, I mean, Canterbury got a whole bunch of money for integration, so their focus in the epicentres be more about integrating renewable energy rather than developing new generations. I don't know if you guys know more about it than I do. Anyway, that was my impression. Next question is about the scale that you're aiming for. So what scale of fully installed aquafarm generation would you be targeting when this thing actually gets commissioned?
Right. Well, yeah, for our first ocean testing, we're probably going to put this exact device in, or if not that, like a very similar sized one, and 100 watts. And then we're thinking you can scale that in a couple ways. You can either make it bigger, larger in all dimensions, larger buoy, or else you could just put multiple of them. We haven't quite determined what the ideal size of the device would be, most efficient.
But what sort of scale on your average aquafarm? What would that be? All these 100?
Well, really, like I said before, like they pretty much want as much power as they can. Like they're talking, well, they're not talking megawatts, but they're sort of talking definitely like tens of kilowatts. But it depends on which farm you're sort of looking at.
Sure.
So as much as possible, I guess. Yeah.
And how do you deal with fouling?
Right. Yeah, well...
Would you like to explain to the nice ladies and gentlemen what fouling is? There's a possibility we don't all know.
Yeah, it's pretty much like when you get oysters growing all over your things. Like, not a very scientific explanation, but that's pretty much what it is. So I think you can get sort of like biofouling resistant paints and stuff. Probably not. I haven't looked into whether that's like good for the sea creatures and all that, but
probably not.
Probably not. But we're sort of like more like surfaces that they can't adhere to, or sort of just ways to like make it self-cleaning. I don't know. Things to think about for the future for sure.
Cool. Right. Well, I think I would like to invite you all in joining me to thank Jonathan very much for taking us through his research. We've talked about the sector globally, and we've talked about the sector domestically, and we've talked about what they want to do, but what we haven't talked about is the social contract that we might need to enter into to allow them to do stuff like this. Because there's all sorts of people who might be affected by it. There's critters, and there's people, and there's... Trees aren't really critters, are they? But, you know, things that grow, whatever. So the structure of the afternoon is we're going to start off looking at this from a Maori perspective, and then we're going to take that conversation into a broader conversation about social license. And the focus of that, we'll have Neil Holdham leading us into that, and then we'll have a panel discussion about that. And then to sort of bring things together, we've got the first of our 2 political sessions. So Stuart Smith, who's the shadow spokesman for the sector, is here. So he's going to try and wrap things together from his perspective. And then we have the run-in to dinner. So how does that sound? Sound pretty good? Okay.
Well, as I say, so and the other thing I need to talk to you about is the photographer who is there. Now, the photographer has not taken any photos yet. However, he has a camera around his neck, and that's his job. So if you're not happy having your photo taken, you can either say to him, I'd rather not have my photo taken, and he will politely not take your photo, or you could come and complain to us about it, and we'll try and do something about it. How does that sound? It's sort of part of the deal of coming to something like this, right? You know, you're not exactly secret. Anyway, full disclosure, wave your hand so everyone knows. Yeah? And there'll be drinks and pictures of you all sort of drinking and chatting intelligently. So. Good, right, iwi perspective. So, and we've sort of talked about this sort of repeatedly through a lot of the industry presentations. And obviously there's no single Maori perspective on future energy. And every iwi, every hapu have their own views, and that will be a reflection of their own experience. But I'm very, very grateful today that our speaker who's from Ngāruahine is Teorangi Dillon, who's the Tumu Whakaere, so that's the chief executive of the trust, yeah? And you're probably going to tell us all about the iwi, so I probably don't need to bother. One of the 8 iwi in Taranaki, so we're talking coastal southern central Taranaki, yeah, sort of roughly on the map. Why don't you come up and... I'm getting the ding, that's right. I was sort of ad-libbing to fill the space while you got on the stage. Welcome, welcome. Thanks very much. So you've got a special time quantity, actually. You've got 25 minutes. Ooh. So if you wanted to leave sort of 10 minutes-ish for questions, that'd be great. So I think the deal is it goes orange and you start coming into land, and it goes red and you come into land. Right. That's the plan. Right. Welcome.
Thank you. Tēnā no tātou. We'll see how that traffic light system goes for me today. I will endeavour to adhere to the instructions. Heoi anō e mihi ana ki a tātou I tēnei ahi ngā mata mōrehu o rātou mā, kua tai mai ki raro I te tūnui o tēnei o ngā ware. O tira ki Papa Hoani mā, koutou o Ngāti Tāwhirikura o Ngāti Te Whiti, tūwhirai tō tātou nei hui I tēnei ata. E mihi ana ki a koutou hoki e uncle. Ai, nā reira, ko Teorangi Dillon taku ingoa, he uriau noko nei no tēnei maunga, te maunga titohia. I tēnei wā ko au te tumu wakarai o te korowai o Ngārua Ine. I am the current CE of te korowai o Ngārua Ine. We are a post-settlement governance entity. We are charged with growing the resource and supporting our uri, our descendants, to thrive and not just survive. Nā reira e mihi ana ki koutou katoa I tēnei rā. Ka pai. Not sure what you can see. Okay. Oh, and where's our clicker? I can just talk. Quite happy to just carry on. Ka pai. Ka pai. So today we're going to talk about ngā tuaki pūngao o Ngāruahine, our alternative energy position statement. This has come to us after thinking about how we attack, I guess, or how we put in place those strategies and those implementations that we're going to need to make sure that our taiao imperatives are adhered to, not only by ourselves, but by all of our manuhiri and other entities who come into our roe. Nā reira. So what you're going to see throughout the presentation is a look at some of the background to the position statement and how we developed it. We'll then share what we understand of the major issues that are facing our environment. We'll delve into some of the misconceptions surrounding Ngāruā Ine's position on renewable energy, and we'll look at the importance of change in the way we do things before exploring the role of the Crown and the New Zealand Government. And lastly, we're going to ask a few tough questions of you all, the investors and developers, in order to define the outcomes we are looking for. Ka pai. So the context. We are part of a collective of 8 iwi of Taranaki, ngā iwi o Taranaki. We have a back engine working alongside us called Te Aranga, and some of you would already have a relationship or talking with Te Aranga at different times, and you will more than likely have met our kaimai, project manager, Sarah Gibson also. So as Ngā Rua Ine, we don't speak for our wanaunga iwi, we speak for ourselves. But Te Pūngao Wakahau will be developed in time, and that's going to be based on common interests and aspirations for all of us as ngā iwi o Taranaki, and how we think this can operate underneath the maru of Taranaki Maunga. So we acknowledge and respect that our wanaunga, our wanaunga iwi might have differing views, they may have differing aspirations for their people from us, but we're just committed to all working together and doing our best to achieve the best possible outcomes for the people of our region. Mo tēnei takiwā o Taranaki. So our Ngā Rua Hine position statement will inform that collective position statement that's being produced at this time also. Nā reira, ka tika a mua, ka tika a muri. This is a wakatoki that reminds us of the importance of relationships. When we talk of concepts like sustainability, like resilience and long-term well-being, it is strong relationships that we know will be the difference between what is visualised and what actually becomes a reality. As you see, our position statement on alternative energy is there. We see the term renewable including large-scale hydropower generation. So after fossil fuels, large-scale hydro generation provides the greatest energy return when compared to the energy required to extract it. It is actually higher than any other new technologies. In this regard, for us, it is a traditional energy generation system. When we talk of alternative energy, we are referring to solar, wind, microhydro, biomass, etc. For us, these are non-traditional systems which we have termed alternative. Our development, position statement development. A key reason for developing this position statement was our frustration at the word there is dismal, but I'm going to say, our frustration at the what would it be? No, we'll stick with dismal. Performance of central government and regional development agencies. So ironically, we were sat here listening to their carefully crafted kōrero about iwi and hapu engagement, but that's kind of where it was at. We were just listening to the kōrero that people were telling us about ourselves, but we weren't actually being engaged with. So it was ironic, I guess, to have other people telling us about our participation, but we weren't actually participating in that part of the participation. So we held a series of workshops in 2022 with Uri and Hapu to understand their issues and aspirations regarding the development of energy systems. They clearly identified that environmental protection and sustainability must be matched with beneficial social outcomes for their hapu and their communities. We haven't started this from scratch either. There's a lot that has gone into it. We've been guided by our board-approved documents, which is Te Uru Taio o Ngā Rua Hine, that's our Ngā Rua Hine Kaitiaki Plan, also known as an environment plan. Also our short-term 5-year strategy, which is called Ka Ora Taku Toa, and the Te Korowai o Ngā Rua Hine procurement strategy, which is Te Aratoiroa, all that you can access on our website. So problem identification. So Ngā Rua Hine possess equal explanatory and decision-making power of that of the Crown, to that of the Crown. and the New Zealand government. That means we see issues and opportunities as they relate to and affect our ngārua henetanga. We have heard the popular narratives that climate change is some inescapable result of power generation, manufacturing processes, vehicle transport, and rampant consumerism. These are merely symptoms of the problem, e hoa mā. We challenge this narrative to identify the cause of the climate change crisis, which we see as colonisation and unrestrained capitalism. Climate change and many other significant issues around the world are the result of the planned, systematic theft of Indigenous peoples' lands, also politely called colonisation. We know this, we've seen this. European imperialism was fueled by the capitalistic ethic to extract, exploit the resources of other people's lands. It's been labelled as progress. The theft of Indigenous people's lands and the resources from the 17th to the 20th centuries has opened up millions of hectares of thriving, temperate, tropical and boreal forests to extract forces of an expanding capitalist ethos. Once the forests were cleared, the very earth below was turned inside out to mine minerals to further support that theory of progress. E hoa mā, we are the uri of that practice. We are the uri of muru me te raupatu. Ngārua Hene in particular, I can't talk for our other iwi, we are the uri of over 1 million acres of land theft, which has caused displacement for our people. So if the question was to come up in question and answer time, give us an example, we are the living example. The myth of exponential economic growth on a planet with limited resources has created further crisis as economic theories became the rules by which we are meant to live. The issue is that these economic theories are totally disconnected from reality and shielded from receiving feedback from living, organic, ecological and social systems. Again, e hoa mā, we are the living example of this. If you want to dive deeper, come in and see us at any of our tari. We've got the time, we'll let you know. So the myths and misinformation that is out there at the moment. So in regards to ngārua hene, just so we're all clear, we are not opposed to the development of alternative energy. However, our tikanga requires us to support the transition away from fossil fuels as part of being good kaitiaki for our takiwā. Our tikanga also requires us to find out who the people are that have designs on the use and extraction of our resources, rather than having blind trust in them. We've been here before, e hoa mā. We've been asked to trust in oil and gas. We've been told it's going to make us millions. If that was the case, Hawera should be paved in gold, whānau. Unfortunately, we're not there yet. So some perceive Māori as an impediment to progress, particularly when it comes to the resource consenting process. Whānau, the resource consenting process is arduous for us as well, not just for you as the developers. The RMA is a piece of legislation that provides what we consider to be less than adequate protection of Māori rights and interests. Our environmental concerns stem from our familial relationship to Papa Tuanuku, Te Ranginui, to Tangaroa and a multitude of atua. Colonisation has severely disrupted that relationship and our ability to determine our own social, cultural and economic developments. We have been systematically excluded from developing the natural resources of Aotearoa for over 160 years. We welcome economic development, but it's got to align with our cultural, social and environmental values. The start of this is recognising the inadequacy of profit maximisation as the only purpose of doing business. Also, part of our tikanga is we're nosy, man. Nosy as. We want to know who's coming into our whare, into our takiwa. We don't want to hear from our mates down the road that such and such had a hui with them and they might come and see you. No, front-footed e hoa mā, hara mai ki te, I don't want to do what they did at Ngāti Whātua and say neke neke mai. That might be the wrong way to say engari, no mai hara mai. Hara mai ki te kōrero tahi ki a tātou. Come and talk to us. Could you just go up a bit on the notes? Okay, te pai. We'll carry on. Yep, we'll go there. So with this, we need to challenge the paradigm, e te whānau. We all know that energy is a basic need for all people and should be abundant and at low cost. Consumers are not a gravy train for energy producers to fleece through high charges in order to provide exorbitant profits to multinationals. The environment is not a bottomless pit of natural resources to be captured through legislation and regulation and converted into profit-making machines. Ngā ruahine will not be pigeonholed into the categories of cultural and spiritual interests only. We are social, we are political and economic actors with the mana and history to pursue the outcomes that we determine for ourselves. We favour a circular, localised economy that supports the well-being of Taranaki communities, South Taranaki communities, hoki. And I guess one of the questions that we have for you is, will your project repeat the exploitative and extractive practices associated with the oil and gas sector? Or will you be a part of changing the unhealthy doctrines of the past in order to achieve positive change to the lived reality of our communities? It's very quiet out there, everybody. So transparency. The Crown has been somewhat quiet at times on how they incentivise private investment. So we acknowledge that private investment is necessary for development to occur. As Te Tiriti partners, we expect to be involved in all aspects of development that occur in our roe. For resource consent applicants, any assessment of environmental effects should include a life cycle analysis of the entire project life and an energy return on energy invested assessment. Your project cost or benefit analysis or economic analysis should include a social return on investment assessment at a minimum. So the theory is what is good for ngā iwi o Taranaki e te whānau is good for the whole of Taranaki, Takiwa, if not the whole of New Zealand. So iwi involvement ensures that economic benefits are localised and recirculated within the New Zealand economy. What will you, the Crown, so this is a pātai for the Crown, what will you do to empower iwi as our treaty partners and enable us to fulfil our roe as kaitiaki? If the Crown is prepared to bankroll multinational developers and investors, what do ngā ruahine and other iwi of Taranaki need to do to become active players in the development of renewable energy in our region and not just be passive observers? And a question for our developers, what are you going to do with the energy? So as we have already identified, our role as kaitiaki requires us to support the adoption of new renewable energy systems. A question for those who are investing or developing these systems: what will you do for the communities? What will you do with the energy you create? Will you provide it in abundance to our communities at the lowest possible price? Or will you seek to recoup your investment many times over by applying crippling charges and fees to households that are already struggling? It's very doom and gloom, guys. I'm sure you're not going for option 2. Will you create consumer dependency and monopolise the generation of renewable energy so that your shareholders can see exponential growth in their profit margins? If the days of fossil fuels are over, e te whānau, e hoa mā, so too is the myth of exponential economic growth. This is the fundamental issue for ngā ruahine. We have seen how the market-based economy works, and it does not provide for the most vulnerable people in our community, and a large portion of those people are our uri. Nā reira. Ooh, I'm in the red. I'm in the red here, whānau. So we will leave you with a quote by author Graeber, who wrote extensively on sociology, economics, and the capture of technology. Are we making the world differently, or just rebranding our imperfections to carry on exploiting and extracting? Nā reira e te whānau, we say this at home, ka tika a mua, ka tika a muri. Nā reira, tēnā koutou katoa. If you have any questions, you can ask Dion Luke, who's sitting at the back there, our pōtaiao. Next to him is Te Uraura Ngāneko, who will happily answer those questions too. Nā, mena he pātai, tēnā tātou pātai mai.
So, Te Aorangi, you've cowed everyone into silence. There are no questions on Slido, because I think you've been asking...
Well, that means I've got 6 more minutes to say some other things that weren't on my PowerPoint.
But you've been asking questions of the room, so I think that's entirely appropriate. Oh, we've got some questions now. Oh, well, we can read them together, because I haven't seen them. So let's see what we've got. Oh, yep, here we go. Right, it's quite an interesting one from Amelia. Who do you think is doing iwi engagement the best, and what's an example that we can learn from?
Look, they'll all be sitting out there, puffing out their chests right now, like, pick me, pick me. I think what I would say overall, there's an improvement across the board. There's been a lot to learn, I guess. Oh, ka aroha ki koutou, you oil and gas people, sorry, but you're the example right now. That's been the example, and even nearer the end, even oil and gas has clicked on, I guess, and people want to improve. I think what we see is that there is an element of authenticity to the engagement that we are experiencing at the moment, but what we are saying to people is actually, whakaaro nui, have a really hard think about it before you come to us. What do you know about us, and are you doing this because you're being told you have to do this? Are you doing this because you truly want to have a relationship with us? That's a ngā ruahine perspective. Uncle Mike from Rodu might be a bit more straight up with you fellas than that. But yeah, ka pai?
Well, maybe this is to your point, absolutely. Oh, the questions just disappeared. We had 2 questions which sound suspiciously the same, which have been expressed very differently. So the first version of it goes, does the 2030 development timeline for offshore wind developers give enough time to properly engage with partner Iri and Hapu? But the second version of it is, how can Ngā Ruahine achieve practical commercial timeframes required from industry partners? And I think, if I was listening to your presentation, the point is, it's sort of not on the industry to dictate terms here.
Yeah, that's right. I guess where we're at is, I don't want to get right into it, everybody, but hey, while we're here, let's go. So I guess from a Ngā Ruahine perspective, the issue is that a lot of this is happening around us and to us, and it hasn't been something that's happening alongside of us. So while we're putting our best foot forward right now to get right out in front of it, that's the reason why we have the Ngā Iwi o Taranaki kaupapa happening at the same time. Is the 2030, I mean, why is that 2030 deadline there in the first place? That's probably the biggest question. Rather than me saying, are we going to fit into it? We have our own numbers of people who we have to consult with, so it's not as easy as just coming to the PSGE. Actually, for Ngā Ruahine, we're very hapu-centric, so we have to take everything else back out to our hapu. I don't know if many of you know what that sort of a makeup is, and then those hapu have to talk to their people as well. So that's probably something else that, I don't know if this is answering your question, actually. Yeah, read between the lines. Is that an answer? Let's go with that.
Or even read the lines, like the slides will be available next week. It's on the slides, right? It's pretty clear. So maybe, how are we doing for time? Oh, we might have one more. So specific one, what are some key examples of the social return on investment that you're looking for? You said that was one of the things you'd expect to see in proposals from developers.
Well, how's about I just read out a little bit of something else that I had there, eh? I've got 2 minutes. Okay, so the question, I think, is what exactly do we want? So in regards to the Crown, the interests of Ngā Ruahine are not just cultural, spiritual, environmental. We've already spoken about that. We are also trying to play catch-up after the 160 years of being excluded from utilising our natural resources. We've already spoken about that as well. In regards to investors and developers, we are hopeful that the Crown is serious about developing a mutual beneficial relationship with us, and we are also aware that it is an ongoing process and that they have been known to come up short in terms of our expectations over time. So we don't want to see a repeat of the past. We have lots of developments that are on our cards, and ultimately we want to know how are you going to benefit our uri, rather than you come in and maybe sidle up to a project that we've already got going. Have you done your research into us? Do you know what we're doing socially? I can't talk for everybody else. Everybody else has their own priorities, and I think, yeah, I couldn't give you just one definitive answer on how you could help out socially, but if you were talking about right now, as in tomorrow, I would say look a little bit further out. We've got a massive crisis happening over on the East Coast at the moment, Te Tai Tokerau. There's many other ways that if you were looking for social benefits on how you could possibly look into iwi Māori and support, it's not just about the social outcomes that you're going to see right here and right now. There's other things that are happening out there too. My mates are probably like, oh, Tauranga, you should have said housing.
Beautiful.
That as well.
No, couldn't be clearer. Thank you so much, Tauranga, and please, everyone, join me thanking. And I think... Better way of showing respect for the kōrero. Thank you very much. And I was just going to say, Te Ururura Nanako is going to be on the panel, I think. Is that right? So we can continue this conversation. But just to set us up for the panel conversation, which is about the broader question of social license as we start exploring this world of offshore renewable energy, this is a great pleasure for me. I'd like to welcome His Worship, the Mayor of New Plymouth, Neil Holdham. And this is very lovely for me because Neil is a former client of mine. And just look what happens when you employ me as a consultant, people. Anyway, Neil's going to try and set some context here. So the question is, what's social license and why should we care? Now, I didn't even realise this, but Neil wears many hats. So obviously he's the Mayor of New Plymouth. We all know that. But he's also the chair of the Taranaki Mayoral Forum. So that's all the... No, I'm not. Not the chair, just a member. Just a member. Sorry, misrepresenting you. But you are the chair of the Taranaki Regional Council.
No, that's Charlotte.
What says there?
Yeah, cool.
It's Charlotte?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well.
Yeah. But Tauko put another person in there.
Say no more. Anyway, Neil, the floor's yours. You've got 15 minutes,
yeah.
And we might have a bit of a Q&A afterwards.
Argument. I mean,
Done.
yeah, and this clicker, we'll see how this works.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mihi nui, ko Taranaki te Maunga, tō Waiangana te awa, ko William Bryan te waka, ko Neil Holdham taku ingoa, ko Ramatua o Ngā Motu. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Neil Holdham. I'll be your mayor this afternoon. And they asked me to talk about what social license was. So I did what all smart people do, and I Googled social license, and there's a definition. And I actually thought it was pretty good, given the crowd. And I suppose this is really, you know, it builds on what Dylan's just been talking about. It's not actually regulation, but it's something that if you actually want to participate in this landscape successfully, you're going to have to get your heads around. But I thought we'll start with some context. So somebody told me that we do like 80 megatons of carbon a year, or carbon equivalents. So this is kind of, where we're at, and I became really interested in this when our former Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, decided that she was going to take a hammer to the oil and gas industry that represents about 40% of their local economy. And I just got thinking about it because I really like visualising data, and the little rev counter there, because essentially, on average, we produce 2.536 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalents per second. And actually, one of my goals, and I'll talk about it later tonight, for those of you that are going to have to endure me twice, is about working with government to actually visualise that, because you'll see our economy, like an engine, revs up and down. But I think if we could make it real for people, they might start to get it. And then you can kind of see where the stuff comes from. When Jacinda announced that she was going to ban offshore oil and gas, we worked together. I worked with Charlotte, who I mentioned, who's now the chair of the Taranaki Regional Council, but she was doing some other work at the time. And we just described, I suppose, this future that we're aspiring to. And the point we made was because our gas underpins, I suppose, the energy stability, reliability in the country, and we're really supportive of this evolving, technologies and this new renewable future, and the work that needs to go on there. And so we charted it out and said, look, this is kind of where we think it's going to go. And the issue is we've got this big gulf in there. And if we get this wrong, that we'll just fill it with coal. And then we're actually going to go backwards. And that was a conversation we had about 5 years ago, and I'll just let you decide what's happened. Because we gave them some advice about what a successful transition would look like, and we're ignored. And just to spell it out, and I'm not going to go into this too much detail, but the slide will be available later. We kind of said, right, if we get this right, and you've heard things about energy pricing, about actually the environment, about not externalising the costs of your operations, but it's also about the impacts on people, and the impacts on our economy, and confidence in our country. And realistically, what we don't really have is an integrated plan. But there is talk of a national energy strategy, which I think would support everybody in the room to achieve their objectives, because it'd be nice if we had a plan and some information and it was integrated. But when I discussed this with MB's Chief Executive, Carolyn Tremaine, she said, we don't usually hear sophisticated thinking like this come out of the provinces, and we've got this other thing called COVID to deal with. So anyway, apparently we are going to have that conversation soon. But what my subtext, right, for those of you looking to invest in this technology, you've got tailwinds, okay? Everybody's looking for someone to help solve the problem. So in terms of social licence, the perception of you right now, before you've really got here, is that you guys are part of the answer. You're part of the solution. So that's really cool, okay? And I suppose, so this is my lesson kind of one, is you are welcome because you are part of the solution. Don't take that for granted. So now I'm not going to go into the details of this, but this is just one of the things that I think about. So in my day job as a mayor, I tax people. I take money off them and then I allocate that to a whole range of things. And it's really challenging work. We've got about 16 different departments that do everything from take, poo away and treat it before so that it doesn't contaminate our rivers and streams to feeding monkeys so that little kids can go and have picnics and look at them. And we have to determine how we allocate different money to different things. This is a piece of work that Björn Lomborg did. He's an economist that really looked at, for every dollar you spend on a social policy intervention, what's the return? And if you can see right up the top, if you're in the green, you're a fantastic return, right? And this is doing things like birth control, vaccinations, removing trade barriers and things, educating people. You put $1 in, you get hundreds of dollars back. And as you climb down the value chain, you slowly get a reduction. And some of the point that he tries to make is have a look at where, have a look at where decarbonisation and sustainability initiatives are. And at some point in time, when you step back and look at the whole thing, just remember that we're going to have these grown-up conversations over the next 10 or 20 years about where we're putting our capital, both the public sector, which I'm in local government, so We've got a different approach, and then you, the private sector. But just remember, this is the context. And so perceptions of this stuff can change. And I suppose, as I say, this cost-benefit analysis, and it was referred to by the previous speaker, is going to become increasingly important as we start to understand the impacts of what we're doing. So as I say, lesson 1, don't take us for granted. Welcome to Taranaki. We love it here. This is a very cool place to live. It's a very special place. Just acknowledging Hawani's here from Ngāti Te Whiti, part of Te Atiawa. This is their rohi that we're in. But we've got 8 iwi around the maunga, many hapu. They've got their own set of values. And one of them, the key ones, manaakitanga, welcome. Come here. We're really proud of our place, and we're really proud to, to host you here. But we also have a set of values. I'm really lucky to be part of the Taranaki Mayoral Forum. I'm Neil the Younger. The actual chair of the forum is known as Neil the Wiser. That's Neil, the Mayor of South Stratford, and he was unavailable today, so he asked me to come in and speak on our behalf. And it also includes Mayor Phil Nixon and Chair Charlotte Littlewood of the Taranaki Regional Council. So like I say, we have our own culture and values. The Taranaki Mayoral Forum works really closely with our Taranaki iwi leaders, and we're increasingly collaborating as we understand that it makes it easier for you as organisations to deal with us, but it helps us deal with what's an increasingly complicated and fast-changing environment. We set really high standards in Taranaki. We want people to be their best, and we want organisations to be their best. And I think building on what was mentioned earlier, the social licence is about building trust. Lay a good foundation. You've got to be straight up about who you are and what you want to do, okay? And our expectation of you is to be what you say you are. And I think a lot of organisations write these aspirational statements, and then a whole bunch of people go off and do other things and when they get out of alignment with their overall vision and mission, they get into trouble. So we want to know who you are, what you are, and that what you're doing aligns with our values. And I think it kind of reflects what was mentioned before. Lesson 2, if you want to come here, think beyond your own growth objectives. Mana whenua form part of the fabric of our society, and I mean I think of them, and I think it was kind of covered far better than I could describe as they're another form of regulator that needs to be respected with the same form of regulation or the same respect that you hold the government or the resource management processes. You should just consider this is another form of regulation, and you should be investing in it at the same level. And then it's really just about your objectives, because I think if you want to talk about social licence, essentially your objectives have to align with our objectives. And if they don't, you really probably shouldn't bother coming here. Can I just, because I do like to create mischief and I haven't gone into the red yet, how many people that work for the government are here? Can I have a show of hands? Cool. So what we notice, and I mean we've talked about the oil and gas, I think the oil and gas industry has evolved a lot and matured a lot, but funnily enough the government sets the rules, and they've set it up so that they scrape a huge amount of the value off and they just take it away to Wellington. And I think that reflects an old kind of world model. They're really hierarchically driven, that lot down in Wellington, and they think they know best. But the reality is I think a future will involve more of the benefits of these activities flowing back to the regions. And I think in determining how best to work with the regions, I think the traditional triple bottom line is, well, we'll spend 0.5% of revenue on social things, and we'll do a few school, we'll put a toilet block or a swimming pool, etc. And then we'll actually take the time to listen, understand our objectives, and align with us. The last thing I really wanted to say was about operational excellence. Okay, if you want to come here, we set really high standards. We're supportive of others that set really high standards, but you have to deliver to them. Okay, we've seen some cowboys come here. We've seen Tamarind. We don't want that. Okay, so if you can't be at the top of your game, don't come and play here, because we don't want people taking shortcuts. We've seen what shortcuts can do in the past. And I think, so that's my challenge to you, but I think on the flip side of it, we're here to support you to actually become the best in the world. So I think that's the end of my slide. I had my lesson 3 is, it's about investment. I think Dylan was far more eloquent than me, but invest in mutual understanding. Take the time to listen to our people and listen to our objectives and see how they line up, and then share your aspirations and we can work together.
Beautiful. Round of applause for His Worship the Mayor. Now, unless something's appeared, there aren't any questions. You've got a fanboy.
I paid him, thank you.
Adam's your fanboy. Why aren't you wearing your chains?
Yeah, thanks for that.
Which do you prefer? Wave, wind, or solar?
Yeah, I think I'll go with wind because we specialise in wind around here.
Beautiful. Oh, well, thank you very much, Neil. That's a great way of setting us up for our next panel. I think your job is just to sit down on one of these chairs.
Quietly, I think.
Well, I mean, as loudly as you like. And my job is to introduce your facilitator for our panel session. And I think a lot of you will know Kelvin Wright, who is the Chief Executive of Te Puna Umanga, which is Venture Taranaki. And that's all I've got to do, because Kelvin's going to introduce his panellists. And Kelvin, you've got half an hour with your panellists to weave together these strands of flax that we have split apart. You've got 2 microphones, I've been told to tell you, and that.
Well, kia ora koutou. Ko Kelvin Wright, Te Tumu Whakaere o Te Puna Umanga, Chief Executive of Venture Taranaki. Now, when we were planning this session today, we thought it was going to be late in the day and that we might have needed a few shots of coffee in the veins, but I think you've had 1 shot of Te Orangi and you've had another shot of Neil, so everyone seems quite awake. So, look, we've put together a really diverse panel this afternoon, which will give you a range of views. So, look, we'll get the team to come up on the stage and take their place. And we'll introduce you to a bunch of pretty good-looking and smart people that are very passionate about our region, our environment, and our people. So first, we've got Te Uraura Naniko, who's lead for external relations for Ngāruahine. We've got Dr. Peter Edwards, who's the senior researcher for Manaaki Whenua Landcare Research. We've got Emily Tuiao Bailey, so founding member of Climate Justice Taranaki, and of course Koromatua Neil Holdham. So I think, as you can see from the makeup of the panel, we will definitely get a range of views today. In thinking about the session today, I found this definition. I know Neil had one up on the board before, from ethics.org.au, and it really did resonate with me around social licence. So I'm just going to read it out. It's a third-party definition, and it really resonated with me. So they say that the term social licence refers to the level of ongoing approval that a community gives to an industry or project. The social licence gives legitimacy to operate beyond something simply being legally allowed. It's based on the idea that organisations and companies don't just need regulatory permission, but also social permission to conduct business. And I thought that really summed up the topic of social licence for me pretty well. They then go on to expand on that in terms of 3 main concepts that underpin that. Legitimacy, the extent to which an individual organisation plays to the rules of the game, and expanding that to the norms of the community, whether they be legal, social, cultural, formal or informal in nature. Credibility was the second point, around the individual or company's capacity to provide true and clear information to the community and fulfil any commitments made. In particular, focus on the fulfill any commitments made. And underpinned by trust, as Neil mentioned before. So with that said, let's get into the panel discussion. In order to stick to time, we've got about 30 minutes. We've asked each of our panel members to speak to 2 main questions. So the first question is, what does social licence mean to them? And the second one is, when we talk about community, what does that actually mean? Who does this represent? So following on from that, we'll have a final round for some reflections from the team and any final points, and then we will get into it. So I'd just like to kick off, and we'll hand some microphones out to Te Uraura.
tēnā tātou, my name is Te Urara Ngāneko. I'm the Pauri lead for Te Korowai o Ngārawini Trust. I lead our kāinga, our housing programs, and also our mahipau. And that's specifically why I'm here today to talk to you. But I've got another job to do. Te Aorangi's already set the context. You should be all clear on who our community is, but if you're not, I'll just recap pretty quickly. In terms of Ngā Ruahine, our community, our immediate community are our 6 hapu, 8 marae, and whānau and uri o Ngā Ruahine. We've got about 6,000 registered members, and there's about 15 to 20,000 of our uri in New Zealand and all around the world. So that's in terms of our immediate community I'm talking about today. And apart from that, we're also another community. We're iwi hapu, we are treaty partners, not one subset of the general population that needs to be consulted along with many others. We're iwi and hapu, and we're also part of the communities we live in, and we have the rights guaranteed under Article 3 of the Treaty of Waitangi. We're also iwi and hapu, and we are consumers. So in that context, that's how I would define our community. So our job, as Te Aorangi's already pointed out, is to look for opportunities for our people, and at times that may be through leveraging our status as treaty partner with a central government. It may mean that where our treaty partner is not providing those opportunities, we look to the companies like yourselves. We look to those opportunities. That's my main role with my iwi in terms of procurement. I've already spoken to a number of the presenters here today, and I look forward to speaking to many others. So then it moves on to social licence. So I pondered over this thing called social licence. Te Aorangi's already sort of highlighted that social licence comes with conditions. And she's identified what our position is in terms of this new taniwha that's arrived on our shores. We had a similar one arrive here about 50 years ago in terms of the oil and gas sector. So in terms of the social licence, we're looking for meaningful relationships which are mutually beneficial and long-term. Those relations are not transactional arrangements and need to show how they will not irreversibly damage our environment and provide opportunities for our uri. These two key things need to be clear when you apply for resource consents, as they will be assessed in our cultural impact assessment, and what's good for Taranaki is, what's good for iwi is good for Taranaki, as you've heard Te Aorangi say. So after decades of iwi and hapu being hoha or unhappy or displeased about the poor performance of the oil and gas sector, and I don't mean to be personal because I know a lot of those people and I've worked with them over the last 20 years. We are now seeing some actual change. We're actually finding companies actually understanding our position and value their relationships. I can mention 3, OMV, Tide Energy and Beach. This is where offshore wind and other energy developers need to start in order to build trust in our communities. So we can either learn from past mistakes and repeat those mistakes, where you can change, and we're here to help. While I was listening to all the presenters today, I sort of kept a scorecard. So in context of social licence, so if I was to give out a social licence today, all the developers that spoke today would get of all the developers today, there was one that set the benchmark, and that was Pat O'Meara. And I'd give him a 5. And my expectation is all the other developers, that's the benchmark that you have to achieve and work towards with our help. So, nō reira, tēnā tātou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Calvin. I'll just briefly introduce myself again. I'm Peter Edwards. I'm a senior social science researcher at Manaki Whenua Land Care Research. I guess I've been, with colleagues, been examining social license in a number of different industries across sort of forestry, agriculture, aquaculture for about the last decade. And recently, colleagues and I have developed what we've kind of determined as kind of a social license framework or a process that can help organizations work through the process of thinking about social license, why they want it, how providing some potential tools that they can use to go through this process. But of course, each context and each situation is very, very unique, and it's up to the organization to sort of build those relationships and sort of work through that. I sort of put up the traditional definition of social license is around community acceptance or community approval of some sort of activity or operation. But I thought I'd sort of simplify, I guess in a way, kind of simplify it. It's very simply doing more and going beyond the legal minimum requirements. So it's actually going out into these communities, and by communities I mean, it can be all the stakeholders, iwi, anybody that's potentially has a stake, and I'll kind of come to my definition of community in a minute, and sort of addressing their concerns around the social, the environmental, the economic, and the social cultural impacts of those activities. And I guess there's probably, amongst a few of you, there's kind of a question probably in the back of your mind: how do I know that I have a social license? Because it is this intangible, informal license, and often you don't know that you actually have one. But I can tell you particularly from some of the other industries, forest industry for one of them, you sure know when you don't have one. It's really kind of it can be quite a difficult concept to grasp, but it's like everybody said, it's built on those sort of relationships. And then sort of the other point that we were asked to talk to around community. So what is that community? What is that community? And often people sort of look at it in sort of terms of geographical communities. So the local communities, the people that are sort of very close to where you're undertaking your activities or your operation. But we've sort of actually found that it's not just those local people. It's a community of interest. So it's basically beyond that geography. It's everybody that has a stake or an interest in your activity. So in the case of the offshore renewable energy industry here in Taranaki, it may not just be the people around Taranaki. It could be the fishing vessels that come up from, say, Nelson or Wellington, or come down from the Waikato that fish in these areas. So it's when you start to think about who the community and the stakeholders are, it's really, I guess, quite important to sort of understand who actually has a stake in this, who is impacted by this, and it's definitely goes beyond those local communities. And I guess sort of within the work that we've done, my colleagues and I, and I'll just sort of reiterate them. There's sort of four key issues key points that we've come up with in sort of working through a social license for the past decade or so, is that relationships are absolutely the core of getting any sort of social license. Those relationships are sort of the foundations that build the trust between yourselves and the communities. And so it's something that you, as an organization, actually have to go and get yourselves. You can't hire me to go out and talk to people and come back with a piece of paper and say, hey, I've got your social license. You can get people to help you along that journey, but it's something that you, as an organization, have to do yourselves. You can't sort of waltz in and demand that people trust you. You have to build up that trust over time, and sort of meet those mutual expectations that both parties have. You can't get social license from just anyone. It's that wider community of interest that gives it to you. And it's definitely a long game. You won't get social license in the next week, month, year even. It can take years to get to that process. So you need to be thinking in the very long term.
Perfect timing. Thanks, Peter. Emily, Climate Justice Taranaki.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa, ko tuhi au Bailey tōku ingoa. 5 minutes. I guess, first of all, I just want to acknowledge I wasn't here earlier, so I didn't hear your kōrero, but I went down to one of the hui down at MB in Wellington last year and gave most of the industry and government an earful, so I'm not going to repeat that. But the thing that I took away from that hui was that actually a lot of the companies genuinely wanted to do something good for the environment. They wanted to help reduce emissions and support the country and the community to, create our own energy that was clean. So there's a couple of companies, I'm not sure if you're on the same wavelength. But what I wanted to do is, I guess, the community I think of when I do my mahi for climate justice is the global community. So I've just got some pictures here of people from the islands. The islands are drowning, their water supply, the aquifers are getting too salty. They're getting hit by cyclone after cyclone. Cyclone Gabriel hit us as well recently, as we all know, and Māori communities and provincial communities were hit the hardest. It's going to cost the taxpayers maybe $13 billion. If we have this every year, we will bankrupt the country very quickly. And of course, the kids in this photo, these are the kids that went out on the climate strike along with millions across the planet last Friday. So we are serious. We want emissions down now. So how are you going to get your social license? Well, if you won't, because we'll be protesting outside your company. But the two things really is your industry must be sustainable 100%. You can't be harming whales and dolphins and penguins, the algae and the species on the reefs. We've got a 2-year rāhui out on the coast. So far from New Plymouth, when Ngāruhine joins in the legal status, it'll be right down to the south end of the Rohe, and we'll see more and more iwi join that. Also, you have to think of like transition engineers, the 100-year check back. If your wind turbines have to be replaced every 25 years at the most, and you're going to be dumping those somewhere, you're going to be mining them somewhere, you're going to be transporting them on ships using diesel, that's not sustainable. That's not going to work. And all of that within the effects of climate change. Massive storms, economic crises, social crises. Look at Ukraine and Russia, what's happening there. So the second thing is it must support our community first. This country's been colonised and we've been an extractive economy for Europe and England for generations, and Māori across the country, Indigenous people, are sick of it. That cannot happen anymore. So, if any renewable energy is completely safe and good for the environment, it has to benefit our community first. It must provide electricity to our people and our communities. So if you're going to be creating hydrogen fuel to create fertiliser and power trucks and ships that are going to boost the intensive agriculture industry, which is wrecking our land and our rivers and polluting our atmosphere, we won't support it. So how many minutes? About 1 minute. So I guess what we're saying is that we really can't see how offshore renewable energy is going to be sustainable under those circumstances. We support onshore solar, things that don't have big moving parts that need to be replaced and fixed. But really, looking at government now, what we really need is a massive degrowth transition plan for the entire country. We need to be looking at climate mitigation and adaptability, and that means things like electric rail, not private electric cars, electric minibuses, decentralising our community, and the big one, if we look at these emissions, if we cut out exports and imports out of our economy, the way we do business, that's half our emissions gone. So we're pushing for an end to the export economy, which is the extractive economy from Indigenous peoples' lands. That's me. Kia ora.
Thanks, Emily. Kurumato Neil.
Yeah, I certainly won't take 5 minutes. I suppose one of the things I was thinking about, just to expand on what's being said earlier, I think this is an opportunity for you to demonstrate your values and your creativity, really, because, look, you'll document and manage all of the regulatory kind of hurdles to get to where you want to get to, and you know, one or a number of you know, will succeed. But you know, building the relationships with this region, with our people with mana whenua, it's really the opportunity for you to demonstrate what your organisational values are. And I think, you know, if you've listened to the speakers, it kind of alludes to there's a diversity of views around what the future holds. And I think you need to have a good story that explains, because I take Emily's point about the lifespan of these assets and taking whole of system views. I don't necessarily share a view about switching off the economy, because funnily enough, you know, when my dad had a stroke the other day, and it was really good to be able to take him into a hospital and have him immediately treated and things. And I think about, my wife's a teacher, we need to pay for those things. But I think in terms of, you know, organisations wanting to come in, bring capital, generate returns, it's about understanding our values and then seeing how they align with your values. Because, yeah, it's not like, okay, here's a hurdle that you have to get across. It's about showing us who you are as people and as an organisation, and showing that you really want to build a lasting relationship, and that you've got answers for people like Emily and for people like me and for others. We're probably a little, you know, we've got different views, but actually they're all legitimate. And I think that goes to the issues I showed you with the graph earlier is, you know, where do you draw the line, and how is it that you know that you're making a positive difference? And that's where I'd say, if you can get your story right and your information right and you're transparent and you can prove it, well, then we know that you're actually coming with open and good intentions, and then we can build a relationship from there.
Thanks, Neil. So hopefully that first round has been useful in terms of setting the scene. Two key takeaways from the first round for me. First one was that actually without building social licence in our community with the right communities and the right people, it's going to be quite difficult to move forward in a smooth way. And the second one for me was really that strong point made about corporate responsibility. That notion of not being extractive and really proactively enabling communities, adding social and environmental benefit. So now's an opportunity just perhaps for the panel to reflect on each other's comments, and we'll hand the microphone around and just see if there's any final comments and reflections on other people's points of view or anything else they'd like to add. We'll start over here.
Kia ora. I guess just, yeah, this fear about ending the economy if we stop exports. We've got to get over that fear. It's going to happen because we don't have the fuel to keep this economy going across the planet. So we've got to work out how to do it. It's not just a we can't, it's not possible. We have to. And we have a good local economy that needs all these resources. And we just have to fit into that model. Because when we're exporting products, we waste a whole lot of energy, we waste a whole lot of materials. It's just a hugely wasteful economy. So, you know, you can get better prices by feeding the local community healthy, organic, local produce that you don't have to transport for miles and package lots. So yeah, think of it that way.
Yeah, I guess one of the key takeaway things that, you know, comes out of the work that we've done and listening to the panel members is, you know, even amongst sort of four of us up here and you know, a few others, there's such a diverse range of views. It's a real challenge that you need to sort of work through all of those views and start to come up with ideas and ways that, you know, you can address those, you know, each and every one of them legitimate concerns that, you know, different segments of the community have. And it's not easy. It's really hard. And it, you know, it comes back, I think, down to down to building those relationships. Those relationships can't be just very sort of transient or transactional. They have to be, quite meaningful. So, yeah.
Kia ora. One of my key takeaways from fellow panelists' discussion is we know when social licences fail, but we actually don't need a cyclone called Gabriel to tell us that. We already know where this has failed in the past for us in terms of the oil and gas sector. So that's the other point that you bring up about, and Neil brought up about, that's why we need to develop that trust. So we know a lot of the mistakes, we know where things went wrong, we know where the social licence has been lost, so we don't want that to happen again. So that's what that was basically my key takeaway in the relationship, building really strong, enduring relationships with developers when they come to our region. That's one of the other key takeouts for me. Kia ora.
I used to go and knock on people's door and say, hi, I'm from your local energy company and I want to build a 110,000 volt power line through your farm. And it used to upset people quite a lot, and it was quite shocking. And what I'd say is, and I'd say, look, I'm really sorry about that because you're probably not that thrilled about it and you probably don't have a lot of time for me right now, but what I can assure you is this is who I am, this is the organisation I work for. We want to work with you, and at the end of this process, I hope to have earned your trust and respect. And then we gave them some time and funding in terms of, we funded people's legal resources and that, and then we waited and listened, and then we went through, and from what we heard, we reflected back what they told us was important, and then we worked out how to do it, because we had a view that we were their neighbours, and they weren't all that thrilled about hearing that we were moving into their neighbourhood, but we were going into a long-term relationship. And in the vast majority of cases, we were able to build really good relationships, deliver really good outcomes for the communities that we were looking to reticulate. And it was done by not thinking of this as a compliance cost and a number on a spreadsheet. It was actually just recognising these are real people with real values, and in many cases with really good knowledge. And actually through listening and paying attention, our organisation was able to do things better. And I think that's the bit that I'd challenge you, that I think within social licence is an opportunity to tap into local knowledge, local tikanga, local values, and potentially your organisations can learn something and benefit from it.
Thanks, Neil. So hopefully that's all given you a reasonable start in your thinking of the diversity of views around social licence and what it means in Taranaki. Trust is at the core of a lot of it. These relationships take a long time to build, and in some cases rebuild, to Te Rangi's point. So don't leave it too long before you start to build your social licence base. I know that for some there's many years to go in the regulatory pathway and establishment of this industry in the country, but it will be built on the base of good, sound, trusting and confident relationships. So don't leave it too late. Big thanks to our panel members. Good show of hands for those today, please.
That's great, and maybe you could all also join me in thanking Kelvin for facilitating the panel so smoothly. Right, so final stretch, one more presenter before we finish up on the formal part of the day. So so we've come back from what the industry wants to what it might be necessary for the industry to do what the industry wants. And then tomorrow, as I said, we're going to get back into a lot of the enabling conversations, so regulation, infrastructure, and we'll hear from Minister Woods tomorrow afternoon. But as it's election year, it's only appropriate in the interests of balance that we also hear from the Energy and Resources spokesperson for the current opposition. So that's Stuart Smith from the National Party. So Stuart, do you guys all know this? List MP, Nelson, wine, grapes. Didn't know these two things. Are you? blame the organisers. Just doing my job. Anyway, formerly president of the New Zealand Grape Growers Council and chair of New Zealand Wine Growers. I didn't know that. Anyway, very vague speaking title. National Energy Policy. And I don't know whether the scope of that is National Energy Policy or if it's National Energy Policy. But the way to find out is for me to get off the stage and let him come and tell you. What do you reckon? Right, buddy, you've got 15 minutes. They want to ask you some questions. You can speak for 10. When that thing goes red, it's question time. You know about question time? That's a parliamentary thing. Yeah, right, okay, you're on.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. And thanks. I'm conscious that I'm standing between you and the drinks, so I will stick to time. But look, it's good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here speaking at this Offshore Renewable Energy Forum to collaborate with you all and to discuss not only the role of offshore generation, but also our energy system in New Zealand as a whole. Let me begin by thanking Dr. Cristiano Mirantes and the team from Araake, along with Venture Taranaki, for their work in bringing us together to learn about the different aspects of offshore generation and how they fit into New Zealand's energy system. When Christopher Luxon became leader of the National Party, I asked him for the energy and resources portfolio for two reasons. The first is because I have a genuine interest in the sector as a whole. In the last 12 months, I have literally been from Kirikiri to Bluff, visiting a variety of generators, EDBs, retailers, major energy users, and everyone in between, to learn and understand how our system works and where the next national government can help. The complexities and nuances you deal with on a day-to-day basis, from consenting new projects to the construction of large pieces of critical infrastructure, to dealing with the likes of the Electricity Authority, retailers, customers, is hugely intricate and fascinating. The second reason I asked for the portfolio was because the energy sector in New Zealand has great potential. We can be world-class in how we use renewables to transition to a low-carbon future. Those of you in the room alongside your colleagues around New Zealand have come here to invest because you believe we have the natural resources to provide sustainable, low-cost, reliable electricity. I see that as being a huge opportunity for New Zealand, and one which we can bolster significantly if we get central government policy right. Many in the industry talk about the energy trilemma: attaining security of supply, having a sustainable system, and keeping electricity affordable for all New Zealanders. We have the opportunity to be one of the few countries in the world to master the trilemma and balance all three parts. However, in recent years, New Zealand policymakers have gone down the path of favouring one leg of the trilemma at the expense of the other two. If that trend continues, we will see our energy system turning into something like what we are seeing in Europe, where energy prices are shockingly high and are burning coal by the megatonne to avoid blackouts. But how can governments best solve the energy trilemma? The answer, I believe, is to be absolutely clear about the role of government and the role of businesses in the energy system. Energy security and the transition to a low emissions economy requires investment. Therefore, it is important that governments understand the necessary conditions for investment. Alongside our leader, Christopher Luxon, and my colleagues in the National Party, I firmly believe that businesses like yours know how to get things done. You have built a reputation on your previous successes, and you understand the rewards and risks of your industry. The last thing you need is the government with a Wellington-centric view of the world,
interfering and stopping you from investing and building critical infrastructure that New Zealand's energy system needs. Unfortunately, over the last few years, we have seen energy policies being put in place by those who do not always understand the practicalities of such policies for businesses like yours. The current Resource Management Act is not fit for purpose. All it has delivered is uncertainty, which is hostile to investment. Right now, those wanting to build major projects are stalled by long delays in processing consents, incredibly high costs, or a mixture of the two. International firms see New Zealand as a great place to invest because of the natural renewable resources that we have, whether that be wind, hydro, solar, or another innovative natural resource. We are incredibly well placed as a nation. But if we continue to burden them with excessive and unnecessary regulation, long wait times and uncertainty, New Zealand will become a far less desirable place to invest. As a country, we will pay the price for a lack of foreign investment in the form of higher energy prices. The new Natural Built Environments legislation, which is set to replace the Resource Management Act, seems to be worse in most aspects, including incentivising investment. I've sat on the Environment Select Committee listening to some of the submissions, and the vast majority have categorically said that this legislation will make it harder to build. Energy companies are publicly saying the new Natural Built Environment legislation is the greatest threat to this country's ability to deliver its climate change goals. As I said, if we are to reach our climate goals, we need investment in renewables. There is no doubt about that whatsoever. But if we burden asset owners with the unnecessary regulation or even a moderate risk of the government pulling the rug out from underneath them, then this country will struggle to attract the investment it needs. So let me be clear. A national government wants overseas investment in energy, and we know that New Zealand must compete to attract that investment. That is why, as we move towards the election, National will release our view on what the Resource Management Act will look like under a national-led government. It will be a pragmatic solution that balances the need for certainty on investments, but also considers important cultural, environmental and spatial factors. Governments should not pick winners in energy. They should be agnostic to generation type, because we know that we can attract investment, cut more emissions and keep energy more affordable if different energy sources compete on a credible and level playing field. You are the experts in your field. It is in your best interest to study the changing weather patterns, where the wind is blowing and where the sun is shining, so that you can put generation assets in the right places to maximise efficiency and ensure that the economics stack up. Our electricity generation system, based on an open competition, independent regulation and cost-based pricing, is working well, arguably better than any other OECD country. We can look overseas and at our history here and recognise the unmistakable fact that governments can't run energy systems and should not try. If they do, the end result is higher costs, lower security, and more often than not, greater emissions. Never has this lesson been more important than now in the midst of a cost of living crisis where households are paying through the roof in interest rates, rents, groceries, petrol and other necessities. Over a year on from taking on this portfolio, I still believe that one of New Zealand's greatest highest performing sectors
is the energy sector. We sit at over 80% renewable generation on average, and on some days we even get into the high 90s, which is the envy of many of our trading partners. National recognises the importance of independent, well-regulated electricity and energy sector. We are clear about the role of government and the crucial role of competition. We will target the red tape that is holding back the investment we need. We will particularly focus on laws that threaten the security of existing investments because we understand that is hostile to investment. We want the certainty of clear and credible regulations to drive uptake in generation, transmission and grid upgrades which we need in the transition to a low emissions economy. National's priorities are New Zealanders' priorities. Christopher Luxon has made it crystal clear that after 5 years of a Labor government that's overspent and under-delivered, New Zealanders are going backwards. National will be all about outcomes that help New Zealanders get ahead. Our transition to net zero by 2050 relies on investment to deliver an energy system that is affordable and reliable as well as sustainable, which is why National backs businesses and investors who want to build assets here. Together we can achieve an energy system that the rest of the world only dreams of. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions, and I've left time.
Brilliant, Stuart. Right, am I on? Can you hear that? Yeah, good. Okay, you're not so brave now. I've noticed there's a bit of an outbreak of anonymous. Back in Slido. So we were doing quite well earlier on today. There's a few people in there. No,
do you think it's me?
Talking to the potential future Minister of Energy, all suddenly a little bit coy. And because we're all anonymous, the tone has gone again, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Would you speak to your mother in the way that some of these questions have been expressed? Because I think the answer's no.
No.
I think you need to take a long, hard look at yourself. The first one has a bit of a tone to it. How specifically is National's energy and resources policy different from Labour?
Well, we're focused on allowing the sector to get on and do the things it wants to do, rather than telling them what to do.
Beautiful. Why are you looking for overseas investor reassurance? Do we not have enough capital in New Zealand? See what I mean? You guys.
Well, that's a one-word answer, no, we don't.
Were you guys beaten up as children or something like that? These are mean-spirited. I'm trying to create a sort of decent environment to have a conversation here, and it's just nasty, nasty, nasty. Slightly more constructive question. How will National ensure that the rights and interests of iwi Māori are protected in offshore renewable energy?
Well, the same way they're protected with every other investment or development in New Zealand. That's all well covered in existing legislation.
And what's the good? It's like quickfire, this one, isn't it?
I'm trying to be economical with the time.
Very impressed.
I can see people need a drink.
They've got me to go. But, I mean, you know, you might finish, but then
I'm
up here on my own, you guys, and they've locked the doors and everything. It'll be a nightmare for you. What is the relevance of the Resource Management Act to offshore wind? Because most developers have indicated they're looking at zones outside the Resource Management Act scope.
Well, yes, but it's a whole energy sector as a whole. If they're inside the 12-mile limit, that might be different, but no one's planning on going there because it's on Taranaki coast anyway, but they might elsewhere, who knows.
And how about the transition from fossil fuels? Will National support the transition or leave it to the market?
Oh, we are supporting it, and absolutely. We're, as I said, we're agnostic about generation type. But we've already seen what's on the books is a tremendous amount of wind and solar on the books, let alone with consents about to be built or in the process of getting it, let alone the 4 gigawatts that we've seen today offshore here. So we're going to have plenty of renewable resources. I think even the Climate Change Commission and the Boston Consulting Group have all come out saying that we'll need gas right through past 2050 to secure that energy system. And I think given the current technologies, that's absolutely the case, but we're not going to regulate one out or one in.
But if I understand the questioner, it's very difficult when the question is called anonymous, but whatever. I think what they're getting at is we heard an awful lot this morning about some form of contractual underwrite for these long-term investments, contracts for differences or whatever. That's the sort of thing they've done overseas. It's been very successful because it's a one-way bet. Is that the sort of thing you'd expect to see national?
Well, who's it been successful for? It's been successful for the companies that built the offshore wind with those CFDs and the PPAs. And unsuccessful for the consumers. And the consumers are who I care about. A huge uptick in energy costs in the UK and Europe, and all of those countries have one thing in common. They subsidise renewable energy. We don't in New Zealand. We've got plenty of renewable energy, as I've alluded to. We don't need to incentivise it.
Beautiful, that's a great way to leave it. We might pick this one up with the Minister tomorrow. Stuart, thank you very much.
I'll bet you get a different answer.
And Stuart said he's staying here for dinner tonight, is that right? Yeah,
yes.
so we've got drinks and dinner. So
Anonymous is going to have dinner with
you're going to be having dinner with a lot of anonymouses. It'll be like a masked ball. You're all going to turn up with one of those things and not reveal yourselves. Right, everyone, please join me in thanking Stuart.
Might get back to it, if that's okay. Now, I didn't tell you to go and talk to someone new over tea, did I? Did anyone talk to anyone new? One arm, that's great. So you've exhausted all the talent in the room. No need to network or make new connections. You know it all already. I think it's actually a sort of creeping complacency and comfort with how things are going. So that's more of a challenge for me than anything else, just to try and see whether I can change that, see whether we could be a bit less comfortable come the next break. It's a facilitator's dream. Right, so we've talked a little bit about achieving compliance, but the broader context of our discussion, if you remember, I said we'd sort of traverse this sort of broader regulatory thing, and then we're going to talk about broader environmental considerations. So we've sort of we've structured the next two sessions. There's one that's called government perspective, and then there's another one after it called independent perspective. So sort of quite a broad canvas for those two, and then the idea is then we'll take that into the infrastructure conversation before lunch. So I suppose what we're really interested in is sort of trying to contrast potentially different opinions from the government perspective and the independent perspective. So our first presenter is Chris Rendell. So Chris Rendell's the Senior National Advisor for the RMA for the Department of Conservation. So I'm hoping this is going to be really controversial because we've had all sorts of people moaning about the existing RMA, the reforms, Wellington, communism, you know, the lot. So it's all on. Chris probably deserves a bit of danger money for agreeing to do this. Do we all know what DOC is? If we don't, what are we doing here? I think I don't need to explain that to you. So Chris, where are you? Spring like a gazelle to the stage and everyone will clap. Very good. Now, you've got 11, 15, 50 minutes.
50.
Apparently. Is that right?
15.
No, 50. 11:15 to 11:35. Oh, no, 20. My maths is great. Yeah.
Talk for a while,
but yeah, 20 minutes and try and leave a bit of time for questions, yeah? Welcome.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko inarangi te wakapaparanga mai. Engare, ko tangi te kio te maunga e ru nei toku nākau. Ko te whanganoiatara whenua tupu ka noho aho. He kai tohu mātua a motu pene rawa au e te papatawhai. Ko Chris Rendell taku ingoa, ka mihi ahau ki ngā tangata whenua o te rohi nei. Ka mihi hoki au ki ngā tohu o te rohi nei. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. So this is a not so brief presentation on environmental considerations on for offshore renewables.
I will focus on offshore wind because that's the one I've heard about most. It's potentially a bit long, but I'll try and keep it as short as I can and to keep it on time. But I've got 50 minutes, so that's fine. And I've got to work out how this thing works. Hopefully forwards. So the three cornerstones of engagement are engage early, factor in adequate research, and consider alternatives. You've all heard that from a few people so far, and so I think it's probably good just to reiterate it. This presentation is focused on engaging with DOC. Early engagement will, of course, involve iwi Māori and others. So for the New Zealand context, Te Mana o Te Taio is Aotearoa New Zealand's biodiversity strategy. Implementing that strategy is a key element will be getting the system to a papa right. Biodiversity underpins our economy, however nature is often undervalued in decision making. In a slide I saw yesterday, I think, I saw that $1 spent on biodiversity has a higher return on quite a lot of the other options for investing, so yeah, could be a good idea. New Zealand is also a signatory to a large number of international conventions and agreements that are relevant to a wide range of species that are going to be present in the areas of interest. So DOC has a couple of roles. Some of you may or may not be familiar with those. So we're both a regulator and an advocate. So we've got the function of advocating for conservation of natural and historic resources. This occurs under resource management legislation and is set out under this function is set out under the Conservation Act and supported by MACA, etc. And we also have a role in protecting species in all environments, including mobile species such as birds and whales. DOC has roles in land and species management and conservation legislation, and engaging with us can help understand both of those functions and the activities that may trigger the need for approvals. As an example, seismic surveying when interacting with wildlife in this environment. The MOC-administered New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement sets out a policy framework for activities in the coastal environment, which in recent years has included onshore wind farms, just as a bit. So in terms of key concerns for DOC, there are things that we are concerned about, and that's at all stages. But of course, that's always going to be the case when you're this early in a process. While it might look scary, some of these will likely be able to be mitigated with further information and data collection. However, it may be that there are some locations with great wind resources that should not be progressed to development if there are high or irreplaceable values present, as has been identified previously. So DOC's approach to engage is to engage early in renewable electricity generation where possible and asked. And so if you want to engage with us and you haven't yet, so we've got rma@doc.govt.nz or contact me. That should get you in the door. The sooner the engagement starts, the more likely it is that we'll be able to resolve issues prior to formal statutory processes. And the focus will be on early identification of risks, for example, species or ecosystems, data gaps which may require further research, and to allow species risks to be understood or ecosystem risks to be understood. And again, I encourage early engagement with mana whenua. So, as noted on the slide you can see, we have been endeavouring to reach out and be receptive to opportunities to engage. Relevant new research is being published in other jurisdictions on a weekly to monthly basis, and we try and keep track of that to have our knowledge adequate to engage. But this highlights a rapidly increasing knowledge base for the industry, but also the breadth of knowledge that will be needed to be gathered and comprehended by those involved. Consolidated information is starting to be located in some websites online, Some of it's relevant to New Zealand, but other bits won't be. And I've shared links with many of you about some of these links to data that I've located or my team's located, but happy to share those if others are interested as well. So in the New Zealand context for offshore wind, in addition to the matters listed above, there is, as noted prior, the need to consider existing activities such as shipping, fishing, New Zealand Defence Force area, and spatial planning involving those groups could be a good opportunity to explore how we can explore this opportunity. So, what we would like to see in proposals, it will take time to gather knowledge and baseline data. This data will be needed to evaluate the environmental impacts. If baseline data isn't collected, monitoring during construction and operation is potentially irrelevant. Predetermining locations prior to environmental data collection risks focusing on sites that are inappropriate. The best location for wind may coincide with critical habitat for a species at risk of extinction. Some effects are inappropriate to offset or compensate. We have guidance on biodiversity offsetting, for example, the government does. Monitoring and conditions should ensure that continuous improvement in environmental performance can be had. And I think that comes back to what is the envelope for the consent, etc., and how you can adaptively manage. Current knowledge for the offshore environment in New Zealand. New Zealand has a different mix of species than most existing wind developments. And I was just listening to an ad for David Attenborough's England series, and it talked about England having old oaks, or an important population of species that found in other countries. New Zealand isn't like that. We've got the only place for lots of these species, and they're endemic. So, you know, they're not found in other places. So if they go extinct here, they're extinct. There is significant uncertainty in New Zealand offshore environment due to a lack of research. Overseas, the competing interests and more pressure on the marine environment has led to greater understanding of that environment. Given our isolated location and the extent of our marine environment, it is difficult and expensive to study. As you're in Taranaki, and there's significant interest in the South Taranaki Bight, I've sort of focused on that a bit. Most available data in the marine environment and the South Taranaki Bight has not been collected in a methodical way. It's been, for example, point data of marine mammal sightings associated with seismic surveying, some specific limited studies as discussed around blue whales, for example, but again, it is limited. There's also been historically an assumption that the South Taranaki Bight is relatively homogeneous and with low benthic diversity. However, little is understood about the South Taranaki Bight other than in known locations. Project Reef South Taranaki is an example of what can be found if you start to look. The South Taranaki Bight is known to be a significant habitat for marine mammals, including hectors and Maui dolphin and pygmy blue whale. The blue whale research has highlighted how intensely some areas are used, but only provides part of the picture. The South Taranaki Bight is also significant for seabirds, many of which regularly, including daily, travel long distances to feed, so the lack of proximity to breeding habitat is not a significant determinant of impact. So in terms of collecting data, as an example of how little data we have compared to other jurisdictions, the Netherlands have large-scale aerial surveys 4 to 6 times a year, and these have occurred since '91. This is in addition to the use of bird radar cameras and GPS tracking, and other countries also undertake bird censuses, for example in the UK. This data collection does not occur in New Zealand, and we have more threatened species that may have higher risk profiles. Random collection of data won't be helpful. The proposed scale of the activity and the lack of comparable current studies mean that for the South Taranaki Bight, there will need to be, to understand the basin-wide context with multiple collection techniques. For some species, they won't be detected through observation. For example, night active birds and marine mammals. Tracking individual birds would need to occur to build a picture of use. Some of the details of what need to be understood for the threatened species, fine-scale movements, including flight heights, and how this is affected by different conditions, seasonal storms, visibility, moon, etc., but also behaviours such as whether they're feeding. It's moving. Now I need to try and find where I am on the page. GPS tracking to date has been unfortunately not included flight height data. Alongside this will be the need to understand the current population dynamics and yearly fluctuations within the colonies that may be impacted. There will also be like seasonal and climatic, El Nino, La Nina, variation in use. Learning from overseas will be important as other jurisdictions have developed comprehensive study techniques and technologies that are rapidly evolving, some of which will be relevant to New Zealand. Evolving technology and techniques could be trialled as part, for example, eDNA, but they're unlikely to be appropriate to rely on, at least in the short term. A helpful conversation to start is what data collection is appropriate to collect at scale and what needs to be collected for site-specific understanding. And again, that comes back to the applicant-led or government-led approaches to those things and how much collaboration can occur. To avoid delays down the track, it'll be important to work out what data collection needs to occur when, and the flow-on implications if it is not collected in a timely manner. For example, as noted by a previous presenter, identifying a significant value that should be avoided once applications have been lodged, for example. So in terms of risk calculation, which was also noted by the previous presenter, there's little data on how species will be impacted by turbines. This will require models. Accurate risk assessment relies heavily on existing data, and when this is not available, data collection will be needed. A recently published framework for marine mammals is focused on estimating proportion of a species or population which is likely to be impacted by the activity of interest. This requires data. We don't have that. Australia has produced a risk calculator for seabirds. Some of this information will assist New Zealand to build a risk calculator. However, there are data gaps to be filled. We have commissioned JASCO to complete an analysis of the implications of underwater noise for renewable electricity, and it's hopefully going to be available in the not too distant future. We see that there is being potential for workshops on risk calculation for the different species groups, for example, and this may also help inform the data gaps, because we need to understand what the risks are to species before it's worth collecting data on the species, because otherwise you might be collecting data on species that aren't at risk of being impacted. In terms of risk reduction, this slide pretty much sums up, and I think sort of the messiness of it highlights the three cornerstones: engaging early, undertaking adequate research, and considering alternatives. The messiness is sort of if you don't do those things. It could appear easier to apply and hope for approval, filling any gaps that exist during consenting process, but that will significantly increase risk and uncertainty. And for those of you that have been involved in consenting processes that there are data gaps for, will understand that what happens. How many slides have I got left? In terms of potential impacts could start to be considered once adequate baseline data is available and there are appropriate frameworks available to understand risk. Without these, this section could be called guessing. Some overseas experience will be relevant and applicable, but others data won't. The impacts of the loss of an individual or particularly threatened species means that specific attention will need to be given to some of those species and groups that are not present in other jurisdictions, such as the North Sea. An individual turbine would likely have limited impact, but multiple turbines will have a potential to significantly increase the impact, including through exclusion. If they are avoided or direct impact. Potential impact need to be understood across the food web. For example, alterations in primary production, if there are hydrodynamic changes, could impact blue whale. Truthing any modelling will be key. Were predicted impacts accurate if there's not has been increased or decreased, and if that has increased or decreased concerns. As noted, I'm primarily talking about wind turbines in this presentation. So alternatives will include location, having data across the South Taranaki Bight, and that will help inform inappropriate locations, but there are a range of other considerations. And as we've seen, there's a whole range of different turbine designs and floating versus fixed, etc. And it's also important to not assume. So something to consider from a floating versus fixed in terms of impact, the initial vibration of putting a single monopile in, maybe more, but then you could actually have insonification more so if you've got a whole lot of cables vibrating under the sea at the same time. New habitat has also been discussed as a positive. Yes, it will be different, but that should not be assumed to be better. Every site will have some effect. Preference is that the developer identifies that higher value sites have been avoided. Methods of data collection can influence how useful the data is. Consideration of curtailment, etc., should be built into modelling, because that could actually enable you to build in places that may otherwise be inappropriate if you can avoid impacting on those most at-risk species. Just about there, and hopefully you won't, engaging early and highlighting your perspective on the industry should be how the industry should be developed and regulated is important, and as you've heard, provide feedback into MB. And what the balance is between industry and government-led should be thought about, and are there opportunities, for example, the National Science Challenges research, etc. Designing a methodology and research program for one species, e.g. gannet, and then having it implemented should provide data that would be appropriate for the industry. So there should be discussions about how we can do those sorts of things together, if possible. And there's also learning needs that are needed. We have to actually look at how we can attract GPS to smaller birds, etc. And so there's some working that we will have to do. There's some topics that we can't explore locally because we don't have offshore turbines, but could be tested overseas. For example, lighting on the blade or tower, like green flashes, and testing whether it attracts or deters. And also thinking about the best use of space allocation and capacity. We don't know what the capacity of New Zealand is for this industry, so we've got to be careful about what gets allocated in terms of what gets built, if that takes all of the space that's available, if it's in the wrong location, for example. There is an opportunity in New Zealand because quite a lot of the species are breeding here, so even if their breeding colony is a long way away from the activity, it may be appropriate to improve the success of that breeding colony to offset any impact of individual strikes. And marine fauna detection capabilities are improving, including thermal and optical camera systems and drones detecting vocalisation, etc. So, and back to this one, engage early, factor in adequate research, consider alternatives. Probably don't have time for comments.
No, we're all good. Time for comments. So lots of questions about timelines, actually, Chris. So the first one, Sally wants to know how long you need to collect data for the baseline data for the South Taranaki Bight. You talked about baseline.
Don't know. It will depend on the species. It's not something that is easy to identify, but it will be not 6 months. It will be a longer time period than that, and it will be actually thinking about, as I talked about, going back to what the risk calculation is, understanding that there will be variation over time, and then it does come back to when you do construct, thinking about the alternatives and how much flexibility you've got in your design to amend it at the time later in the piece. So if there is ongoing data research, and the expectation should be that there should be continuing data collection throughout the process, that will inform how to reduce risk and decrease impact. So it may be that you collect some baseline data and that's enough to start the process, but you should continue collecting that data through the impact assessment process and through the consenting process and through post-construction monitoring and evaluation and improvement.
And then the related question was how long dock approvals will take for the South Taranaki Bight?
I'm not sure what approvals that would refer to. So for the most part, the consenting processes will be under the Resource Management Act or the EEZ Act. As noted, you can apply whenever you want. But the guidance from MB is that they would prefer that there was a structured approach to that rather than anyone applying any time. And as I said, there's significant risks associated with applying without adequate baseline data. In terms of individual dock approvals, there might be a Wildlife Act approval if you're going to be interacting with a bird and attaching tracking information, GPS, etc. to it. But that would be something you could discuss with us and may not require approval if we're working together on that.
Cool. All right. So we have a government perspective. Please join me in thanking Chris very much for getting us going. So as I said, the shape of this is that we're now going to have an independent perspective. So our independent perspective comes from Lee Bull. So Lee is an ecologist and partner at Bothell Miscale. Now, you guys, the nerds will know who Bothell Miscale is, and the nerds and the non-nerds won't, I strongly suspect. So they're very big environmental planning and design consultancy, and they're sort of involved in everything, hence the interest of this. So offshore oil and gas stuff in Maui, all that jazz, but also onshore transmission, generation, wind, blah, 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 blah. Hence, Lee, you've got 20 minutes. Indeed. You should try and leave more time for questions than Chris did. Bad job, Chris. There will be a popularity competition at the end for presenters and how well they followed instructions. Over to you.
Morena, my name's Lee Ball. I am a seabird ecologist for Bothell Miscale. I actually started my working career at the Department of Conservation, and then 16 years ago I moved over to the dark side and became a consultant, and since then I've been working on projects in the marine environment like offshore marine farms, port reclamations, dredging, but I've also done a lot of work for onshore wind, and I'll touch on that shortly. So, if we go to the first slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Next one. Oh, sorry. Oh, the control, thank you. So just to give you a quick overview in terms of my talk, I'm going to touch quickly on New Zealand offshore wind and where we are today, then give a bit of an overview in terms of the Northern Hemisphere context for offshore wind, talk about New Zealand and its seabirds in the context of offshore wind, Taranaki, and then the real meaty question, where do we start in New Zealand in relation to seabird investigations for offshore wind? And then I'll go into some conundrums that we're also facing. Note, I'm not going to focus on the legislative or the statutory framework side of things. This is purely about biodiversity. So all of those questions can go back to Chris. So where are we for onshore? Well, we've been doing onshore wind now for nearly 20 years, and we've been researching sites, including 5 post-construction sites. We've got a lot more that have been consented or built, but we've actually only done post-construction studies at 5 of those sites. We've found that species presence does not equal risk, and that's a great thing. We've found that there's variability between sites, especially in terms of mortalities. And overall, we have a really good understanding of what species are at risk where and how to avoid those effects at onshore wind farms. However, and this is a key lesson that offshore wind needs to learn, even now, we continue to have debates in court at the hearing and consenting phase around things or species or parameters that we're also worried about or at risk. 20 years on, we should not be debating these things, especially in court. It's never a good outcome when that's where you're debating these issues. So Northern Hemisphere offshore wind. Well, we know that they've been developing offshore wind in the Northern Hemisphere for over 30 years, or approximately 30 years now. Many of those studies did not undertake baseline seabird studies, and so now they are retrospectively studying operational effects on seabirds. The initial concerns were around mortalities from collisions. However, now there's a lot more focus on displacement. And there's actually evidence from Northern Hemisphere around displacement of some 33 species. You say, why displacement? Why do we care about displacement? Well, the implications of displacement are when a bird can no longer forage in that location, a seabird, it may have to forage further away and maybe in less optimal sites. The implications of that is the bird then returns to its nest feeding its chick either less frequently or with lower food source or lower food quality. So that can therefore impact the productivity of a species and can actually result in overall population declines. So it's not about a bird just not being in that location anymore. There's population level implications from displacement. So in the Northern Hemisphere, back in 2002, a list of species of concern was, or groups of birds of concern was put together, and some of these you might not recognise, and that's because we don't have them here. So far, there have been examples of displacement in a number of species, as well as potential attraction to wind farm sites. So that's Northern Hemisphere. Well, what about New Zealand? You can see in this table, we've actually struck out some of the groups of birds that are concerned in the Northern Hemisphere because we don't have them here, which is great. However, we have other species here that they don't have. So currently the risk to New Zealand seabirds and migrants is unknown in terms of offshore wind. We can't rely completely on Northern Hemisphere information, as we've said. The species that we have here that they don't have there and vice versa. One of the key ones for me is penguins. They don't have penguins in the Northern Hemisphere, so there's never been any consideration to the effects on these species for the likes of piling and underwater works. That's something that we're actually really going to have to consider here. And yeah, just looking at onshore wind, we can assume that there is going to be differences between species and sites. We just don't know what they are right now. So New Zealand seabirds. We are actually known as the seabird capital of the world, and rightly so. We have really high levels of endemism, i.e. species that are only found in our waters or breed in our waters and found nowhere else. There's some 86 species of seabirds that breed in New Zealand, of which 82 are classified as either nationally threatened or at risk. I'm supposed to put it into context. The UK has something like 25 species of seabird that breed there and some 8 million birds. Denmark has 15 species and some 500,000 seabirds. In New Zealand, we have 86 species and we have over 30 million seabirds in New Zealand waters or surrounding oceans. So that puts it into context in terms of our diversity and abundance. Just a quick slide showing some areas of interest from both perspectives. A lot of our seabirds don't breed on New Zealand mainland. They breed on offshore and sub-Antarctic islands. And as you can see by that map, that overlaps a lot with the area of interest for offshore wind around New Zealand. Our species are really diverse in terms of biology and physiology. We have species like the Antipodean albatross, which is 8.5 kilos and has a wingspan of 6 foot. But we also go right down to little storm petrels that can fit in your hand in 35 grams. They differ a lot in their flight behaviours and foraging behaviours. And we also have sedentary and migratory species. So we have a lot of diversity in some of the key factors that might influence a species' vulnerability to impacts from offshore wind. Our birds are incredibly mobile. This shows some 19 sooty shearwater, TT, that were banded or tracked from the southern parts of New Zealand. The blue lines indicate their foraging during the breeding season, so they stay a lot closer to Wellington, stay a lot closer, in inverted commas. But during the non-breeding season, the orange and the yellow lines indicate how far they can traverse and do through their migration going to the Northern Hemisphere. So, yeah, quite a lot of mobility in these species. So I've been talking a lot about seabirds. I just want to touch quickly on shorebirds as well. We have a lot of migrant shorebirds, both national migrants that breed in the Brady Rivers of the South Island and migrate north to the northern estuaries during the winter season. And then we have international migrants as well that come from the Arctic, come down to New Zealand, and they spend the New Zealand summers here. And I've just shown some of the key harbours of which we find a lot of the migrants during the various seasons in. So what do we know about the flight paths of those birds? Well, we still really don't know 100% what the migratory flight path of both the national and international migrants are. The two maps there are just conceptual concepts around what those flight paths or where those flight paths may go. Some of them you may see overlap with some of the areas that are of interest. And there have been several radar studies that have been done in New Zealand for onshore wind that are dotted along the coastline. So we've got glimpses of information around certain areas, but that information isn't widely shared. It's generally stays with the developer unless we go through the consenting process. So there is information out there, but it's not readily available. So what about the Taranaki context? Well, desktop information is available. There are some downfalls of that desktop information sources. But what it does tell us is, even from that, we've picked up approximately 70 species of coastal and oceanic birds which that have occurred in the Taranaki, southern Taranaki Bight. And some of these breed in the subantarctic islands, so they come from significant distances. And just a quick breakdown there, about 49 of those species are classified as at risk and 19 are threatened. So how do the birds use this area? Well, we know from tracking studies that there are birds from Wellington that come up and forage in the southern Taranaki Bight. We know that Farewell Spit there is a great staging point for our migrant species, our shorebird species. We know in the Marlborough Sounds that there is a lot of seabird breeding colonies there, and they also feed in the Taranaki coast. So there is a lot of use of that area, but we just don't know exactly how, when, abundances and things like that. For seabirds, you've also got to think about cumulative effects, and this has been touched on previously, so that's great. These species have large ranges, as we've shown you, so that not only thinking about the effects that your project or a project will have on it, you've got to consider all the other factors that bird may come across during its life, in terms of impacts from potential fisheries, reclamations elsewhere for our migrant shorebirds that come down from the Arctic, food availability, things like that. They're exposed to a lot of different impacts along the way. Also, not only multiple impacts for individual species or individual birds, but if you look at the shy albatross, Australia have identified that species is at risk from offshore wind over there, and we also have that species, so there's potentially double whammy for some of these species. So where do we start? Well, as I said previously, we don't know what the risk to seabirds is and shorebirds is in New Zealand, and we can't necessarily use the international information that's available because we have a lot of species that they don't. The information that's been collected to date so far isn't fit for purpose for assessment of effects, and it doesn't have key metrics, as Chris was saying before. We don't know about flight height and things like that. Our land-based methods are unlikely to be useful for offshore. We need new methods, and those methods are going to require investment and trialling so that we can understand the risk to our birds here. So step one, let's take it one step at a time. First, we need to know, and Chris identified this as well, what species are at risk. We know that we have at least 86 species that would need to consider. It's more likely to be 200 when you take the whole gamut into consideration. But we know that they are not all going to be at risk. So at the start of this process, Stephen Fuller and I contacted our counterparts in the Northern Hemisphere around, what have you guys learned? What can we do? How do we do it? And their first thing on multiple occasions from multiple counterparts was saying, do a sensitivity analysis. You need to understand what are your key species. Don't go running around trying to fit transmitters to 200 different species of birds. You need to get some understanding of what the ones at risk are going to be. So that's where we want to start, and I think we will do that. In doing that, you're trying to understand about the vulnerability of a species and gathering information on that as well as its conservation status. There is examples in Australia and the Northern Hemisphere for this, so we're not starting from scratch. There are methods that have been developed to do this, we just haven't applied it to New Zealand. This is going to be a collaborative thing. This is not a project approach, this is going to have to be a national approach. There's no point just doing it for one species, it has to be done for them all and it has to be done across the country. It's going to include technical experts, it's going to include mana whenua, it's going to include stakeholders, it's going to include government agencies. But we all need to get agreement on what those key species of concern are and what the highest risk species are. Data collection, as we've said, there is existing data, but it's insufficient for the needs in terms of undertaking assessment of effects for offshore wind. Natural England last year put out some really great best practice guidelines, and I think that's a really good place to start. Talking to our counterparts in the Northern Hemisphere, again, digital aerial surveys are going to be the way to go. It's not going to be about sitting out there on a boat trying to see what you can see. It's going to have to be done methodically, and it's going to have to be done over a long time frame. Someone asked a question about how long for a baseline. I'm thinking minimum 2 years, and it's going to have to be seasonal as well. It's not just once a year, it's repetitive. Also have to consider, don't just think about the project site, but a buffer, a 2 to 4 kilometre buffer around your project site, because to detect that displacement effect post-construction. Modelling, again, Tamara talked about this morning. So the Natural England guidelines are really good on this, but there's going to have to be agreement around the tools that we use for collision risk modelling, and there's going to have to be agreement around the assumptions that go into that model so that everyone is using the same tool and the same assumptions. That would go a long way to avoiding what's happening with onshore wind. We've all said it many, many times, collaboration is key, but it's a collaboration between the industry with government agency and key stakeholders. And that collaboration is going to have to happen quickly as well, in my opinion. Agreement around outcomes as well. We're trying to achieve renewable energy targets. We all want to do that, but it's going to have to be without a significant biodiversity cost. So we're faced with a couple of conundrums, as I like to call them, because challenges, everyone uses challenges. Let's think about them as conundrums. We need to build first to test. That's not to say we rush out now, build, and then test later. We need to do the work. We need to collect the data, not over-onerously, but to get in a place where we have a better understanding. So that's quite a scary thought in terms of building and then testing, but it's what's needed. And if we don't build these wind farms, we can't increase our knowledge of risk or improve tools to minimise effects. Conundrum number 2, there's going to be some unavoidable effects. That's all there is to it. There's no wind farm that can be built without any effects, in my opinion. But we need guidance from government on what's acceptable levels of effects, and that's key, and the conundrum. Climate change, it's the biggest conundrum of all, isn't it? It's why we're here. But we know that climate change is affecting seabirds already. In the latest listing, DOC's listing of birds, there were 69 species that are known or predicted to be adversely affected by long-term climate trends and extreme weather events. So we know that this is an effect, but we don't want the solution to cause an even bigger effect. So, key take-home messages. We're starting from scratch in New Zealand for offshore wind, essentially. There are some things that we can take from the Northern Hemisphere, but we're essentially starting from scratch. We need to conduct the sensitivity analysis as a first step. We need new tools, we need robust data sets, and we need guidance from the government on acceptable levels of adverse effects on biodiversity. And we need collaboration between all. Thank you.
Beautiful. That's a lovely photo.
Thank you. Took it myself.
Right, we've got some questions.
And I'm more than happy to share my time with Chris if anyone wants Chris to be brought back up on stage.
So first one, it's just shot to the top of the list, actually. It's not as friendly as the one I thought I was going to be asking.
Oh, you can
Do exclusivity agreements between specialist consultancies such as yourselves and Super CIP prevent effective collaboration? That's not a very nice question.
It's not, is it? It's a very good. Well, I think in terms of the first step, the sensitivity analysis, there is no exclusivity there. I think it's something that we have to do nationally as the first step, and then let's go from there.
Nicely handled. Very good. Nicer question from Tom. Previously the most popular question until the nasty question shot up the list. So how effective have biodiversity offsets for seabirds been abroad? And do we have any good examples from New Zealand?
Offsets. I actually haven't had a look at the offsets for seabirds abroad because it's a different framework to what we use here. I suppose with offsetting for seabirds overseas, it's somewhat easier than we have here because a lot of our birds are found on offshore habitats, which are already predator-free and things like that. So it's more difficult to offset impact on seabirds in New Zealand than potentially offshore. And do we have examples of offsetting for seabirds in New Zealand? Oceanic seabirds, not so, but definitely coastal birds we do, in terms of creation of high tide roosts and things like that. Yep.
Nice.
And pest control.
Now, Biodiversity Boy has anticipated your presentation because before you told us how many species in New Zealand have been affected by climate change, he wanted to know how many endangered or at risk of extinction species are there in the South Taranaki Bight.
My slide said about 49, about 60% of 70. There we go.
Very good. I think we can do another one. Climate Justice Taranaki. How do you see the precautionary principle being applied, given rapid changes in climate and oceanography, when on what and how. And you might need to explain to the nice ladies and gentlemen what the precautionary principle is, because it's got capital letters.
Yeah. Precautionary principle? Precautionary principle I see, I suppose it's my interpretation, because my interpretation of precautionary principle is gather enough information that we have at least an understanding of potential effects, and then moving forward with that in terms of trying to find ways, should it be through design or mitigating parameters like turbine shut-offs and things like that. But the precautionary approach is not a no-go. It's do it with precaution and take, I suppose, steps that can be looked at as you go along to perhaps not reel back, but adaptive management.
Very good. Time for a nerd question from Sophie, who's been lurking at the bottom of the lists and is sort of working her way up again today. So you talked a bit about having to shoot from the air rather than from boats and everything. She says, what about AI? Is AI helping? Tell us about that.
Yes, definitely. In the Northern Hemisphere, they are using AI, and we have talked to several people about that. It seems to have a good hit rate, but for larger birds, for instance, as I was saying, that difference in size, we will expect to get some really good information in terms of being able to identify species down to a genus for some of the larger species, maybe down to species if we're lucky. But for our little, really small, like storm petrels, we're going to be lucky to detect them, let alone to a species level. And that was one of the things that our northern counterparts were kind of laughing at us for, because they don't have that issue as much as we do.
Oh, that's hilarious, isn't it? Oh, it's been brilliant, Lee. Thank you very much indeed. So everyone, please join me. Right, so that was laying the table for the environmental considerations. Now we're going to lay the table for infrastructure. So everybody's been talking about infrastructure, and I laughingly said it looks to me like there's about 4 gigawatts of offshore wind that needs to be hosted on the transmission system. Bit of context, people. Installed capacity of generation in New Zealand currently is 12.5 gigawatts, yeah? So that's an enormous increase in the amount. Now, it won't all be hosted on the transmission system, but even if a tenth of it was, that would be very, 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 very difficult to do, and it takes an awfully long time to build transmission. Fortunately, Nico is going to tell us how they're going to do it. So Nico is the Senior Strategy Manager for Transpower, who are the grid owner and system operator of the New Zealand electricity system. And what it doesn't say on Nico's bio here, which I'm going to share with you, is that in a former life, Nico was an asset manager for nuclear power stations for Électricité de France. And yesterday we heard that they're all breaking down, which is why they're interested in buying that thing that drops weights off the bottom of the big platformy things. There's a word for it. Anyway, that. So did you do a really rubbish job, or is there a bit more you'd like to explain? Or are you just trying to cannibalise the nuclear power stations because they're terribly unsafe and an abhorrent abuse of social licence for the public?
I'm choosing not to answer now.
Right, Nico, you've got 15 minutes. Same deal. Try and get through it, and we'll have some questions. Clap.
Enga mana, enga reo, enga iwi. E ro rangatirama, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko Nico Vesio toku ingoa. And thank you, John, for your introduction and for blowing up all my messages already. We've already heard that the transmission system cannot accommodate that much generation, but I'm going to try to convince you otherwise today. As John said, Transpower is the transmission system operator that owns the line from Tiwai to Kaikohe, so we're really covering the whole of New Zealand. We also operate the electricity market, and our system operator contracts with the Electricity Authority. And what does it mean? It means that at every single moment, we need to make sure that the power we dispatch onto the grid is met by the demand that New Zealand needs. We are a state-owned enterprise, and that makes us very different from other utility or lines company in New Zealand, because we are in the end working for the whole of New Zealand, and we're not looking to make profit for anyone else but New Zealand. So I just wanted to make that very, very clear. This is what we're trying to do here. And our role overall is to facilitate the decarbonization of all of New Zealand through electrification. So I'm going to talk to you very briefly about why we're interested in offshore wind, why we think it's a great opportunity for Aotearoa. I'll tell you a bit more about the challenges that offshore wind will bring. We'll talk about what are the mechanisms to help connecting onshore wind to the grids and to make sure you've got a capacity available to bring it to the market. We'll do a quick whistle-to stop of Taranaki, and I'll end up with a few comments on how we can widen the discussion about offshore wind infrastructure and transmission. So as John said, we will talk a lot about gigawatts the last few days. Putting things in perspective, in 2020 we had about 9 gigawatts worth of capacity installed on the system, and what we're looking at by 2050 is to get up to 22 gigawatts. So when we talk about a small offshore wind development that's even one gigawatt, that's quite a large amount on the system. When we build this forecast here, that's part of our Whakamanei Te Moriko program of work that we published in March 2020. And we believe that at the time, New Zealand will decarbonize through electrification, and that the electricity demand will increase by 16%. And those 22 gigawatts you have on this slide will help meet that demand. Since then, there has been more development in technology. We didn't consider aviation, for example, wanting to electrify the fleet, or looking at hydrogen. So we believe that there is a lot of potential for this number here to be even higher. So as I said, the size of offshore wind here, you can see on the comparatively is quite large, and this is why we need to work early. And one of the themes this morning was early engagement, and that's really why we're here today, because we want to get this working. And we're also working very closely with MB on the development of the framework, because you cannot consider the offshore wind farm in isolation. You need to consider the whole of system and consider the building of the lines as well. And if you look at the time it takes to develop a high voltage line, that's what I highlighted here at the bottom. Unless you're in China or in India, where you can do this in 1 to 3 years, you need at least 5 to 7 years from the time you have the idea to the time you can commission the line. So it's quite a long process. Why is it so long? There are some things that we are already aware of. We talked about the resource management reform, for example, the procurement, getting the skills, the equipment into the country. But also it's the social license. And yesterday was a great platform to talk about what social license means. And even if you can get a social license to operate a wind farm, you still need social license to build the transmission line. And it's it is very humbling when you think that Transpower, we deal with tens of thousands of landowners. We deal with Mana Whenua. We deal with New Zealand public in general, and we have this social license to be very mindful of and to enhance continually, so we can build infrastructure that New Zealand needs in the future. And that's not something you can do quickly. That's something that takes time, and that's where, if we come all together as an industry, we can make some progress. So how do we plan to build? How do we plan the grid of the future? Well, we've already started this, and Patrick yesterday talked about our Net Zero Grid Pathway program. This is really Transpower's way to start doing some real integrated grid planning. What it means that we're going to start increasing the capacity of the grid backbone, and the grid backbone is really what helps transporting the electricity from the South Island to the North Island when the lakes are full, and vice versa when we're in a dry sequence situation. As I said, we are a national infrastructure, so we cannot favor any region or any technology. We really need to look at what's best for New Zealand as a whole, and to look at what's best for New Zealand, the New Zealand economy as a whole. So the way we do this is that the starting point is using MB's scenarios, and the electricity demand and generation scenarios produced by MB is really our starting point, where we can see from a New Zealand Inc. perspective what we expect being built and what we expect the demand of electricity being in the future. We then consult with industry, and this is where there is a lot of good things that came out of it. As Patrick said yesterday, the Stratford to Brunswick line was about to be decommissioned in our plans because one of our big drivers is to maintain an economic and affordable electricity system for New Zealand. So if we have a line that's here, that's redundant, we'd rather cut off on the maintenance cost and dismantle it. Not only it's better for affordability, but also as part of our social license. Freeing up the lands that was used to build our assets. By going through this process, we're going to the Commerce Commission. Sorry, we're going to the Commerce Commission, and we asked them, listen, these are the projects that, as New Zealand Inc., we think are the best for the country. We call it a major capital process, and we've already lodged our first one with the Commission earlier this year. And the aim is to then be able to use the work that's been done and recover the expenditure through a transmission pricing methodology that's been set up by the Electricity Authority. What does it mean? It means that we recognize that the work that needs to be done on the backbone is good for New Zealand as a whole, and that there is a role for every part of New Zealand and every beneficiary to pay part of this investment. The other option is to go through a bilateral contract with the party who wants to increase the capacity of the line. That's what we're already doing for individual connection assets. For example, if you were building a wind farm and you wanted a grid injection point, we would enter a contract with you. But there is no reason why we wouldn't do this for an interconnection asset. So if one or more developers wanted to increase the capacity of the grid to help get the power out to the rest of New Zealand, that's something that can be done through this type of contract. Now let's look at Taranaki. So we talked a lot about 2, 4. I can't remember how many gigawatts do we have in total now. When I prepared the presentation, what I had in mind was about 4 gigawatts based on the inquiries we received from the offshore wind developers. So the Taranaki has always been an electricity exporter through the North Line going from Huntly to Stratford, and on the Southern Line from Brunswick to Stratford. So those, if you think about it, basically we want to bring this energy back to the load centres. The load centres are either Auckland or down south towards Wellington or even on South Island. So this is why those two lines are the main point. So what we're doing now, we're doing some studies to understand how far can we go, how much electricity we can transfer through those different lines. What we know at the moment is we can get about 1 gigawatt out of Taranaki without major upgrades. If we want to go further than 1 gigawatt, we need to think about upgrading the lines, and there are some options. We've done that in other part of the grid, where we increase the capacity through doing a thermal upgrade. But there is also another thing to factor in is what is the load you're bringing with you? Because if you're saying that you're going to build a 1 gigawatt wind farm and you're bringing a 1 gigawatt load in the form of a hydrogen electrolyzer, for example, or any other type of industry, that's going to make things way easier for the grid to accommodate that load. Now, the open discussion points really for me is really making sure that the developments we've been talking about the last few days are really integrated with the rest of the system. And this is where the challenge we have as an industry is to do this in an integrated way, in an optimized way, that will also enhance the industry's social license. We have the whole question about offshore infrastructure, offshore transmission. With the discussion about environment protection were great this morning, and remind us that it's another thing to consider. And last point, as I said, how do we support offshore wind development with load? And I will stop here because I see John is impatiently waiting for me.
I'm so keen I left my microphone behind. Almost don't need a microphone though, if I'm absolutely honest. Oh, quick round of applause. Quite a few questions, some of which are a bit off topic when we're talking to Transpower, so I'm not going to ask them. But there is quite a good question. Somebody says your generation projections have got 1 gigawatt of utility scale solar in 2050. How credible is that, given the amount that's already been consented?
Yeah, well, that's a very good point, because when you look at what's been consented, what's going through the pipeline, it's going to be utility solar before distributed solar. This is what we're going to see in the future. One of the reasons is that the cost of distributed solar is not going down as much as we expected it to be. And actually, if you look at the latest data, it has actually increased in New Zealand over the last 6 months.
And there's a related question, which is there's a lot of rhetoric around how decentralization is best for our energy future and how you take that into account in your network planning. So you've talked about solar. What about batteries?
Yes, we do. When you look at the projection on the top line, there was about 3 gigawatts worth of battery installed as well by 2050. So we do look at those trends. But even this, when we did those studies, we saw that we still have about 50% of the electricity generated coming from either geothermal, wind, or hydro, which are centralized.
Beautiful. There's a question from an Angela here. Wonder who that could be. Asking us what we were talking about in the car yesterday, actually. Would Transpower allow developers to build transmission infrastructure or transfer or operate assets to expedite connection? So this is merchant transmission.
Yep. So listen, it comes back to what's the most efficient thing for New Zealand. We're really aware of what has happened in other jurisdictions where the transmission lines company were not capable of meeting the demands from industry and from the market, and that opened a lot of merchant transmission into the country. So we're very aware of this. We're really trying to make sure we can deliver the services that meet the demand of the market. So in the end, we keep whole as a country, we keep whole as an industry, and we deliver an optimized transition for New Zealand.
That was a politician's answer. Appalling. Right, big clap for Nico, and then get him off the stage. These people are here of their own free will. If they don't want to answer the questions, they won't. Believe me, I do this a lot, and that's the way it goes. Right, final shift before lunch. So we've talked about electricity transmission, but that's only part of the infrastructure story. So to bring us into land, we're going to talk about the broader set of New Zealand infrastructure needs. So we're going to hear from Ross Copeland, who I'm sure most people know. So Ross is the CEO of Te Wahanga, which is the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, and apparently is a patsy of a captive government, according to the National Party, because that was in the paper yesterday, so you can talk about that as well. Anyway, you can explain what you do, and then you can tell us all about it. You've got 20 minutes, Ross, yep. And it's going to go red when I'm going to get up.
Perfect. Thanks, John. Kia ora koutou, ko hokanui te maunga, ko mataura te awa, ko Ross ahu. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit to kick off about the work we do at the Commission, why we're excited about offshore wind, why we think you guys have a really important leadership role, but we don't think you're the sum of the leaders that are going to make this happen. So we'd like to talk to you a little bit about who are the people that are necessary, how can we get them together, and how can we kick on as we start to generate from what, in our mind, is actually a sort of an entirely new asset class for infrastructure. So we've got this quite interesting opportunity here in New Zealand to look back and say, you know, what have we done when we've developed different asset classes, and how can we do that differently as we look ahead to the future? I'd hardly say our current approach to planning, consenting, delivering and operating infrastructure is optimal. I think there's a lot of room for improvement. So here we are, 2023, we've got this opportunity to do things a little bit differently. So just to kick it off, Te Waihanga isn't captive, I don't think, to the government. We are an autonomous Crown entity. We do express our independent opinion on infrastructure matters, and we're here as, I guess, your representatives in Wellington to really have that helicopter view, to sit above the different kind of sector-specific interests and advice that's coming out, and to take a more holistic view of that and say, well, okay, over the strategic kind of 30-year term, what does that look like for New Zealand against the backdrop of, I guess, network convergence would be sort of an analogy we've seen over in, in the Hawke's Bay and Gisborne region, how critical infrastructure networks are to each other. So if you're developing kind of, electricity policy in the absence of water security or resilience policy, you're going to be sorely disappointed when that other network that you thought would be available isn't. And these are the kinds of issues that are really useful to have an infrastructure commission who isn't exclusively focused on energy policy, transport policy, investment policy, for example, sitting there saying, well, what about this? How about if the comms isn't available, how are we going to run our pump stations and so on? So that's largely the role of the Commission. We're not a big team, we're 50-odd people, and we sit across 3 areas: an infrastructure delivery team that gets quite involved in individual projects of scale, anything in that sort of north of $1 billion category, or where the government's having particular challenges commercially. We have a policy team that's been deeply involved with RMA, as we've heard, and we see that as a massive enabler, or it's been a huge disabler, to be more specific, for infrastructure over the last 30 years. We think there's a much better way of doing it, and we think the government has a really important role in that. So we're advocating quite strongly on that front. And then we have a strategy team who have delivered this 30-year strategy, which I'd like to talk a little bit about. In the strategy, so just perhaps a snapshot of what it is, published last year, the government came back in September with its response to the strategy, and it acknowledged that they felt that the work was good, that 58 of the 60-something recommendations the government would like to progress, and they've endorsed that in varying forms. We are awaiting a government response, what's it called, an action plan, which more specifically details exactly what the government will do and who will do it and over what time frame, how it will be resourced. So we're really looking forward to that. Apparently that's coming anytime soon. In fact, our minister now is no longer Minister Robertson. We've now got a joint minister with the Energy and Resources team over at MB. So Minister Woods is speaking after lunch, I believe. So that'll be useful to get an update there. But in terms of some of the recs in the strategy that I think are interesting to this group and this forum, we had a specific recommendation about establishing a regulatory regime for offshore wind. 2 years ago, when we went and spoke to the energy team over at MB, the feeling from that team was offshore wind was at least a decade, perhaps 2 away. We didn't share that view. We felt actually it's moving ahead a lot more quickly, and we'd love to see that accelerate. And to the credit, that team's really got on board, and it was great to hear the presentation earlier from MB. So some really good progress there. Achieving net zero at lowest cost. That isn't sort of a throwaway comment. We've got a lot of detail that sits behind that around sort of lowest cost of abatement. We can't afford to waste a dollar decarbonising things that are expensive to decarbonise. There's a lot to do, and we think that that needs to be a really systematic and structured approach. In terms of building things, it's got really hard in New Zealand. We've increased the time to build things through the consent phase by 150% in the last 5 to 7 years. The cost of construction of infrastructure in New Zealand, just the consenting part now, is $1.3 billion a year on $15 billion of infrastructure spend. And that's supposedly in the name of doing it better, more environmentally sustainable and so on. But when I hear from the Department of Conservation basically laying out a case that we have no data on just about anything, we don't know how long it'll take to get that, we don't really have a plan in terms of which species we want to prioritise, I think we're wholly deficient and we're spending that $1.3 billion in the wrong places. So there's a lot better way, certainly from the Commission's perspective, we can do this next tranche of infrastructure investment and think quite differently about our system. So there's a lot there that you'll see in the strategy around the planning system. Then we get into resilience, and there's a lot around resilience of critical infrastructure. We're huge fans of Transpower's work. I think we do have an absolute shining star in New Zealand relative to kind of market operators and transmission operators globally. We have a good one, and so get in behind them. They're doing some really good work. Whakamana i te Marahiko as a document we thought was really good. We drew a lot from it for the infrastructure strategy, and we work quite closely in with the team there and appreciate the work they're doing. And the next one there is around the pipeline and skill sets. There's, we can't do any of this if we don't do what we'd call the kind of binding constraints analysis. So you might have the planning and the permissions, you might have, the financing, but if you haven't got the workforce or you haven't lined up the port company or so on, we still can't do it. So we're really interested in this workforce issue and how we make sure we've got the people. We perform pretty well in this electricity space according to the World Energy Council. But I guess there's this kind of saying that resonates quite strongly with me. What got you here won't get you there. And so we can't afford to kind of rest on this too much. The change and the growth is quite astronomical and the implications for the market are quite uncertain. So there's a whole lot of change that needs to be led across a whole lot of areas as we go forward and we think about what does 4 or 5 gigs of new generation look like. So I think as much as this is a great story, it's the history and it's a great platform to build off, but we shouldn't sort of rest on it and expect it to remain. We need, something in the order of 5 gigs of new generation. When we look at, primary energy, about 1/3 of our primary energy is renewable. So 2/3 of every sort of unit of energy we consume across industry, agriculture and the rest of the economy is non-renewable by definition. So if we are getting to net zero, then theoretically we've got to deal with that, and that's a massive load. In fact, it's much more than the 5 gigs. So we've got to find that across biomass, a whole lot of areas. But we have to do that in an economically sustainable way. You can't do this and compete globally if prices aren't affordable and if industry can't compete, particularly with our energy-intensive export type sectors when we're looking at other jurisdictions. And that's the kind of economic gravity that we need to apply when we're starting to think about how do we design a regulatory regime, what kind of hoops and hurdles are we going to ask developers to jump through. We're very mindful that for each unit of complexity or time or cost or uncertainty which has a link through to the cost of capital, we ultimately pay for that through lower productivity, lower efficiency, or less competitive products and finished goods. I've kind of done my RMA speech, so I won't dwell on this, but there is a lot to do in our planning system to reform it. We have some ideas, and we've published a lot of those. We're working pretty closely with the team at MFE to try and really tidy up and provide that certainty. It's fair to say, reading a lot of the submissions coming through Select Committee, there's a lot of concern, and we'd probably share a lot of those views as well. So, there's work to do here. I'd really encourage folks to keep going on this journey. There's, I would assume, a lot more discussion to be had. Our cost of consent study is a good read if you haven't had a look at it. We've got a second one coming out very soon which says to get to net zero by 2050, how much consenting and therefore how much faster does the process need to be. Our role really through the process, we've really tried to bring data into the consenting space. Everyone sort of said, oh, it costs too much and it's too slow, but no one knew how much or how long it was taking. So we've really tried to bring that data and evidence into this discussion all the way through reform. I guess just thinking about the role of government and regulation, quite concerned, I guess, that as we start thinking about this new regulatory regime, that it doesn't just become an extra, and that government thinks quite carefully about how it can start to coordinate the various intersecting permits and approvals that will be needed to actually turn a project on. And there's quite a lot in the infrastructure strategy you'll see around things like corridor protection recommendations. So if we're going to have, say, a transmission asset that runs, across the coastal marine area out into a zone, how will, firstly, that be planned? What are the various, statutes and boundaries and regulatory sort of challenges or constraints that will require? And how do we document those and build a sort of a regulatory critical path analysis so we can say, yes, this needs to happen concurrently with this, concurrently with this. Some jurisdictions we've seen have done this quite nicely where they've sort of taken There's been a few different approaches. You might have heard of city deals in places like Manchester, where they've really tried as government to say, well, how can we sort of deconflict this development opportunity? And I think we're going to need a deconflicting approach, not an additional regulatory layer and all of the sort of regulatory burden continuing to sit with developers, or it's unlikely to progress on the timeframes we need, and there may be more attractive options elsewhere. There's a lot to do in terms of community and stakeholder engagement. Unfortunately, I couldn't be here yesterday. I would have loved to hear the social licence conversation, because I think the last time we did a big kind of new asset class, if you think about how New Zealand went about doing hydro, I think there's some lessons there about social licence and doing things better. So we've certainly reflected on that. A lot of the discussion, we're doing a iwi Māori state of play at the moment, a big report. It's running over 18 months. We're really trying to solicit the ideas and opinions of iwi Māori around infrastructure development in New Zealand, and hydro comes up repeatedly in those initial discussions as something we need to do differently and better in the future. So let's kind of learn those lessons and not make those mistakes again. A bunch of other things we're thinking about there around CFDs and incentives and what the role might be. But I think, again, it's this idea of government doing what government can do and not trying to do the things that the private sector does better. And that seems to be resonating quite strongly. This is this idea of these concurrent issues. And, if we think about the Port Companies Act, the balance sheet constraints that local government has when it starts to try to invest in port areas, these are all really important issues that concurrently need to be solved, or we don't actually add up to a project that can be delivered. So that's something that we're really mindful of, making sure from our helicopter view that we're asking these other questions. What about the port companies? How can we really get in behind and support them to invest? This one's just sort of saying, central government, the MB paper actually is quite interesting. So we talk about this government-led approach. But I think even within that, my reflection, sort of personal reflection, has been government has a lot of different ways that it leads. So if you think of a few recent examples, Crown Fibre Holdings was set up by the government to deliver the rollout of ultra-fast broadband infrastructure in New Zealand. And it was really successful. It delivered at incredibly low cost. If you compare the Australian equivalent, which was a complete shambles, the cost to deliver, the timeframes, the way they engaged with consenting, they worked in with Corius and Downer and all these different parties. They're a good commercial counterparty, and they've been reborn as Crown Infrastructure partners. So they're a vehicle that the government can use to get its capital to market quite quickly. They're a smart, sophisticated counterparty. What hasn't? So that's one example of something that's worked quite well. Crown Irrigation Investments is another one where we put direct investment into water storage infrastructure. Some things that haven't gone so well is when policy agencies try to do project work or contracting. We've seen examples through things like Provincial Growth Fund or the Auckland Light Rail first business case process that was run by MOT, not going so well. And that's this kind of horses for courses. And it's also, in our view, just really looking at the spectrum of tools that government has available to it. Government has these agents and institutions that actually do this stuff quite well, and others that aren't so well placed to do direct contracting with the market, or to potentially, one idea that's been kicked around is this procurement of this environmental data set, so that you can do your three kind of tranches of your feasibility, your technical feasibility, your economic feasibility, and your sort of ecological feasibility. Well, if government was going to take a role in any of those, it's got various different agents and vehicles it can use. And would love to encourage the efficient use of those. I've left a few minutes for questions because I thought there's a lot more I'd like to say, but I'd also like to hear your views. As much as anything, we're here to learn, and I'd love to take back to my team ideas and feedback about how you'd like the Commission to be involved in supporting this. So thank you.
That was exemplary. That was the bell. To the second, Ross. Very, very impressive. Right, we've got some questions. And you sort of touched on community involvement in infrastructure projects, but the specific question was, what are you doing to facilitate iwi as development partners in infrastructure? And isn't offshore wind farming the perfect blank slate to take the partnership up a notch?
I think I said that. So, yeah.
Wants to know what you're doing, though, not just talking about it.
We're doing a few things. We're doing this Māori infrastructure state of play. So that, we think, will be a really decent examination of various ways and roles that iwi Māori play. So there's been this kind of view by some that they tend to characterise Māori as this sort of party to be consulted with. And it's an incredibly narrow view of the role that iwi Māori play in infrastructure in New Zealand. Some of our most sophisticated asset owners are Māori corporations. Some of our biggest balance sheets in infrastructure are Māori property owners. You know, some of our most, we've got iwi Māori involved in hydrogen production, for example, over in Taupua region. So, you know, there's been this very narrow view and quite simplistic understanding of how iwi Māori are involved in infrastructure. What we're trying to do is tell that story a bit more broadly and help people sort of build this awareness that iwi Māori might be involved as a much more sophisticated partner in the delivery. They might want an ownership interest. They may have, you know, rangataki and youth that want to be involved in the actual construction and through job creation and so on. So there's a very broad role here for iwi Māori going forward, and through that document we're basically trying to tell that story, help people sort of illustrate what's possible and lay out a bit of a pathway that might be applicable here.
And do you think
it's not specific to offshore wind, it's more general to infrastructure.
Oh, that was the question. So, but is there a special role in offshore wind, given that it's a bit of a blank slate at the moment?
Probably way outside my pay grade. I think there's, in terms of understanding the legal complexities of Taku Taimoana and, you know, the EEZ, I honestly have no idea, but that seems like an incredibly important work stream to stand up and move ahead. There's the fisheries implications. There's all these, you know, what happens if you are laying, you know, high voltage cable on the seabed and you're starting to, you know, lock up areas that were previously allocated with fisheries rights. I don't understand or know much about any of that, but it's all really important work, which is why I think we need these concurrent work programs where government really focuses on the policy work that only it can do.
That's a great answer. Right, you talked about don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, so don't try and do everything brilliantly. There's so much work to be done decarbonising, we just need to do the big rocks. What, in your view, is the most important thing, brackets S, to speed up decarbonisation in New Zealand then?
I didn't quite say that, but I do agree with that sentiment. But what I said was we need to adopt the lowest cost carbon abatement opportunities first. There's many carbon abatement opportunities have net positive benefits. We should do those first. So, you know, we've seen organisations like ICA investing in home insulation. That's my background. I'm an engineer. I did a lot of work in building efficiency and sustainability. There is unbelievably good BCRs available to investment in commercial building upgrades in New Zealand, for example. These are very low-hanging fruit. New Zealand wastes 40% of all of our potable water. Electricity is a massive component, potable water networks across the country are a massive user of electricity. So 40% of all the electricity they use pumps water out into the street, destroying road pavements. There is a tremendous opportunity to save, you know, electricity and energy just by fixing water leaks. You know, so there's low-hanging fruit everywhere. Our advocacy is we should do those things first, and then, you know, we can have these other initiatives that come later as we get down that marginal cost curve. But we firstly must understand what the cost is. And so when we see the emissions reduction plan come out without an actual cost of abatement calculation against each initiative, that worries us. We'd really like to see those documents calculate how much carbon they'll save and assign a cost of abatement to that. And then we'll do them in the order that presents.
Sounds a bit neoliberal. It's quite unfashionable these days. There we go. Right. We had a question about, well, you talked a little bit about central data sets and things like that. There's an offshore wind specific take on it, though. So Anonymous is saying, could a centralised set of government environmental study and data sets enable faster consenting processes available to developers like offshore wind by subscription and buy-in? I think you're sort of thinking of the seismic that Crown Minerals shoot, and it's just a way of getting through that process faster, and it's worked well, I think, in that context.
Yeah, totally agree. So, and this is personal view, but I do have a personal view that we've been wholly negligent in collecting baseline environmental data in New Zealand. We say we care about these species, but we won't invest in understanding them, where they are, what their habitat is. You know, so I personal view is infrastructure providers are the sort of the last man standing when it comes to collecting this data. And the entire design of the system is, well, we don't know anything about the species type. So we'll run a consenting process that says you can literally build anything anywhere in New Zealand and you can come to us for permission. We'll evaluate all of the information as and when you come, and we'll decide on a case-by-case, project-by-project basis if the benefits exceed the effects or the costs. That is truly absurd, and it's truly insanely expensive in New Zealand. I believe this is a great opportunity with offshore wind to do a fundamentally different thing here, and to invest front-end load, the investment in that baseline data collection. Open data is an absolute maxim. We've said it in the infrastructure strategy. We need open data standards across a whole range of things. Christchurch Rebuild was a great example where geotechnical database evolved out of good engineers deciding that, hey guys, we're doing some boreholes over here, you're doing some across the road, geology is probably the same, can we share some information? And that spawned the creation of the National Geotechnical Database. Just one example of many where engineers and smart people are actually trying to find ways around the system so they can collaborate and share information. The system needs to be more responsive to that.
Well, that's a byline for the end of the thing. Thank you very much, Ross. Marvellous.
In the room, and if that's any indication of how serious an economic opportunity is being taken, then I think we're scoring very highly on that. But it is amazing to see in 3 short years what has been able to be achieved. It seems like only yesterday that we launched the discussion document enabling investment in offshore renewable energy, which is the key theme in this forum. And everybody in this room understands the enormous potential of offshore wind in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and particularly in this region of Taranaki. Establishing a regime to pave the way for investment is a key priority of mine, so it's great that we are able to make such good progress. I think I'd like to thank everybody who has helped us on this journey in such a short period of time. My ability to push for this at my end of things has only been made possible because I know the enormous support and momentum that has been building in our community. And thank you, Richard, for the listener article. It kind of makes that really bear to everybody. Great article, thanks. So our government is intent on building a resilient, affordable, secure and decarbonised energy system for our future. And we have a plan that we are delivering on. And today is an example of that plan in action. And I want to commend Venture Taranaki and your partners for organising this event. It is an immensely valuable opportunity to plan for the transformation of New Zealand's energy sector as we work towards that goal of 100% renewable electricity by 2030 and achieve our net zero carbon target by 2050. The energy transition will take a whole of society and whole of economy effort. To meet the 2050 target, we need a transformed energy system with much lower reliance on fossil fuels and increased reliance on renewable electricity and low emissions fuels. As the sector transitions over the next 30 years, we must ensure that energy remains accessible and affordable to support the well-being of all New Zealanders. That the energy supplier is secure, resilient and reliable throughout the transition and beyond. And the energy systems support economic development and productivity growth aligned with that transition. The events of recent weeks reinforce how critical it is that we have secure and resilient energy systems in the face of extreme weather events. This is a key priority for me as Minister for both Energy and Resources and now Infrastructure, as we recover from the impacts of Cyclone Gabrielle and prepare for the inevitable high impact of climate change and its events. Our government is developing New Zealand's energy strategy to coordinate the transition to a low emissions economy, address strategic challenges in the energy sector and signal the pathways away from fossil fuels. It will involve full collaboration and engagement with iwi and Māori and work closely with industry and consumers to reach a shared understanding of barriers and opportunities. Taranaki plays a key role in this strategy as one of the energy and resources hubs of New Zealand. I want to touch on 3 projects that are integral to the energy strategy: the New Zealand Battery Project, the Hydrogen Roadmap, and of course a regulatory framework for offshore renewable energy. First, demand for electricity is expected to grow substantially, but until we address the dry year problem, we will continue to rely on fossil fuels in our electricity system. The dry year problem is when our hydroelectricity lakes run low for long periods of time and more fossil fuels are used instead to generate enough electricity. A dry year solution would be a huge step towards achieving our climate change goals and sets us up for a secure and sustainably powered future for generations to come. But it is not an easy problem to solve. We need an extra 3 to 5 terawatt hours of renewable energy that can be turned on as needed. That's about 10% of our current annual consumption. The New Zealand Battery Project was established in late 2020 to explore the feasibility of pumped hydro at Lake Onslow and other possible renewable energy solutions on the dry year problem. To date, initial feasibility studies have been completed and an indicative business case has been developed. And I expect to soon be able to announce Cabinet's decision on whether studies should continue and how we can find the best path for developing a secure, decarbonised electricity system. Green hydrogen offers a complementary tool alongside electrification for decarbonising our hard-to-abate sectors. Already there are many local projects and consortia working on bringing hydrogen in New Zealand, including by local players here in Taranaki. I was really encouraged to recently speak at the launch of the hydrogen consortia involving serious players like Air New Zealand, Airbus, Fabrum and Haringa, which will assess the barriers we need to overcome to make hydrogen aviation viable in New Zealand. And hugely exciting to see New Zealand technology sitting right at the core of that work. We are developing a hydrogen roadmap to consider the role hydrogen could play in the wider energy transition and to outline how the government can enable this sector. And I look forward to sharing an interim roadmap mid-year and a final roadmap alongside the energy strategy by the end of 2024. Relevant to today's forum, there are also some interesting developments overseas where we are seeing offshore renewables being the clean electricity input to the production of green hydrogen. Of course, the main subject for this forum is the role of offshore renewable energy in our future energy system. Offshore renewable energy could become a key asset to developing a highly renewable, sustainable and efficient energy system that supports our overarching target of net zero carbon. It also offers the prospect of regional economic development, technology development and innovation, and further enhancement of our energy security and resilience. Around the globe, there is an extraordinary boom in offshore renewable energy. It's well established in many Northern European countries, and it's fast becoming more important in North America, parts of Asia, Australia, and now, of course, here in New Zealand. China currently leads the global operational capacity with 28 gigawatts. The UK has seen an increase over the past 12 months to produce 13.7 gigawatts with an ambitious target to produce 50 gigawatts of offshore wind energy by 2030. The EU saw over 14 gigawatts of installed offshore capacity in 2021, but is set to increase that figure by 60 gigawatts by 2030. And the US wants to deploy 30 gigawatts of offshore floating wind turbines by 2030. Closer to home, as you will all know, while Australia's offshore wind project off Victoria's Gippsland coast is looking to produce 2.2 gigawatts, New Zealand's Infrastructure Commission report that New Zealand's less windy sites have better wind potential than the windiest sites in Australia. And we always like a win over the Australians, we always know that. According to a 2019 study in South Taranaki alone, we have an offshore wind resource of at least 7 gigawatts of potential capacity from fixed foundation in turbines. In fact, when I was in Europe last year and met with the Global Wind Energy Council, who I believe were here yesterday, which is great to hear, they described New Zealand as the Saudi Arabia of wind. So unsurprisingly, we have an exciting new market for multiple developers, and there is strong interest from all stakeholders to understand the rules of the game and to ensure that the offshore wind industry here develops in an ordered way that reflects our values here in Aotearoa. Iwi need to see their rights upheld as mana whenua and kaitiaki of their moana and whenua. Developers are looking for certainty and an informed understanding of the process before investing, and government needs to develop a well-informed, feasible regulatory regime to benefit all of Aotearoa New Zealand. Given the cost and complexity of offshore projects, the potential long-term role in the electricity network and the impacts for local communities, it is important for the government that developers are selected who are suited to work here alongside mana whenua and their people, and to deliver new generation that is the best fit for our energy system and for the environment. That's why this government committed to developing an offshore renewable regime in our first emissions reduction plan. It's clear that existing RMA and EEZ legislation doesn't provide the right tools to make good assessments about the who, where and what of offshore renewable development. I'm encouraging developers to work with us to design the regulatory regime rather than getting ahead of that process. We have moved quickly to develop proposals for a regulatory regime, as feasibility studies can take several years, and we do not have that time to wait. There are 2 stages of consultation. Some of you were here in Taranaki last year when I released the first phase of this work, which focuses on proposals to enable the feasibility phase of projects to occur in a managed way. The coastal and marine areas around Aotearoa New Zealand are of a significant cultural value to Māori, and as Tiriti partners, we are continuing to work with Hapu and iwi to ensure Māori interests, rights and participation are upheld throughout the feasibility phase and our ongoing mahi. The government expects feasibility studies to look in detail at the potential environmental and cultural impacts of offshore renewables before developers are ready to propose commercial development, which may take several years and significant investment. Developers want certainty about their rights before making investments, and rightly so. The discussion document focuses on a feasibility permit regime to enable that investment to occur. We also want feedback on the permitting approach, whether aspects of feasibility work should be done collaboratively, and how any regulation would ensure that iwi Māori are appropriately involved. And I encourage all of those with a view to make a submission before the closing date of the 14th of April. And I imagine all of those with a view would include many of you in this room. Although I did feel like I had walked into a parallel universe when I arrived, and I was being told by some of you as I entered that they were very happy with the regulatory regime and it was working very well. It's not feedback you often get, so thank you for that. And thank you to the team from MB who have put an extraordinary amount of effort into working alongside you to get that done. Officials are also now beginning to develop policy for the remainder of the regulatory regime, the broader regulatory settings to enable infrastructure to be constructed, operated, and of course decommissioned. I intend to release a second discussion paper mid-year that covers 6 work streams: Māori participation in offshore renewable energy, the design of the overall permitting regime, including permitting for construction and operation, how a new regime could complement existing consenting regimes in spatial planning, how to enable transmission, an approach to decommissioning building on the lessons of previous resources regimes, and how to ensure everybody follows the kaupapa through appropriate enforcement. There remains a lot of work to complete the second discussion document, but I'm committed to continuing this work at pace so that the offshore renewable sector can continue to develop and flourish, such as we're seeing in this room today. This is an exciting time to be part of the Aotearoa New Zealand offshore renewable energy sector, and I look forward to working with you and hearing your thoughts and your opinions to help shape an exciting future for all of us. I'm sure many of you will have already taken the opportunity to share your views on this work, and I thank you for your efforts in doing so. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today here at this forum about our shared plans that we have underway to enable our transition to 100% renewable electricity and a net zero carbon future. Noi reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm afraid that the Chief Executive of the Infrastructure Commission's timing was even better than yours. So you were 2 seconds short, and he hit it on the second. So, but we got a few questions, and I thought we'd try something a little bit different, because one of the problems I've had with this audience, if I'm honest with you, is the tone of some of the questions leaves a little bit to be desired, and people are hiding behind the cloak of technology.
I'm used to that. It's fine.
But this is a respectful and inclusive environment. So I thought we could go back to the old school way of doing it and get the microphone out there and you can ask your own questions. So Tim Hawkey, will you please stand up, and the microphone's coming to you, and you can ask your question and you could do a tone check when you ask it.
Maybe I should just read it. So my question is around the Lake Onslow project and what you're doing to ensure you're not crowding out innovation with these multi-billion-dollar investments which destroy trust in the free market.
So the project is called New Zealand's Battery Project. The starting point was a recommendation from the final report of the Independent Climate Commission that said that pumped hydro at Onslow needed to be considered. So that is the starting point for it. But it is then, of course, pumped hydro, looking across Lake Onslow versus other opportunities there could be for pumped hydro in New Zealand. And then the second part of the first phase of it is looking at pumped hydro as a technology against a range of other technological solutions. So this is not the Lake Onslow project, it is the New Zealand Battery Project. And it's something we've got to do. We've got to make sure that we're putting in the serious business case work and feasibility around what this kind of storage looks like. It is not small. And I think that the size of the problem needs government does have to be involved, because the free market hasn't delivered us that storage on its own. I am all for the market participating, but when we're not seeing that delivered, there is a role and a responsibility of government. We must ensure that we have secure and reliable energy in this country, and that is one of the things that governments have to deliver for its people. So I can assure you that there are a range of other technologies and innovation that will be considered within there.
Are you satisfied, Tim? I noticed you didn't use the term show trial when you actually got to ask the Minister to her face.
And actually, in terms of the show trial, just to kind of give some context for exactly what the first phase of looking at Onslow has been, the first question has got to be, is it physically possible? Does the geotechnology of that area support it? Are we actually able to do it? Because what's the point of considering to even think about it if it fails at the first hurdle, which is around the geotech? And coming from Christchurch, geotech is something I'm quite interested in. So it's very much about doing the very hard work. I actually think that the fact that there's $100 million, of course, nowhere near $100 million has been spent yet, but $100 million set aside for the project, examining what we need to consider. And that we're not just doing desk-based stuff, that we're actually getting out there with the geotechs doing drilling and having a look, show that this just isn't a show trial, that this is actually about getting in and doing the detailed feasibility work to know if something is possible or not.
Beautiful. Right, our next questioner is Catherine with her Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment question. Where are you, Catherine? She might be online, that's the only thing, but that's no excuse. Okay, so Catherine, mystery person, said, what do you think about Simon Upton's call to put on hold major energy development decisions like wind and hydrogen until a system-wide energy analysis is conducted?
So I think that we have to make sure that all of these work streams are connected. I think that we don't have to wait for perfection in the end, but we have to make sure that we are connecting all these pieces of work together, that the energy strategy is being pulled together within MB. It is also MB that's doing the regulatory regime. We know that there is a huge need for more generation in New Zealand ahead of us. We don't have to wait till the end of next year before we start developing regulatory regimes for offshore wind. We've already had demonstrated from a range of sources, and really credible sources, about what the size of the problem in terms of new generation would be. So I don't think we can afford to wait.
Beautiful. Now, Anonymous is back, annoyingly, unless they want to stand up and
My
ask their
opinion,
question.
who owns the wind? That would be Gaia.
But there's a related question about... Oh, it's gone.
Oh, the
About iwi rights,
okay.
that's right, yeah.
You referred to the need to have iwi rights upheld. What specific rights do you mean? Well, when we're dealing with the offshore environment, there are a range of iwi rights that need to be considered in this space, and that's really important that we consider that we have obviously quite developed, shall we say, quite developed jurisprudence around the seabed and foreshore in this country, and that we have to make sure that we are cognizant of all of that as we work our way through this.
Now, Slido's all very well. This is a chance to have a kōrero with your minister. Would anyone like to ask a question which isn't in Slido? And somebody will send you a microphone. Let's get it on, people. You just need to stick your hand up and introduce yourself. Let's have it. No. Wait for the microphone. And then introduce yourself to the nice ladies and gentlemen, and then ask your question. However enthusiastic you are. Beautiful.
Richard Wood, New Zealand listener. Will there be a gas shortfall?
Will there be a gas shortfall? Well, we have to make sure that we're planning in as much detail of what that transition looks like, and that's exactly why a critical part and feed into the energy strategy is the gas industry's company gas transition plan, in terms of figuring out what we have consented and what we need through to the phase out. So in terms of the detail around that, we have to make sure that we've got better knowledge of what that looks like. In terms of what we know about our gas reserves at the moment, as I say, for the last couple of decades, there's always been 10 years worth of gas, has always been the prediction, and that hasn't changed. But it's something that we're actively making sure that we're factoring into the transition.
Oh, hand over there. Wait for the microphone. Introduce yourself to the nice ladies and gentlemen, and then ask your question.
I have the microphone. I'm Tania Roach. Nice to meet you all. So I asked a question on Slido, which was highly voted, which you didn't answer. Whatever. You're talking about critical path, and one thing that has come up, and one of the things that I understand mana whenua are concerned with also is the seabird life.
Mm-hmm.
And so there sounds like a critical path issue, aside from the regulatory, aside from Transpower. There's no overarching studies being done or mandated by the government and delivered. And all these parties are supposed to, developers are supposed to go away and do their little bit and then feed in and then open source and yada yada. To what extent are you, more generally in terms of renewable energy, finding critical paths, like obstacles, and do you have resources that you're going to put into that?
So if I take the Onslow feasibility study as an example there, that one of the critical things that we've done in assessing that is also making sure that the cultural and environmental impacts of that are studied, as well as the kind of engineering and technical options on that. So in terms of the technical reference group that we've put together around that project, that we have 2 people from our environmental NGO sector that sit on that technical reference group, because, as well as mana whenua, because as well as answering the technical questions around geotech, that there are real environmental considerations that we have to consider right from the beginning. I don't consider this as something you tack on at the end. It's something that we have to understand from the beginning and how they work together. And we've also brought our environmental NGOs as a group together to discuss that project. There's a range of views from Greenpeace, who see that it's absolutely critical that we develop new ways of having renewable storage and renewable energy, because obviously decarbonisation is probably one of the greatest existential threats to nature. Climate change is one of, not decarbonisation, that's not the threat, that's the solution, but climate change is one of the greatest threats to nature. Through to some people that have got more detailed local concerns about the species and how we're going to ensure that we're mitigating any effect on the local ecosystems. That's the approach I want to see us take to all of this. So cultural and environmental, and I mentioned that in my speech as well, that cultural and environmental impacts are really important considerations that are integral to everything we're looking at.
Now, Cristiano, you seem to have stolen the microphone. Oh, not for your own purposes, right. Introduce yourself to the nice ladies and gentlemen, then ask your question.
Kia ora, Minister. Lauren Wallace. I'm one of the lawyers in the room. I don't think there's that
many
of us. My question relates to the RMA reforms. Listening to a number of the submissions to the Select Committee from the energy industry sector players, they're pretty scathing of them, and I think one of them went so far as to say that the RMA reforms pose the single greatest threat to the development of renewable energy and what we need to do to meet our targets in the next 10 years. So my question is your team working closely with MFE, are you aware of these submissions, and how do you propose to kind of reconcile that?
I'm very aware of those submissions. It's the first part of it, and not because I've read the Select Committee submissions, but because as part of the RM Ministers Group, I'm not there just as the Minister of Housing. I'm there as the Minister of Energy as well, because this is one of the critical considerations that we have to do. Also, that we've been making sure that, the RM process, and I think it's really important that we understand Select Committees, not scathing kind of critiques. It's actually really valuable input is the way we see it in our process. The whole purpose of the Select Committee process, and particularly with this legislation that, remember, had an exposure draft before it had the legislation before the committee, is actually to bring in the collective wisdom, to go out and seek those views. That's what the whole purpose of a Select Committee process is. Already we've been able to fix some of the issues that have been highlighted by the energy sector, particularly around the ability to reconsent hydro, which was one of the early concerns that was raised in the RM process, what we do about bringing on new hydro, and we're continuing to work through. In terms of the MB team, they're working very closely with MFE, that they're one of the agencies that is intimately involved in that work. But we've also, the Minister of the Environment and myself have met with the energy sector to go through some of the concerns with both MFE and MB in the room. So we've had a very open door where we want to tease out what those concerns are, and as much as we can, fix them. But we do have to have some limits. This is the planning framework that does offer environmental protection as well.
So the last question, is Stefan from A2 here? Or is he online? Stefan, grab the microphone and ask your question, because it would set us up really well for the next sessions.
Kia ora, Minister.
Kia ora.
Introduce yourself to the nice
Stefan Freeman, E2 Union. My question is, what are the government plans for a just transition for workers from oil and gas into the new industries?
Thank you, and that's a really important question. And I think that the fact that that kind of Gaia, who owns the wind, has provided very nicely in the kind of serendipity of some of the best wind resource in New Zealand, coinciding with where a lot of our skilled expertise from the oil and gas industry resides here in Taranaki. The engineering expertise, the understanding of energy and the role of it in its economy, that the ability then to reskill our workforce is existing workforce. But in reality, what we said when we announced the ending of offshore permits is that most people working in that industry that want to work in that industry will finish their careers working in that industry, because all the existing permits run their course. But what we also have to think is, what about people who want to go and work in a different industry, and what do we do about young people coming through who want to live their life in this region, and what are the skills they need to collect to make sure that they're part of the opportunities that the new energy economy could offer here. That's why some of the work that we've done around micro-credentialing when it comes to reskilling workers has been really important, that we don't want people to have to go and do whole new qualifications. There could be tack-ons that we can do. So I think it's getting quite into the geeky detail of policy, but I actually think in terms of the just transition, micro-credentialing is one of the absolutely critical things that we need to be doing, and we need to be working with industry to identify what is the skills base and what is it that is going to be needed. But like in terms of the just transition, what we've done here in Taranaki has very much lifted from that tripartite arrangement that we learned about from Europe and America in terms of it being a relationship between government, industry and unions. But what we've learned here in Taranaki, how we apply that in Aotearoa is that iwi and community have to be very much part of that conversation as well. I think that one of the things that we need to talk about more from this region, because I think it offers a bit of a great case study globally, is the way in which we've been able to do some reskilling of local people for the decommissioning work and capturing some of that value with local iwi in terms of how we won't have to outsource all of this offshore, be able to capture some of that value and keep it locally here in Taranaki.
And that is a perfect segue into the next piece of the agenda. So I'd like to thank you very much, Minister, for taking the time to come and see us at very short notice as well. I think your diary was cleared so that you could come to us. So that's much appreciated. So please, everyone, join me in thanking the Minister for her time.
Thank you. Thank you. And have a good listening.
Right, no school like the old school. Who needs Slido? It's all about roving microphones, proof that dinosaurs like me still have their place in the world. Yeah, so as I say, the segue there, our next section is on industry capability. And we've got three sessions, one after another, two of which are on Zoom. So I have lukewarm anticipation of whether this is going to work after yesterday's experience. But our first presenter from Australia is Professor Evan Gray. So he's the program leader for offshore renewable energy systems in the Blue Economy Cooperative Research Centre, which is a not-for-profit which brings together industry, government and research partners with expertise in aquaculture, marine renewable energy, maritime engineering, environmental assessments and policy and regulation, with the purpose of developing sustainable aquaculture and renewable energy production. And hopefully, Evan, you can hear us.
I can indeed, and I hope you can also hear me.
That's brilliant. So, Evan, you've got a room of 180 people. Hopefully you can see some of them, and they're all hanging on your every word. You've got 20 minutes, but I'd be very, very keen if you could come into land after about 15, and then I'll be collating questions on Slido, and we can have a bit of a Q&A at the end.
I will do my best. Thank you for that. Kindly for that introduction, and also for saving me some seconds of talking about things. And thank you to the organisers for the opportunity to talk to you about this. I should probably beg forgiveness before I start from some members of the audience, because I shall be talking about largely technical matters, but that's part of the landscape. So I'm presenting on behalf of the Blue Economy CRC. Irene Pennisis is the research director, and I lead research program 3 on offshore renewable energy systems. And I just have to now make my computer obey me. Change slides. Here we go. First, a little bit of context. I'm going to be talking quite a bit about hydrogen microgrids, which speaks to an area of concentration and focus within the CRC. We have a strong interest in the use of hydrogen as a way of gluing energy systems together and providing long-term storage. This is not some pie in the sky. This is the hydrogen microgrid at Griffith University that's been there for nearly 10 years now. It's real, it's physical. It has hydrogen, it has all the hydrogen things you can see there. Okay, so the blue economy quickly is this all-encompassing idea of things to do with the ocean, but also the areas of land near the ocean. The focus of what I'm going to talk about is, of course, renewable energy, but one can't forget all of these other aspects. They're part and parcel of it. Sorry, I'm having fun changing slides. Here we go. So some of this has just been said. The Blue Economy CRC has three main areas of focus to do with actually doing stuff, if you see what I mean. But these are underpinned by cross-cutting areas, two other research programs that are to do with things like sustainability, business opportunity, regulation, social license, and so on. So it's a very broad scope, but that's the nature of the Blue Economy. It has many parts to it. Here are the partners. I've just highlighted the 4 New Zealand partners that I can easily identify. There are perhaps others, although I think not. And on a per capita basis, that's about right for if you compare the populations of an Australia and New Zealand, the 4 partners out of 43 is about right. So New Zealand has on that basis a strong participation, and it has a strong participation anyway. Our New Zealand partners are extremely important to us. So the Blue Economy CRC is divided notionally into these 5 areas about offshore engineering, aquaculture broadly speaking, renewable energy, that's the line in the row in the middle here that I'm going to be talking about, sustainability and aspects of development, as I said, policy, regulation, social license, all of these things really, really important, marine spatial planning. Nothing happens without those elements being in place. I'm merely talking about the technical aspects. So this is a kind of a working summary of what Research Program 3 on renewable energy systems is about. Over here we capture energy, we have to manage the energy, and over here we deliver it to end users. And the end users we have in view at the minute are certainly aquaculture, which needs to move offshore. It needs to become more sustainable in all respects. Vessels is a particular interest to us as well in the marine environment. Now, the red stars here indicate things associated with hydrogen. So fuel cells for generating electricity from hydrogen, electrolyzer for producing hydrogen from water, which is seawater if you're at sea, obviously, with cleanup necessary. We need storage of hydrogen, and then we dispense the hydrogen to end users. Not shown here so much is oxygen, which is also valuable in aquaculture. So these are all parts of our interest in renewable offshore energy systems, but the focus is kind of on microgrids. So we have this is a research organization, don't forget. So we have a bunch of research objectives and training related to hydrogen, which is really the focus of what I'm talking about, because as I said, it's a kind of a glue in the way we see energy systems, not just for producing electricity, but energy systems where there's more than just energy capture and electricity production going on. So all of these aspects are very important to us. Not all of these happen within my research program, but my research program links to projects in which these things are very important. And we also have projects that provide a kind of a scaffold for projects in these other areas to latch onto. So what we're up to at the minute is summarized here in this graphic. The first row here, the top row is projects that have already happened, and they're what we call scoping projects. They're quick, 6 months, low budget, and they were devised to guide us in developing the scope and the research agenda for the CRC at the start. And we've now moved on to this phase of actually doing projects which have originated in those scoping projects. And these are much more now about developing technology sometimes, utilizing technology, figuring out how to utilize technology, and actually doing demonstrations. Demonstrations are very important to us. We want to do real things, by means of which we, of course, gain in capability, but it also shows that these things can be done, and it shows how they can be done. And most of the things we're doing aren't desperately easy. None of it's easy mainstream stuff. So opportunities that we see are, of course, in aquaculture, where there's a general need for improved sustainability. They need sustainable power. They have a lot of vessels that run diesel. They have big blowers that run on diesel. It's not just the pollution, the chemical pollution, but if they're near shore at the minute, they produce noise pollution as well, which is one of the main problems around Tasmania. They know they have to move offshore. Oxygen is needed for remediation of oxygen-depleted waters. And so there's a number of aspects here where we can improve the way aquaculture operates, improve its environmental footprint and so on. An obvious one is island communities of all sorts, remote areas in general. So Antarctica, given that it's covered in ice, or was until recently, is a kind of an island community. Again, there's the need for improved sustainability, reliable energy supply, diesel displacement, of course. Fresh water supply is an issue in many of these places. We're particularly interested in vessels. The number of aquaculture vessels, they're only small, but the number of aquaculture vessels operating in Australia is very large. And this is something that's happening around the world. I'll say a bit more about this and several other things later on in my talk. But we do have a project running to assess the feasibility of hydrogen vessel operation around Australia and New Zealand. So this is a particularly important topic for us. And in case anyone thinks that this is pie in the sky, on the right here you see a vessel that was launched 2 years ago in San Francisco. It's built by Incat Crowther, which is actually an Australian headquartered company. So, and you can see from the scale of the people, it's not a toy. So this is happening. As I said, demonstration projects are really important to us. They have a number of ways of adding value to what we do. They include things like social license training and so on. But they're physical objects that sit there that you can take people to and point them and show them. And this is a value that I've found in our own microgrid over the past 10 years, where people come through and they don't know what hydrogen energy technology looks like. And you can show them, they can walk up and touch the stuff and see what it looks like. And they go away with a much better understanding of how things might work. So this demonstration project, it's a flagship project within the CRC, has two phases: onshore, which I know sounds silly for the blue economy CRC, but this is a learning phase, and this is well underway and close to coming to fruition. And then within several years, and slightly scary from where we sit now, going offshore with a hydrogen microgrid. So before I talk about those, we're a research organisation. There are a number of associated research projects. So we start from fundamentals and we move towards applications in the real world. So Griffith University, with Blue Economy funding, we have built, in fact, it's about to start operating a bench scale pure DC microgrid. No time to go into the details of that, and most of the audience wouldn't want to hear it. But we start here with a research apparatus, if you like. It's at the 10 kilowatt scale, with which we investigate how to control these things, and we challenge them, and we emulate the energy inputs, and we emulate the electrolyzer and fuel cell and whatever using power supplies. We have real DC-DC converters, real battery, and a programmable load that allows us to pretend that we're anything we'd like. We can feed it load profiles for island or a vessel or a whatever. We can challenge the thing with step function in load and so on. So this is a research tool. And of course, we will be doing a lot of modeling. We have to have a model to be able to run the thing. Another project, which is actually led by Auckland University of Technology, is on modelling and about offshore systems. So we need to be able to construct mathematical models that we can run. These are computer models that we can run to design such a system, to optimize the sizes of everything. So we don't just build it and hope it will work, because that's planning for failure. So this is a really important project. Again, building our capability in modeling to go along with our capability in actually constructing physical microgrids. This associated research project is just getting up and going. It's associated with the onshore phase of our microgrid, which I'll say more about in just a minute. And on the right there, you see a graphic of our electrolyzer. This is not a toy. It's a 700 kilowatt electrolyzer. So it's due to land within the next several months. It's very late, like everything post-COVID, but it's due to land shortly, and that will be one of the biggest ones in the country. Hydrogen powering of vessels, this is the project I referred to, so I won't say more about that side, but just note over here that orders, so these are orders for real fuel cells for real vessels, have now hit the low megawatt region. So these are not little aluminium runabouts that you go fishing in. These are reasonably serious vessels, marine vessels. So here is the microgrid, and I apologize to those in the audience who don't like diagrams like this. I'll pass over it swiftly. But this is the pure DC microgrid that we're actually building on the BOC site in Latana in Hobart. And it's a physical DC microgrid. It's got this big AC-powered electrolyzer, because you can't buy DC yet. As usual, we're out in the vanguard of developments a bit. It has uncontrolled PV input, but it has also this it's got some controlled input, and it's got this load emulator. So on a 90 kilowatt scale, now we can pretend to be anything we like and emulate scenarios of interest to our partners and so on. There is also a commercial imperative here, because we will be supplying hydrogen. We have a contract with the Tasmanian government to do this. We'll be supplying hydrogen to the Tasmanian government's fuel cell bus project. So that will get up and go now, I think next year, because the lead time for receiving buses is rather long. But so this is a real commercial activity associated with this, but there's the research context, which is mainly what's displayed in front of you. When we go offshore, we think the hydrogen microgrid is going to look something like this. We don't know where it's going yet, but we hope that we will be in association with an aquaculture installation offshore. We are having discussions about this right now, in fact. We expect to supply oxygen to them for aquaculture purposes. We probably need to supply fresh water. We need to desalinate water to feed the electrolyzer anyway. And if we have a fuel cell, well, that produces fresh water, extremely high purity, so we can feed that back to the electrolyzer and feed it into aquaculture and diminish our need for desal. What underlies that is the necessity to think, Gaia having been mentioned, the necessity to think about the whole picture in all its aspects. Don't just think about the technical aspects, think about all aspects. Otherwise, again, you'll be planning for failure. We hope that we will be fueling some vessels, although doing things with vessels alongside platforms at sea is an interesting proposition. And perhaps we may be able to export some notional amount of hydrogen back to shore, depending on how close we are. And anyway, that's I believe my last slide. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer questions, as long as they're not too hard.
Thanks very much, Evan. So I think the first one's quite easy for you, but it's a good question if people don't know the answer. So Hidinga, I'm slightly suspicious about whether the questioner is actually called Hidinga. We'll see how we go with that. Would like to know whether you could please kindly explain the difference between blue and green hydrogen production.
Certainly. First of all, hydrogen does not have a colour. Or if it does, it's red, because hydrogen cylinders in Australia are red. So all of my slides to do with hydrogen tend to have red on them. Green hydrogen is produced by using renewable energy. So from PV, wind, wave, whatever. Blue hydrogen is hydrogen that has been produced by steam reformation, typically of methane, and the CO2 that is part of that chemical reaction, that is a necessary product of that chemical reaction, is somehow sequestered. The means that is universally proposed, not on a terribly strong basis, one might say, is to bury that underground in porous rocks, typically, or disused coal mines, because the remaining coal is porous and so on. So, and grey hydrogen would be hydrogen produced by steam reforming methane, which is still 95% of the world's hydrogen, by the way, without sequestering the CO2. So it's emitted to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's quite good, isn't it? Get to ask the Professor about these sorts of things. Right, next question is from Anonymous. Hiding behind the technology, people's very weak. Anonymous would like to know how long it is before these projects will be commercial. I've been telling my audience off, Evan, because the tone of some of the questions, frankly, leaves a bit to be desired. So they've added, there isn't a hidden tone, I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah. This is a question one always gets. I'm a research scientist, but I range from really, really fundamental weird stuff through to actually building microgrids that are going to have commercial things connected to them. It's typically, I'll ramble for a few seconds, if I may. Typically, politicians come to see such facilities and they say, but how much does it cost? And the answer is, well, Minister, there isn't a simple answer to that question, because what you're looking at is a demonstration project. It is not a commercial prototype, so I don't have an answer for you. I can tell you how much it costs to build, but it's completely irrelevant because it's not a commercial prototype. And it's a distinction that I think a lot of people, including, I might add, the hierarchy in my own university, have not always understood very well. So as to how long these things are commercial, some of them are commercial now in that they're being built. There are projects all over the world, ranging from things that are really, really pushing the envelope. So anything to do with DC microgrids is pushing the envelope. Nevertheless, we're building them, through to things that rely on well-established technologies like alkaline electrolyzers, not PEM electrolyzers, things that don't worry so much about where the hydrogen comes from, because the color can be sorted out later, but let's get the system working, which is the case with hydrogen-fueled vehicles. The hydrogen is, at the minute, grey hydrogen, but that's not the vehicle manufacturer's fault. They've got vehicles that run on hydrogen, and then it's up to the world to sort out the source of the hydrogen through guarantee of origin schemes or taxes imposed at borders for dirty hydrogen and so on. So that was a rambling answer to the question, but the short answer is there is no answer. There are systems that are commercial right now, and there are systems that are going to be commercial reasonably soon, being funded by very, very big players like Fortescue Future Industries in Australia, for example.
Right, final question. Accepting that these are trials and not commercial, James would like to know what the overall efficiency of the hydrogen microgrid that you have been piloting is.
That's a really hard question, James, to answer. That's an easy one to ask, and people often ask it. It depends what you mean by efficiency. So you've got the efficiency of the microgrid itself, including the hydrogen, depends on the efficiency of the electrolyzer in converting electricity to hydrogen, which is about 60% lower heating value, the efficiency of the fuel cell in converting hydrogen back to electricity, which is about 50% lower heating value. So that means the through efficiency is low. The question about efficiency is really, really important if you're off-grid. If you're on-grid, it really doesn't matter. It becomes a question of more PV or more wind and more land. And so the efficiency is relatively low. And so you would necessarily ask, well, why the hell do you want to do this? And the answer is you can't electrify everything. Batteries are great for short-term storage, but beyond a couple of days, very roughly speaking, you run into the problem that when you want to store more energy in a battery, you need a bigger battery and they're modular. So you have to pay for much more power handling, which is why Tesla P100s have ludicrous mode. That's another discussion, but that's the reason. With hydrogen, you decouple power and energy. So you can have modest power, like in a Mirai or an Exo car, and you can have great range because that's like an internal combustion engine vehicle where the range is set by the size of the gas tank, fuel tank, and the power set by the size of the engine. So the hydrogen becomes important for long-term storage, long story short. And you have to live with the efficiency, but you can hope that efficiencies will be improved. And there are now electrolyzers on the way which have much higher efficiency than what we have at the minute. And there is no fundamental reason why fuel cells cannot also be built with much higher efficiency than we have at the minute, because they're not thermodynamic machines subject to the Carnot theorem.
That is a great way of finishing that answer. The Meccano theorem, I thought that was small children playing with bits of metal or whatever.
No,
right, Evan, thank you very much.
The Carnot theorem.
Very good.
After
Right,
Sadiq
please,
Khan.
ladies and gentlemen, just join me in thanking Evan very much. And we move on to another Zoom. So we're Zooming to Wellington, I think, and hopefully David Hunt is on the line. David, are you there?
Kia ora, John.
Ah, so why haven't you come to Taranaki? It's not that far.
I missed the opportunity. Now, I'm asked to screen share. Should I do that from my end? Is that right?
You screen share from your end and I'll introduce you. How about that? So yesterday when we were talking to our New Zealand developers, I'm so sorry, I can't remember who it was, but one of them mentioned that they'd commissioned Concept Consulting to do an industry capability mapping study around offshore wind. So David's one of the directors of Concept Consulting, and they're a Wellington-based economic consulting firm who diversify into other stuff occasionally, but who specialise in the energy sector. You've got half an hour, David, but it would be lovely if you could finish 5 minutes early so we can ask you some questions. And my audience is getting better at asking polite questions on Slido, so we'll see how we go. The floor is yours if you want to share your screen.
Thank you, John. And I have shared my screen according to my screen, so
yep.
I'm wondering if we have technical problems.
Yep, no, that's all good. It's there.
It's all working?
Yep, off you go.
Very good. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you to the audience and the hosts for the opportunity to talk today. I think I will have no trouble sticking to John's request and leave time for questions. What I'm going to do today is walk you through the study that is underway at the moment. We'll talk about what's why is there a study, what's its purpose, how we're going about it, where we're at, and the next steps. And I'm hoping some of the people in the audience will be able to help us with the next steps. Just a little bit of background first. So the sponsors of the study are Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. You heard from Giacomo yesterday, New Zealand Super Fund, New Zealand Trade and Enterprise. They are the co-sponsors for the study. We're also very lucky to have support from Araaki, who are also obviously hosting this event, and our role is to actually do the work and actually do the research and then pull that together in the form of report and information for ongoing use. Another important group in the study is a reference group made up of key stakeholders within Taranaki. And that includes representatives from iwi in the region, Energy Skills Aotearoa, ETU, Chamber of Commerce, the Regional Skills Leadership Group, Te Pukenga in the form of WITS, Venture Taranaki and Whirly. And that group is really there to give us stronger links to people in the region, which is very important, but also to act as a sounding board and help us figure our way through as we do the work. If we just pause and just briefly reflect, what is the study about? And some of this, I was listening, I caught the tail end of the Minister's presentation. So as John says, there was a bit of a segue to the session, but really the purpose of the study is to do a number of things. Firstly, to identify what are the capabilities that are required to develop and support an offshore wind industry in the future. Secondly, to look at the current state and look forward a bit to what might be potentially able to be developed, to try and figure out, you know, comparing those needs, what do we have at the moment and what might we be able to develop? And comparing those two things to then identify opportunities. And, you know, it's a very apt example the Minister gave of, you know, there may well be skill sets that are actually very portable, and some micro-credentialing or other things of that sort can position people to get ready for the future. Two key deliverables will come from this study. Firstly, there'll be a report, which will cover those 4 bullet points that you can see on the top of the screen. And then the other deliverable is really a database of potential partners. And we expect that'll be in the form of potential suppliers, but also other organisations who want to register their interest in being involved in supporting an offshore wind industry in the future if that develops. In terms of the approach, it's very deliberately what we call bottom-up. So we could have gone away and pulled a report from overseas and said, well, let's just make some assumptions and run some multipliers and here's your answer. There you go. It's, you know, 0.5 times some assumed number of megawatts and we get some ratios. That's not what we're doing. That's not to say there isn't some use in doing some cross-checking, but this is very much looking at the bottom up and saying, okay, to support an offshore wind industry, what does that really mean in terms of jobs and work packages? And we'll talk about that a bit more in a moment, give you some examples. Because that, once we've got that foundation, we're much more able to have meaningful conversations with people about whether that is something that we can expect existing or near existing capabilities to be able to support, or whether those are things that we should assume would need to come from another source. The work is based around the key stages of the development wind farm. We'll talk about those a bit more in a moment. And to give it a bit more, really to make it a bit realer, we've used a reference scenario to provide an anchor for the whole study. And again, I'll talk about that. And I'll also talk about where we're getting the information from for the study. But I think the key thing I would leave you with is that we're really trying to make this as bottom up as possible to try and keep it real. In terms of the approach to the work, so we're looking at the distinct stages of development of an industry. And so there's obviously a stage that's really around feasibility and design. And you know, that's actually happening now as we speak. As many of you know, that's what's going on right this moment. Assuming that work matures, then that will lead to a construction phase, which could be short or long, depending on scale. And then there's an operation and maintenance phase. And that is the phase that is obviously the longest phase. And I'll talk about the reference scenario now, which just puts a bit more meat on the bones around these things. So as I said before, the study is about the development of an offshore wind industry. It's not about a particular project, but having said that, it does help to have something that is a bit more of a concrete anchor. And so the reference scenario that we're using for this is a development assumed to occur in the South Taranaki Bight, 1 gigawatt initial size, expanding later in all likelihood. Large turbines, so 60 to 70 wind turbine generators to get to that 1,000 megawatts. An assumed commissioning year of 2030, and with a design life of 30 to 35 years. So we'll talk about in a moment. One of the interesting things about offshore wind is that it's an interesting mix of an energy industry and a marine industry. And so it's important to think about the marine side, because that's very much part of the opportunity for the region. And for the reference scenario, we've assumed a shore-based maintenance and service strategy using a mix of marine crew ships, crew transfer vessels, and helicopters. And for the purpose of the study, we've assumed that the support, the operational maintenance support, primarily the assumed port is Patia for the day-to-day work, the ongoing work, and then every few years for the heavier maintenance where larger vessels are required. The assumption in the study is that that work would be done out in New Plymouth. Now, one thing I should emphasise is that these are really assumptions that are made to provide a kind of a meaningful anchor. We will look at a few sensitivity cases, and you shouldn't read too much into the particulars of the study. It's really just to give something that we can actually then use to size things up and think about phasing. In terms of the information sources, for the needed capabilities to develop and sustain an industry, a lot of that information, unsurprisingly probably, is coming from international sources. We're particularly lucky in that some of the sponsors are able to tie us into sources about real projects, and I'll talk about one of those in a moment that we think is a very useful comparator. But not just overseas projects, also jurisdictions where there is there's more maturity in terms of the development of offshore wind, particularly in Europe. And so we've been able to benefit from very useful discussions with offshore parties. Obviously, on the capability side, the focus is much more on local information. And so in that context, it's very much work that's underway at the moment, but it's a mixture of hui, meetings, interactions with our reference group, use of databases, including Amata's database. We're hoping to be able to access their information, and workshops. And we'll talk about the workshops a little bit later. I mentioned earlier that we're benefiting a lot from being, hopefully perhaps a fast follower, but the fact that someone else is going ahead of us. So this is a very interesting project for the purposes of our study. So there's some of you probably know about this. In Australia, there is a potential development off the coast of Victoria called Star of the South. So a bit larger than the initial phase of the project that we're looking at here, so 2.2 gigawatts. And they've been engaged in, I wouldn't say it's exactly a comparative study, but certainly a lot of the inputs that we need, the work has been done in that study, and we're able to piggyback and draw on that. And so, for example, one of the things, and this gives you a good example, I think, of what we mean by bottom up, is there has actually been, if you like, an organizational model that's been built to figure out what is needed to support a project of that nature, right down to job descriptions and numbers of job types. And when you look in the job descriptions, you can see information about qualifications, experience, skills and knowledge, physical requirements. Do you need to be fit, or is it a desk job, dare I say? And the personal attributes. So some of these are jobs where people are working very much as teams, others there's a lot of independent work. So we can actually get down to quite a fine level of detail. And that's very useful in terms of trying to figure out and match and think about what that might mean here, what are the training requirements, and think ahead to prepare for the future. Another example of an international source that's been very useful for the study is we've been able to link with the management of the port of Grimsby. Some of you will know Grimsby has effectively become the principal operation and maintenance hub for wind projects in the in that part of the North Sea. Much, obviously, very, very large scale compared to what we're talking about, at least initially in New Zealand, but nonetheless, quite a number of lessons we think that are potentially useful here. One of the interesting comments that the CEO of that port has made is how much the development of a wind industry has actually changed the nature of the services they provide, and has led to a cluster of other things developing in the area. For example, training that is now co-located, training providers with the port itself. Just to give a little bit of sort of preview of some of the early results, and you should not take any of these as by any means final. We're still I would say mid-flight, but I think quite interesting. So I mentioned earlier we've got this reference scenario, and when we think about what that reference scenario would mean in terms of, if you like, the phase post-development, post-construction into operations and maintenance. There's in fact 3 tiers. I'm only showing 2 of them here, but there's a sort of a tier 1, which is really the core work, likely to, people, if you like, who are working full-time on this project. So that is their job. They work for their project. That's all they do. And we think there's around 2,000 person years of work in that core. And that's obviously over the life of the project. And then there is a series of supporting operation and maintenance roles that are people who would probably be working on multiple things. So this might, for example, be helicopter crew transfers. They're probably not. That's not the only client for that work. But nonetheless, that's also when you add all those things up, that's a very substantial amount of effort, another 1,500 person years of work in that. And then there's a sort of a tier 3, which we haven't shown on here around it, which is the more indirect roles, which generally also flow from the fact that there's a new industry that develops. I mentioned earlier that part of the study is looking at both the needs, but also what is, if you like, the current state, and trying to figure out where there might be crossovers and training and skills development opportunities, which could be met through retraining or scholarships or micro-credentialing, what have you. This is simply reporting the results from another, in fact, it was I believe a compendium of studies looking, and it's particularly, I think, relevant in the Taranaki context, because I was looking at the overlap between offshore wind and oil and gas. And interestingly, around 28% of positions have a very good skills overlap, and so very portable. So things, marine services, for example, people with electrical skills. 36 or around 40%, in fact, there is a partial or some skills overlap. So this is things like people with subsea experience or environmental skills. So between those two, you're talking about a bit over, quite a lot, sort of around 75%-ish of, good or, reasonably solid fit. And then there's another group with less overlap. So this is really, I guess, the highly specialized skills in oil and gas, so your well intervention and completions and whatever, the stuff that, if you like, is core oil and gas. I think the key thing to kind of take from all of this is that there is actually quite a degree of potential synergies and transition opportunities is probably the way to think about it. Between these two industries, there actually is potentially quite a high degree of complementarity in terms of skill sets. In terms of status of the analysis, where are we at? So we think we've pretty much done the needs capability and the assessment of kind of current ability to service that capability for the development phase of an offshore wind industry. Construction, we've got we believe, a very good handle on the what's needed. We have more of our focus is really on trying to fill in the information on what does the current capability look like. And similarly, in relation to operations and maintenance, we've got a very good understanding of what's needed. We think we've got a reasonable understanding of some of the capability, but certainly not full. And it's really about trying to fill in these gaps. What is the capability that exists in Taranaki and wider Aotearoa? That really brings me quite neatly to the upcoming work. And as I say, that's our focus, is filling in those gaps. That's where we need to get input from people on the ground, potential partners and suppliers. And with that in mind, we're planning some hui and workshops in Taranaki, possibly also we may do some outside, to really kind of deepen and extend our knowledge base in that area. And then the results of all of that will be combined to bring together the final work of the study. I will keep this short and sweet. I think this is my last slide. So it's really an invitation to those in the room. If you have any feedback or input that you would like to give us, we're very, very keen to hear from you. And equally, if you're interested in attending one of these upcoming workshops, probably going to have a couple in Taranaki at least, then also do get in touch with me or my colleague, and our email address is on the slide. And I believe these are available to all of the attendees. So with that, I will hand it back to John.
Thank you very much, David. Very good. We've got some questions come through on Slido. So first question's from Stefan from A2, who says, do you know if research has been done into how often marine vessel access to Patia would be limited by a large swell? Quite a specific question, but quite relevant.
There is some work, I believe, underway to look at that issue, but that's not really the focus of our study. So we think we've got enough information to go on, but that's obviously getting down into fairly fine detail.
Do you want to come back at him, Stefan? It's great. I can sort of act as the intermediary here. So there's a lot of swell and there's a river bar, and he doesn't think you can do what you want to with your...
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess what I would say as a general comment, and then probably we can pursue it offline if you would like. We think there has been enough work done to believe that is a plausible, credible scenario for the reference case. Having said that, the reference case is, it is a reference case at the end of the day. It's not, for example, if it did turn out that was not feasible, we don't think it would necessarily alter or undermine the results of the overall study.
Very good. We've got a question from Catherine that everyone wants me to ask you, and I don't think is part of your scope. So I think you're going to kick this into the long grass, but we'll see what happens. Catherine would like to know who's expected to pay for port expansion and/or upgrade for offshore wind.
Your anticipation is correct, John. Not part of our study. We are. I mean, I think one of the observations I would make is, as we've done the work in the study, we get lots of questions that are interesting questions, but they're not part of this. We're very much trying to stay focused on what are the opportunities that would come with offshore wind and how well positioned are we? But I'm sure there'll be a lot of flow-on questions, and Catherine's is one of those.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the link might be to some of the international connections you've made and just how places like the Port of Grimsby finance their expansion, which has resulted in this interesting sort of reinvention of themselves.
Yeah, yeah. But and I agree, interesting question, but we will, yeah, not part of our work.
Told you. Right. Sophie is back with a technical question. Strong and consistent questioning, Sophie. I think of all the audience, you're right up there. Sophie says, in one of your slides, you mentioned floating LiDAR. Can you please add some context to how this is used and whether there is people capability to process the info in region?
I will hand this question off to someone else, actually. So that slide is using a graphic from a presentation that was prepared and released by Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, because that was there to try and use as the reference. I'm sure Giacomo, if you can find him in the room, she'll be able to answer Sophie's question.
You can even have a mic.
Maybe you can do that offline.
Look at the quality of this. A roving mic.
Hello? Yes. I'll answer Stefan as well while I'm at it. So for the PATIA, yeah, we have a study that looks at how feasible it would be to actually use CTVs. And yes, the bar is a big issue. But one of the things that will have to be sorted out. For the FLIDAR, yeah, so we're looking at deploying the floating LiDAR soon. There are capabilities in the country to look at the data. So right now we might be using one of our consultants from France who is actually providing the FLIDAR, but that's one of the example of a kind of development activity that could be done with resources in country as well. Does that answer?
Very good. You might need to hang on to it. There might be another one for you as a team answering. Another one, I think you're going to say, it's too early for me to answer this question, John, but I'll have a go, because we might as well. Anonymous would like to know, approximately what percentage of existing oil and gas workers are likely to find work in offshore wind? And then it's a little bit of a pointed comment. There seems to be a large number of workers in the little fit slice of the pie chart.
Why don't we go back to the pie chart? I can't, well, 14%, not insignificant. But, by my maths, roughly, a bit over a bit over 2/3 looks like a reasonable fit. The question, I think the other question that, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name of the person who just asked it, was how many workers? I guess that depends on a different question, which is how many workers are there in oil and gas and how many are there in offshore wind in aggregate. But again, I think the study we're doing will help to provide information that would answer that question, but it's, again, a slightly different question.
And rather pointedly, Anonymous has just jumped in with, do you believe your analysis will actually provide confidence for those displaced by the oil and gas ban to stay in country? We've got a problem with tone, David. I mean, you do your best, you try and create a civil environment for discourse, and this happens. 2 days I've been trying.
You probably need to get out on the surf, John. I mean, at the end of the day, I can't answer the question of whether it will give confidence. Well, I guess what I think is the case, though, information that's kind of real and tangible will help people to appraise these opportunities. Whereas I think if it's just purely kind of numbers with no specifics, that makes it a lot harder. So if someone can see that offshore wind means this many jobs of this type, and they can see a job description and they've got a matching skill set, then I think that gives them some information that they didn't have before that ought to be useful.
I don't know if you were...
That would be how I would say it.
Were you tuned in for the Minister's speech just immediately before our panel? Because she, her answer to a similar sort of question was a sort of intergenerational one. It's not so much that the people who are in the industry right now will all transition. I think the way she put it was many of them would see out their careers in the oil and gas industry. It's more about the next generation where they're not looking to the same future for that industry, where there needs to be employability, where there's still a resource requirement, but it isn't necessarily the same people. Yeah. Good. I think we can leave that there. So that's been great, David. Thank you very much. But you should be here.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Thank you.
So, nice round of applause. Very good. Can I have my microphone back, please? Right, I'm going to pad for time now, and Matt's going to spring up and put some chairs out, because we're having a panel, I think. Okay. Is that right? You what? Oh, Kerry, I'm so sorry, I'm ahead of myself. We have one more presentation before our panel session. So we've talked with academics, we've talked to consultants, but I really want to bring this into land before we have our wrap and talk about what the implications of the last 2 days are. So I'm really very chuffed that Kerry Williamson, who's the head of development projects for OMV, has come to sort of bring the perspective from an existing offshore player. Everyone knows who OMV is, I'm hoping, in this room. That would be even more surprising than not knowing some of the other things I've pointed you to. OMV's on Trade Me at the moment as well, so if you want to get your offer in, I think it closes on Friday. I think that's when the free selling period finishes, so be all good. Right, Kerry, you've got 20 minutes. The way we're doing this is presenters are finishing about 5 minutes early, so that we can have a bit of a corridor at the end. I'll reset the timer and get on the Slido, people, and clap.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. The lawyers in the room can take respite that there's an oil and gas guy here, so the targets can be at me for the rest of the afternoon. Kia ora, tēnā koe, tēnā koutou, katoa, ko Kerry Williamson, tako ingoa. I'm the development manager for OMV New Zealand, based here in New Plymouth. And I've been invited today to speak on behalf of the existing operator's perspective, which is quite an open remit. What I'm pleased to see is that David has already stolen a lot of my thunder, and what I'll be talking about today really lines up with some of the comments that he's already been making. I'm not going to take the bait and talk about the longevity of the gas industry in New Zealand, only to say that we see ourselves as playing a critical role in the energy transition that this country sees moving forward. For those of you who don't know, OMV is an Austrian-based energy company and has had a presence in New Zealand since 1999, and strategically they have just announced that the New Zealand assets, along with the Malaysian assets, are up for sale. Not on Trade Me, I'm sure, and I'm not sure what the buy now price is, but I think it's going to be rather expensive given the decommissioning bill that is currently in play. OMV does have a global strategy moving very quickly towards a renewable and a low-carbon future. And so here in New Zealand, whilst we are an oil and gas producer, I would say that we are following a number of opportunities that we see in this space. So I'm talking to you really here as a peer rather than an industry competitor. And I think yesterday, unfortunately I missed yesterday, but I heard along the path that a number of people had laid claim to being opening the wind energy or the offshore wind energy industry in New Zealand. I'd like to actually say that was myself. And the reason that it was myself, it was me and Harry Turwell, who compiled 10 years of data, wind data from the Maui A and Maui B platforms, gave it to the University of Canterbury for free, and then basically supplied it to Brett and the team at Elemental to actually come up with what this wind pattern looks like offshore. So I'm free for a beer afterwards if you want to celebrate that recognition. Thank you very much. Okay, so the offshore industry, oil and gas industry, has been here for 50 years, and with the first discovery of Maui 1 was made by the Discoverer 2 drilling rig in 1969. It takes about 10 years to develop a field of that size, and lo and behold, Maui A came on stream in 1979. It plateaued through the 80s and 90s and underwrote a significant amount of national development under government Think Big campaigns. So we're talking power stations, fuels and gas to gasoline, fertilisers, and obviously industrial heat. The second wave of offshore development was undertaken in the 90s when Maui A came off plateau and Maui B was developed. There was an oil rim found there, so the first real major oil plays in New Zealand started, offshore oil play in New Zealand started at that point. But really, once Maui came off plateau, it opened up the opportunity in the early 2000s, and the boom times came back into New Plymouth with a development of a number of offshore entities and new players coming into the region. The current operating map, or the remaining offshore operators, ourselves as OMV with Maui, Pauakura and Mari in production, and Beach with Kupe. And this production volume represents some 50% of New Zealand's current gas production. That's about 90 PJs in gas terms, or in your wind terms, probably around 25 terawatt hours in a year. It's a significant amount of energy that's still coming onshore. And our gas is important to New Zealand. 35% of it's used in industry, 30% of it in electricity generation, 25% in non-energy use, and then 10% split between the remaining commercial and residential uses. There's no doubt that we're getting towards the twilight of some of these operations, particularly Mari. We will be looking at decommissioning a Mari program initiating. And then Maui, we will be looking in the 2030s to be moving towards decommissioning of that as well. But we are aiming in continued investments to keep those assets moving. Maui, for an example, we have put over $500 million worth of investment into extending the Maui life over the last 3 years, and have successfully extended that field life and found a new discovery and brought it back to being New Zealand's biggest producer, which is excellent to see. So what's different about what we call this upstream business, and why do we think it's so special and so complex? Well, in short, there's a significant risk in everything we do in this space. There's risk in terms of finding the resource. There's risk in terms of finding the right market. There's risk in terms of developing the resource and operating the resource, and then obviously there's major risk in decommissioning and leaving no footprint as we move out of move into the next phase of energy transition. So at the end of the day, we aim to produce a high pressure, highly flammable and explosive product safely in a dynamic and a remote environment that is strictly regulated. Pretty much any complexity you could have from an industrial basis. All of our individuals are trained with an incredible focus to risk assessment and health and safety management. And I would say they're the best in industry in many terms, maybe only matched by those who have successful nuclear operations in their midst. And the reason we have to have this focus to risk assessment is that's how we earn our licence to operate, our social licence to operate in these environments. We need specialist expertise and knowledge right across the patch, and that starts with everything from geological and petroleum engineering, drilling, major project development, and then obviously all of the operations, but then everything in terms of consenting, legal support, finance support, and everything in the background with that. And we work along some pretty complex global supply chains, and I'll come back to them later. We're strictly regulated under a number of government acts, including petroleum regulations, the Extended Economic Zone or EEZ Act, the Continental Shelf Act, and we have a number of regulators who are overseeing us, EPA, Maritime New Zealand, WorkSafe and the HHU. There's a lot of eyes on us at all times. So with all of this, what I really claim at the end of the day is what's different about it. We have massive competency in terms of being able to actually operate the assets that we do. And this is similar to what David just showed before. The development profile oil and gas really does follow the generic development and delivery process of any industry. It's fairly standard. There's exploration and discovery right up front, and it's upon years of potential basin study and seismic assessment, followed by exploration drilling and then potentially appraisal drilling. Once you move into development and drilling and construction, you're starting to talk about major investment, major activity, and then obviously a very long green period in the operations space. So the first half of the development process really does require what I'd call significant global resources. Finding, drilling and appraising a resource is really about mobilising massive assets and people with specialties to actually come and develop that. We do create local design office, project management offices, etc., but most of those teams will be filled with experts from overseas. Once we start the development, we start to find much more presence on the ground, but we'll still see major resources such as drilling rigs, installation vessels, and the assets themselves, jackets, topsides, pipelines being brought in from overseas. And then we get to the operational phase, and this is where we really actually become self-sufficient locally. And we want to ensure that we've got a sustainable operator base, and I'll talk to some of those capabilities on this next slide. During this phase, we also consider any redevelopment activities. So the picture you see here is a Valaris 249 rig that currently sits over Maui B. We've come to the end of that drilling campaign, and that'll be leaving New Zealand waters within the coming month. That is a major asset that came from Dundee, Scotland, floated to New Zealand on the back of an HLV, off the HLV, or heavy lift vessel, at Admiralty Bay, and towed up to Taranaki to actually undertake redevelopment. So part of our major Maui campaign, but it's a demonstration of the type and the size of the asset that we need to continue feeding these opportunities. And once we start decommissioning, as Tui has displayed, we're heavily reliant on, again, international vessels to come in. So Tui will be having a vessel called the Helix come in to actually help them suspend their subsea wells in the coming month or so. So I've got a question for you. Does anyone want to take a stab at how many individuals are actually working offshore right now today? Actually, we'll do it this way. Who believes it's less than 50? Put your hand up. Okay. Who believes it's less than 100? Come on, hands right up. Who believes it's less than 150? Less than 200? Less than 250? Okay, the answer is 243 people out there right now today, offshore. Those numbers fresh off the Halley manifest from this morning. We're in a time of high activity, no doubt, with the drilling that we've got going on. But even under normal operations, we will have somewhat of around 100 people actually living and working on those platforms to actually bring this gas home. What we aim to do, obviously, right up front, is eliminate those offshore workers where we can, and we eliminate by design. And the Kupe and the Pauakura fields are probably world-class examples of where we've applied design to remove the need for people being offshore. We're undertaking remote surveillance and operation, but ultimately on those older assets, they require people to run them. So the types of jobs that we actually have, we've obviously got offshore leadership in the form of people in charge and offshore installation managers. We've got plant operators, skilled tradesmen, specialists in wells and workovers. And then because that we're running these hotels effectively offshore, there's the entire life support system that needs to run that. The chef, all of the accommodation people running the janitorial, and then obviously medic first aid and those requirements as well. It takes a village, so we also have an entire team on shore supporting that. So engineering and technical management, we have a bunch of individuals within OMV and then consultants supporting us. And then turnaround, inspection, certification services, all of our corporate functions there. So it gives you a snapshot of what kind of disciplines that are required to run these types of activities. Along with this, we are really looking at some challenges within the global supply chain as well. And I think it's really worthwhile that recognising this, because this is something that the offshore wind industry is going to have trouble with. Being locally operated, we keep critical sparing for our assets to maintain reliability, but we don't have everything spared. So if we have a major outage or a major issue on wells, etc., we are bringing asset in from overseas. So yes, we are heavily reliant on international supply chains. In our contracting environments, we want to basically have stable contracts in the areas that we need, particularly in the logistics support, so helicopters and boats. They're probably the most visible things that people in New Plymouth will see in terms of an offshore industry, is those 3 big red boats that come and go at the port, and obviously the helicopter that's going across every morning, right throughout the day, transferring people back and forward. But ultimately it does come down really to personnel providers as well. These assets don't operate without people, and obviously we work very closely with our contractors and personnel providers to make this happen. So my tagline really for this is it's similar but very different from what I see the needs for our offshore wind industry. The development life cycles between the two industries are the same. Our exploration looks a lot different, but once you actually start to get into the period of looking at the size and the potential of the resource, finding the market, and then undertaking the overall development, it starts to look a lot more similar. Development-wise, we are going to be heavily reliant within the offshore wind industry, as I understand, on international resources through those development phase, but ultimately aiming to try and localise those operating phases as much as possible. When we're working with existing stakeholders in existing communities and the existing regulatory environments, there's some similarities there. Most of those stakeholders and regulators will be the same, but it's important to note that as operators and developers will come and go, but the communities will remain. And that's why building relationships early is really important. And you've heard this time and time again over the last few days, no doubt, that started early. That's what it takes to actually earn our social licence to operate in this space. Once you're in that operations space, the asset management model looks the same in some aspects, but very different. We may not have the same type of volume of workers that we have offshore that you'll see that we have right now with the activities that we've got. And this needs to be recognised in the so-called retooling. And it was excellent to hear David talk about that at the first time I've actually seen it in terms of specifics. Everyone said that we can essentially retool the industry. But ultimately, I've yet to see that down at a discipline basis. So 75% solid fit, David said. I'm not sure I see that much in terms of where I stand, but I'm certainly keen to see what's going to happen moving forward and look forward to working with the wind industry, celebrating our 50 plus years of experience in this space and hoping help hand that baton on in the energy transition. And there's ample opportunity for that collaboration as we move forward. Namihi, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
That's great. Thank you very much. We have a few questions, so I can just get myself organised here. So the first one is sort of a running commentary we've had from Mana Whenua about a concern they have about not being involved by or listened to by the oil and gas industry. And it's not bagging the oil and gas industry, it's more playing it forward. What advice would you have for the offshore energy sector as it emerges, for the way in which it engages with Tangata Whenua?
Yeah, absolutely. I think historically that's been very much the case in the early days of the industry. We've learned a lot through the application, obviously, when the RMA came into existence and the need for consultation. We had to basically grow up and really face that fact. So I'd like to say now that our stakeholder engagement is with all stakeholders, not only Mana Whenua, but it's our prime focus in terms of how we actually start an activity. It's one of the heaviest areas of investment, I would say, early in our project phase. And I think it's worthwhile testing that with iwi and Hapu out there, who we deal with, to say how are we going, and we're continuously asking that question. We're seeking feedback. But the only conclusion I come to is start early and go hard. That's the only way we're going to actually basically make sure that we develop this in partnership with mana whenua.
Have you got any specific thoughts? I mean, I suppose given where the sort of offshore energy sort of development is at the moment, it's still very early stages, and but there's clearly an appetite for dialogue. Sort of what form that early engagement might take?
I think it's just getting an understanding. I mean, one of the key issues we need to do, and I think it's one of the last points on my slide, is skill pool attraction and development. We're going to be creating new jobs, and there's going to be jobs in there that don't exist right now. So we should be giving that opportunity right up front to everyone, but really focusing on local communities and the hapus to put people forward who could be basically there for those opportunities and development. And I think also looking for partnership opportunities where I think the geothermal industry in the central North Island has been there's some really good examples there where we've seen iwi taking on a much greater role in terms of investment in particular. So what are the partnering opportunities that would be in the space of a offshore wind farm going forward?
And the service sector, actually. I suppose the other thing, I think the geothermal industry is quite well served by iwi organisations. It's been quite interesting to watch at MB Century, people like that. It's very interesting development, but we don't really see that in Taranaki yet. There's quite a few questions here, slightly off topic, if you don't mind me saying so. Meant to be talking about transfer of capability and skills from the oil and gas industry to renewable energy, but if we have time and if you feel like it, we could go there. But there was one which is on topic about the phenomenal potential to share logistics and support services. So the question is just saying, if and when offshore wind arrives, do you see that happening, or do you think that'll migrate away or just die the death?
No, I absolutely see that happening. I think right now, I mean, right at the start of some of these ventures, we're talking and looking at the needs in terms of information share in particular. But if we look specifically at logistics, we only have one port. We've got a limited number of capable boats. We've got one helicopter company. It doesn't make sense to reinvent the wheel. So, and anything that you guys can jump on with that lowers my operating cost, I'm absolutely keen to share. So, logistics is one of the biggest costs in our business, and I think that needs to be reflected in terms of how you are designing moving forward. So I see that there's only opportunities in that space.
That's fantastic. Well, I think we'll leave it there. Everyone with their cheeky questions about how are you going to break up the business and are you going to sell the platform separately, they can probably get you outside for that one. But please, everyone, join me in thanking Kerry very much for bringing us into land. Right, so I was a bit ahead of myself there, just looking forward to the panel so much. Now there will be a little bit of filling while we put some chairs on the table. So that's it for the sort of presentation part of the conference. And we're going to bring it into land with a panel discussion about what we really need to do to enable a successful offshore energy industry in New Zealand. So I've got 4 willing panelists, and I thought I might call them up in this order and get them to sit in the order I call them up. How about that? So our first panelist is Justine Gilliand. I think most people know Justine. She's the Offshore Wind and Partnerships Director for Blue Float and Elemental Group. And I was told off because when I went through the sponsors twice, you're sitting here. No, I'm sitting there, aren't I? You're sitting there. That's the one. I identified them as separate. But they are as yin and yang to one another. It is 2 halves of one whole, and I can only apologise for misrepresenting that, but it was the way it was written on my notes. But we've corrected that now. On Justine's left, your right, is Jonathan Young. Jonathan Young is the Head of Research Policy and Insights for Araake, and is very slowly making his way to the stage with the stateliness of a former statesman. On Jonathan's left, your right, will be Cherie Long, and Cherie is the Workforce Development Director for Energy Resources Aotearoa. Moving with a little bit more vim than Jonathan, I thought. It's a sign of somebody who's got a different outlook on life, really, sort of keener to participate, really. And then our last panellist is Blair Walter. So Blair, already sort of been pointed out a few times. So Blair's the chair of the Wind Energy Association, but he also runs the renewables team at Oricon. So Oricon, big engineering consultancy, you all know about that. Right, we have 2 microphones. I'm going to switch this one on, and I'm going to give that to you. And I thought we could just have a bit of a chat. What do you reckon? I might even sit down when I've got it.
I guess before we move to the next panel session, I'd just like to thank John for his outstanding work. He's made the 2 days extremely enjoyable, and I really appreciate you coming and being our MC for the last 2 days. Thank you very much, John, and please, big thank you to John.
Okay, so that's very, very sweet. So one of the questions on Slido was, I think you need to check your tone, John. You've spent the last 2 days haranguing your guests. And I just looked myself in the eye and I thought, you know, I've let you down, I've let the panelists down, but you know the worst thing? I've let myself down. Anyway, thank you very much, Cristiano. And we're about to have a panel discussion about what's it going to take to bring an offshore renewable energy. I mean, we seem to bring it back to wind because that's sort of top of mind, but it is a more general conversation. And, you know, we started yesterday morning with Stuart Munn terrifying us about the scale of activity internationally and the fact that we're not even a dot on the corner of the graph, and saying, you know, well, what I heard was you guys might as well give up now because everyone else is off and scarcity of resources and you've missed the bus entirely. But surely that isn't true. And I mean, I think the last sessions have been quite uplifting, really, that, you know, we do have incredible capability in Taranaki, but elsewhere in the country, you know, guys, you're not the only place that has talent. But there is a coordination and, you know, sort of entrepreneurialism question about just what's it going to take to make that happen. And it isn't just about the government. It's about, you know, sort of the many facets of society. So Justine was originally going to facilitate the panel, but she's always got so many great things to say. I thought it'd be much better to give you the chance to contribute, and then I'll do the to and fro. So what do you think?
Great. Thanks, John, for that very wide opening opportunity there. I thought I would just cover, I guess, some of the key themes that I've heard over the last 2 days, and also some of the opportunity as I see it. So firstly, I think the number one theme that we've heard from everybody pretty much is collaboration. And I think that that's fundamentally the most positive thing that we can do as we build basically a new industry for Aotearoa, leveraging other industries' expertise, knowledge, and other countries' experience as well. This is, of course, a massive opportunity for us to address climate change, so that has to be front and centre of what we're thinking about as well. And within Aotearoa New Zealand, we have the scale to actually support global decarbonisation. So yes, this is about decarbonising Aotearoa's energy system, but it is also about the contribution that we can make to a global challenge. In that, there's also the opportunity for offshore renewable energy to scale and support New Zealand's economy into a new future that is enabled by abundant green energy at an affordable price. And that opens the door to new opportunities for Aotearoa New Zealand that we may not have had in the past in terms of how we think about the economic mix of our country. I really like Lee's use of the word conundrums. So yes, definitely there are conundrums for us to tackle, but I think just to echo Ross's point that we've got the opportunity as we build this new industry to tackle those conundrums in a different way and to try and come up with the answers that, as Stacey talked about this morning, really set us up for a generational opportunity that our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren can be proud of. So we can be good ancestors in terms of how we go about establishing this industry. And to that end, it's also really, really important that we think about where we place these opportunities. So particularly from a blue flow elemental perspective, it's really important that we do these energy projects, and obviously from our perspective we're talking about offshore wind, but we do them in the right place. That we avoid sensitive areas as much as possible. In terms of then taking it to kind of, I guess, the near term, so that's kind of the big picture. I think, the vision, that intergenerational opportunity. In terms of near term, fundamentally, firstly, it's about partnering with mana whenua, mana moana. We've heard a lot about that. And I think that's absolutely critical. Obviously, having the right regulatory regime is really important, and that needs to go across, again, as we've heard a number of people talk about, right across kind of that full territory, if we think about from the EEZ coming through into the coastal waters and as we come onshore. And those various regulatory regimes need to work together in a way that enables this significant opportunity for Aotearoa New Zealand. We also need to do some significant infrastructure planning, as both Nico and Ross have talked about, and also know there's, for example, a lot of people from PowerCo in the room. So, all of those types of organisations, we really need to be collaborating to be thinking about the infrastructure needs. There's also a number of environmental studies that we need to undertake, and fundamentally, particularly from a blue float and elemental perspective, we think that those need to be done collaboratively, right across all the different things that we need to look at, whether they're birds, marine mammals, whether it's the benthic environment, all of those things that we were looking at. As we've heard conversations, we're too small a country to try and do those things individually, to duplicate, to repeat, and we probably simply don't have enough scientists or people with the relevant mātauranga Māori knowledge to be able to call on, and they don't want to be called on 10 times to be asked the same question. And then finally, as we've just heard in the last session, the other really near-term thing that we need to do, and it's great that we've got the Tanuki Offshore Partnership and NZTE progressing this work and thinking about the skills that we need. So yes, we've got to get onto that skills planning and the talent attraction so that we can really help people see the opportunity that offshore renewable energy provides, not only in Taranaki, in other regions, as for Blue Float and Elemental, we do have a project announced in Waikato as well. And there are other areas in New Zealand that have the opportunity for offshore renewable energy. So yeah, we need to help people see those opportunities and provide the pathways that enable them to take those opportunities.
Beautiful. Now, somebody said to me, these things are always better if you have a chat rather than just have a lot of little mini presentations. So even though they've all prepared little mini presentations, I thought we could have a chat. Yeah, because the elephant in the room is demand, it seems to me. Now, my experience with large energy supply projects is that they tend to go ahead when there's a customer and when the customer's contract underwrites the majority of the capex. And the big question about this stuff is, who's the counterparty? Yeah. So I'd be quite interested, Shalise, in what you think the answer is here, because it's not unlike the oil and gas industry. There's this Mexican standoff at the moment where people are saying natural gas is extremely important in the... Cherie, sorry. You'll have your turn. Just trying to make it a bit more edgy, Jonathan. Just keep them guessing. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, this is the question, isn't it? That, there's plenty of prospectivity around natural gas, but if there's no market for it, then no one's going to develop that. This, again, is interesting. Is this about, making green hydrogen and exporting it? Is it something about just injecting it into the grid? Who's the counterparty? Are they going to sell it spot? What would you see? Because I think the oil and gas industry has a lot to teach about capital formation around speculative projects, and that's another transferable skill, which I notice we haven't talked about, which is why I thought we could talk about it now.
Yeah, thanks, John. So my background is in workforce development, obviously. Energy Skills has been around for 12 to 15 years now, and I wasn't here yesterday, unfortunately, but here today, and the room feels extremely deja vu-y to me, actually. 15 years ago, there was a similar room, and it was around oil and gas, and there was a lot of happiness and lots of joy to what's going to happen in the oil and gas sector. All of the roles that were becoming available from sort of a grassroots level right through to the high sort of engineering, geoscience, subsurface type levels. And it was trying to plan how we're going to manage that and how we're going to have the people there at the right time, trained up and ready, whether we put the people on the bus and they're sort of waiting for the projects to begin, or we, start the projects and just hope that the people come. And I think it was what made it work well for the oil and gas sector was around collaboration, as Justine said, and very much so. Workforce development for an industry is a lot different to workforce development for a company. So in my experience, if you can, as an industry, collaborate, specifically in the skills space and developing, trained professionals to enter your industry, you're going to have a much easier way forward rather than company by company protecting their, not so much the intellectual property, but their human resource. We saw a lot of salary inflation back in the day, and that also lowered productivity for specific projects. So we certainly don't want that to happen again this time. Of course, this crowd today, it's a new, exciting industry that's supported by government, and I think that's a really positive thing. I see, I talk to school students all the time. I talk to university students on a weekly basis, and they're really keen to learn more about this sector, but the knowledge is really, really limited. And I think perhaps as the Taranaki region and broader, we need to go out to these universities as a united front to sort of showcase what opportunities are coming up and when they're coming up and what these students need to study.
And Jonathan, it's very easy to draw analogies with the birth of the oil and gas industry in Taranaki. And again, the Crown played a very important role there because they were the counterparty to the Maui gas contract. They farmed it out, but originally we didn't have an industry. There were no skills. There was absolutely nobody with any interest, and it's all grown up. What's your view? Are we at the same moment? Is it the same pathway, or do you think it's going to play out differently because it's a different time?
Look, I do think we're at the same position as what you're talking about, because finding the market in a nascent industry is possible, but it's a challenge, simply because you're looking for the advancement of potentially transformation of energy into different products, as did happen with the Maui gas contract, and as did happen when Manapuri was built and Tiwai smelter was established at the same time, to create the demand and to create the opportunity to, in that particular case, to earn international revenue, to monetize that opportunity. Look, we have, New Zealand government has relationships with Japan and South Korea in terms of the hydrogen opportunities. There's growing interest around ammonia. Obviously, we have increased demand coming our way for electricity. We're facing lots of constraints, but none of those are impassable. So this is the challenge, I think, that needs to be part of the conversation that's going forward. There's concurrent work programs that all need to happen at the same time. We've got the regulatory regime that I think is advancing at a really good pace. I've got great confidence that the MB team will find the right balance in everything regarding offshore renewables. And they've got a smart team at work doing that. Finding that final market is going to be an incremental task, but I do think that this is where involvement of, for example, at Turapaki Trust, they have a partner called Obayashi Corporation from Japan, who do have an intention to take, green hydrogen from renewable electricity. So that is a good model for us to see in the country. I'd like to see that develop and kind of step up and occur. And then that might offer some insights into the Power to X discussion that Venture Taranaki have launched a number of years ago. So I think that this is one of these complex pieces that I think it's very difficult to rush, but you can see the broad outline of opportunities in the future. And I think concurrently in terms of establishing all these different work streams, social alliance, social permissions and iwi partnerships. All of these need to happen, and I think we're going to get there.
Beautiful, and you make some. You want to jump in, don't you? I was going to say something. You can jump in if you like. That's fine.
I was just going to add as well, I think, just not to forget that, you know, a number of people have mentioned this over the last couple of days, that we do need 500 megawatts per annum every year till 2050 to meet our own domestic electricity needs, let alone those big opportunities that Jonathan has outlined as well.
So you think rather than it being a lumpy expansion of offshore wind in this case, it might be a sort of progressive expansion? Yeah, that's interesting. So Blair, I was going to ask you, I thought Jonathan sort of did a nice job of sort of contrasting the establishment of the Maui gas field with Manapuri. Both of them smell very strongly of industrial policy. In both cases, the guiding mind of the state created the demand, the counterparty for the power in different forms, and underwrote the entire project and then sold it down. But the second tail race at Manapuri was a completely different story. That was entirely funded by Meridian's shareholders. It was a very risky venture, and they found a home for the power, and you know, it was absolutely fine. But it was an order of magnitude smaller. And I think there's an interesting question, given the scale of the things that we're talking about here, about whether the market's capable of organising something like that, which will create investor confidence, particularly if you did it in little chunks, and whether that is a pathway we could follow.
So thank you. Perfect setup for my notes.
Because I'm not going to answer your question. I'm just going to talk to my notes.
Yeah. You actually asked what I wanted to say anyway, which is, you know, looking at everything that I've heard the last couple of days and last couple of years, we've got amazing momentum on how we're going to get started. But I think quite quickly we're going to have to develop that picture of the route to market, and the government hasn't really talked about it yet, apart from a few little comments. But I think it's critical that we don't lose the momentum. These investors have come here and they need to know where the power's going to go, who's going to buy it. And I see it as critical. You know, we talk about feasibility license, but really it's an investigation license. Feasibility to me is holistic. You know, it's technical, environmental, social, commercial, all together. As an engineer, you know, we learned that you can solve any problem if you're willing to put enough money into it. But the question here is, how much are we willing to spend to get all this offshore wind that we need and other offshore renewables? And I think I'm right. The developers will correct me that most markets around the world that have done offshore wind, it's been government supported through an auction scheme with a PPA, a contract for difference, or some kind of feed-in tariff, because it is more expensive than the current options for onshore wind and solar. And you know, people talk about numbers, but my guess is it's anything from 50 to 100% higher. I'm looking at Peter and Giacomo because I can see them where they're not shaking their heads. So what I've realised over the last little while is the market can't get us there. The government's going to have to underwrite that somehow. And that throws up really interesting questions like, well, if the government's going to do that, then the market's doomed. We might as well get the government to push on and start procuring onshore wind and solar now, get that done, and that could actually accelerate offshore wind. But that's a whole nother discussion that we're not quite ready to go there. But one quite insightful thought I had, John, which I hope you'll like, is that we talked quite a lot about social license to operate the last few days, which was really cool. A lot of perspectives on that. But to me, if it's true that, you know, we're going to expect government to pay for this offshore wind that's more expensive, what we're really asking is taxpayers to pay for this more expensive renewable source to achieve this future that we've set out. And so the social license to operate needs to actually include taxpayers, consumers, you know, being on this journey. So it actually, to me, really ties back to the criticality of the energy strategy and telling that story about what we're going to do, how we're going to get to that future, and actually getting people on board.
Sounds like communism. Are we happy with that, panellists? Anyone like to come back on communist Blair?
It's a bit upsetting for me. I've always been a market guy, and
you're going to have a shower now because you're
looking at this future. That's
Jonathan, are you just going to sit there and take it? You've got a microphone. You're going to have to say something.
I think I've been really impressed with the last couple of days. I think it's been a brilliant conference, and thanks for all those who have contributed and participated. And I think what we see is a community coming together who is supporting this mahi, this work. And I think I wouldn't say it's the first time I've seen this in New Zealand, but I think this is a great example of what the future can look like. Now, that's not communism, all right? That's just community. That's just people working together, respecting, enabling, creating partnerships, and seeing that together we achieve more. And I think there is a conundrum around getting this industry into an operable situation when we have a reasonably low demand compared to Europe and to the UK. And so we've got to face that because we have a world-class resource that is multi-generational. So we need to be thinking not just in the first, say, 30, 35 years, but we should be thinking 100 years and 200 years about a resource that is going to power New Zealand in a renewable and in a clean way and create options for us. I think that we're going to become an innovation centre for the globe because of our renewable credentials and also the ability for us to work together and make it happen.
Beautiful. Do you want to come in? Oh, to have a conversation. It's exciting.
Yes, I agree. Great community, absolutely fantastic. And I think it's the opportunity to actually do things right this time as well. And I refer to diversity, encouraging more women into the sector. I know Justine and I are both very passionate about that. And I do think the time is now. The social licence is there to do that. And also to encourage tangata whenua to actually engage and to participate more in the sector as we move forward as well. It has been done well to a certain extent as well as can be, but I think we also need iwi to tell us how we can engage better, how we can move things forward, and what's the correct way of engaging with iwi effectively, because sometimes, if I'm honest, that can be quite hard for a new industry coming into play to understand exactly how that works, and I think this is a great opportunity to do that well and do it right.
I think Blair had something to say.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot one of my key points. That one of the reasons I'm here is because I've been in the onshore industry for 20 years and seen a lot. And so 15 years ago, 18, when I came back to New Zealand from overseas, there was a buoyant onshore wind development market. We had all sorts of international investors here developing projects, and it was great. It was really exciting. But they all slowly realised that there was no offtake market, no PPAs available, and they all just suddenly drifted away. And so that was my point about trying to keep this momentum. We've got these international investors here. We have to show them that there's a market for their output so that they keep developing the projects.
Yeah, and there is a little bit of a hint of, and it may require the coordinating hand of somebody not the industry to help that happen. I mean, I'll drop it for now. One of the things in my upcoming panel at Downstream, actually, we've got the Chief Executive of the Energy Corporation of New South Wales, and their mechanism for underwriting new renewable development is using swaptions. So that's an instrument that's only triggered if the spot price falls below a certain level. The counterparty to the swaption is the consumer. So this only ever gets called if prices are very, very low, in which case the consumer's already benefiting. And I wonder, Blair, whether that's exactly what you're talking about. That's the contract with the ultimate beneficiary. So come to Downstream and hear more about that and how that could be applied. But it's not unprecedented in New Zealand, so that's exactly the mechanism that the government agreed with the Genesis board when they developed E3P. So the gas contracts were underwritten with a swaption, which was never called. I mean, the gas price didn't go low, so it's fine. But these types of instruments are far more nuanced than the CFD that we were hearing about from overseas, where anything they can do to get coal and gas off the system is a good idea. It's not the same problem here, and we may need to be a little bit more sophisticated about it. Let's talk about skills, though. So Ian Mason has said all New Zealand universities have energy programs. What would you like to see them to continue to offer and or develop? In respect specifically of offshore wind research and teaching. And I wonder if there's a broader question, Cherie, I was going to throw this at you. It's not just universities, is it? I think there's, Pukanga's been awesome here today, and they're not the only show in town.
Yeah, I think universities are doing really well. We conducted a study in 22 around what's coming available from universities, and I think they are doing very well in the engineering space, and they can adapt. They have the funding to adapt quite easily. I think in the vocational education training space, we need to be really careful locally that we're supporting WIT, just to make sure that we are getting those trade and maintenance roles available when they're needed. Also, there's been a lot of vocational changes to the system. There's been even quite a few staff moves of late locally and also throughout New Zealand. So we need to make sure as an industry we're supporting them through that process and making sure they know exactly what our needs are and when those needs will be. Otherwise, Taranaki, we've only got one tertiary institution, and I think we need to make sure that we're supporting that along through our pathway.
If I might just add, I think the other really important skill set, there are many skill sets that we're going to require, but another really important near-term skill set is science. And so there's a big piece of work too to think about the scientists that we're going to need, how we attract those people, because it is a challenge in some ways to have young people interested in STEM. The technology side as well, so if we think about the opportunities that were talked about before in terms of AI for environmental monitoring, there's a whole heap of data, so we need data scientists. There's a whole stream of scientists who we need. We need the social license scientists. There's a whole range of scientists whom we need as well as we also need to be thinking about the Mātauranga Māori knowledge set and how that is both brought into and truly valued within as we develop these systems, but also given back to as well.
You going, Blair? You're giving me an eyebrow.
My concern is the grid piece. There's so much work to do on the infrastructure to get this stuff ashore. Transpower talked about how long it takes to develop, and they're already overwhelmed by all the onshore activity. So making sure that we've got the right skills for them to be able to ramp up and get the job done.
I don't know. I thought Nico's complete non-answer to the merchant transmission question was bring on competition. It's the end of Transpower as the monopoly grid owner. That's what you said, isn't it, Nico? Yeah. I rang Alison afterwards, told her that it's a revolution in the ranks. Joke. No.
Just as a comment, it'd be great as an industry sector whether there can be some planning to essentially say this is where our skill sets are needed, and as best as possible walk in step because of the infrastructure build that's needed, because of the skill sets that we need to train for. I think in our very first discussion with Concept Consulting, there was some comments to say, when do you need these types of skills? Because we will send our people to Europe to gain them if they're not available here, so that when you need them, they can come back and they can support the industry. And I just think some time framing that could work as a complete sector, maybe the sort of coordination, because we are small enough, that could really work.
Beautiful. Right. Send the microphone to Blair. We're going to close with rather a nice question that Anonymous has asked, amongst the other Anonymouses. Anonymous? Anonymous says, transport yourself to 2053. Would we be happy to have delayed this opportunity to develop offshore wind? Perhaps there's a social obligation to operate. One sentence, Blair. And then we'll pass it along.
Can you please repeat the question? Would we be happy to delay the opportunity?
Yeah, so the whole conversation is very neoliberal. It's like, well, you defer it and you try and avoid making the investment and de-risk and wait until the market's there. And whereas they're saying, well, maybe we need to do something.
I think it's clear we need to move and get it moving. The optimal timing is always a challenge. If you look at what's happened with solar, sorry, you said one sentence. It's a long sentence.
It's a very long sentence.
There's no full stop in there yet. So if you look at what happens with solar and batteries, the early developers jumped in because they wanted to see it happen. But if they'd waited a year or two, costs would have halved, So there's an optimal time. We don't know what that is.
Time out. Cherie, shorter sentence answer.
Of course, we wouldn't be happy to delay it. I'm thinking of my kids and the future generation. I think they'd be saying, yeah, go for it.
Right.
As long as we're doing it in the right time frame to make sure we have energy supply.
Right, we're into the high-risk territory. Jonathan Young, short answer.
We should not delay it because we're going to end up with an energy gap that will detrimentally affect our economy and will cost us dearly.
Beautiful. Justine?
No.
Even more beautiful. Right, thank you all very much. Big round of applause. Get yourselves off the stage. That's so exciting, I nearly fell off the stage there. That was good. It's quite funny, the techs have been watching our presenters as they get perilously close to the back of the stage. And we've had several near misses where people almost went over unnoticed. They didn't come and save me. It's just what you work with, really. Right. Summary and reflection from the MC. It's been great. I said at the beginning of the first day how flattered I was to be invited into this, because I'm not an expert in offshore energy. I mean, I spend a fair bit of time in the existing sector, but, I think about this about once a year, right? I do think the programme, as I said at the beginning of the first day, has been really, really great. I think the team from Araake and Venture Taranaki have done a really great job coming up with the right topics and coming up with great presenters. But I do think you as an audience have been fantastic. It's one of the most engaged audiences, and I do quite a lot of this that I've seen. And I wonder whether it's the specificity of the topic and its novelty is actually drawing people out. And we started having more of a korero today than we did yesterday, and that was all going in the right way. There's a professional tradecraft thing I will share with you. I'm a little on the fence about Slido. It's a very good way of asking questions very quickly, but it's not very engaging. But with the Minister, it was brilliant, because whenever I've run panels with the Minister before, people don't ask her any questions because they're absolutely terrified. And in a funny way, Slido sort of drew people in, but then turning back to the old school microphone chat. And then some of you started asking questions. So I am definitely going to do that again because it worked. But yeah, that's it from me. Thank you all very much for being so positive. Sorry if I was a bit nasty, but I think you probably quite enjoyed it. And I'd just like to invite Luke Millard, who's the cultural advisor for Venture Taranaki, to close us off and send us on our way. So, Luke, it's all yours.
Kia ora, nō reira e hōma, ko tai mai te whakakapi o tō mātou hui wānanga nei. Me i atu ki ngā whanaunga o Ngāti Te Whiti, Ngāti Tūpare Kino, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnei te mii ki te paumana Māori, nā te hautonga, nā te korowai o ngā ruahine, mō te tika kōrero, kia tika a muri, kia tika a mua. O reira, tēnei te mii nui. Ki te paupaka haere ki te aranga, mō tō tautoko ki te kaupapa nei, tēnā koe. Kia koutou te manuhiri, mō tō koutou tāringa, me ngā whakaro, ngā kōrero e toa mai, tēnā koutou katoa. Kua takato te manuka, engari, anei te kuaha, anei te āwhina, nō reira, nau mai, kōrero mai, haere mai mo te mahi tai tātou. Kia ora, I'm Luke. I work at Te Puna Umanga, Venture Taranaki, and just on behalf of Araake, ourselves, all our friends and partners who have come together to put this on, just wanted to thank you for coming down. Hope there's been some really insightful conversations, we addressed some challenges, highlighted some pathways and opportunities moving forward. So just to conclude things, I wanted to share a little karakia. It speaks to upholding this kaupapa and the space that we're all in, our environment, our people, our needs and our changes. It speaks to working and thinking together to face the challenges, and also to looking after yourselves to make sure that you're strong and that we're all strong so we can pass these things on to the next generations. Nō reira, kua hikitia te kaupapa, kua takato te wero. Me hoita I rongo I te whakaaro kotai. Te aki tō tāua oranga, kia ka ae mo te tuku taonga. Kia tūtuku ngā hia mō ka ikitia. Tihei mauri ora, ki te whai ao, ki te whai oranga e, mauri ora. Thank you for coming down, travel safe, Come back, bring your families. WOMAD's next weekend. It's going to be epic. Thank you.